film and TV world, starting from the medicine god. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 100 Daily Life. Slowly opening his eyes, Wang Yan stared blankly for a long time before picking up the bottled water on the table and taking a sip. After drinking, Wang Yan leaned back in his chair, casually putting his feet up on the table in front of him, and pulled out his data panel to check his stats. Wang Yan's attributes: Strength 25, Agility 25, Constitution 25, Spirit 31, unallocated points 4, storage space 2 meters, omitted. The attributes were unremarkable, it was simply a reward of 4 attribute points for completing a task. As for skills, due to his profession and his teaching of Chinese language and literature, he had reached LV4 after a significant portion of his life. He also possessed a professional skill honed over 30 years of teaching, which had reached LV4. This was also a skill, something Wang Yan hadn't expected. However, it made sense. With the same content taught by 2 teachers, the students would be roughly the same, but the final learning would differ. How to present dry and boring material vividly and engagingly, and ensure students remember it deeply, was also a profound art. There wasn't much else, just some skills acquired in the entertainment industry, like directing and screenwriting, but the levels weren't very high, mostly LV1 or LV2. Other life skills had also improved to varying degrees. After reading it, Wang Yan sat there for a while, then picked up his phone and checked the time. It was already past 5 p.m. He'd returned late at night, and now, more than an hour later, he was getting hungry. Wang Yan got up, dressed, and went out to a random restaurant. He ate some beef and mutton, had some strong barley liquor, and, slightly tipsy, strolled back to his hotel and went straight to sleep. The next day, refreshed after a good night's sleep, Wang Yan woke up on time, washed up, ate breakfast, and chatted with Wei Lan, who was also up early. In fact, ever since leaving Linen, Wei Lan had been sending messages frequently, trying to find topics to chat about, asking where he was, and requesting photos. Wang Yan was a little confused, especially since Wei Lan had hinted at it indirectly. The unspoken understanding among adults is to leave each other alone, but she can't bother you if she does. This is unimaginable for Wang, who struggles even to curry favor and is unlikely to even make it onto the list. He can only thank his system, his experiences, and his energy for allowing a good-for-nothing like him to be where he is today. To be honest, after so much time, Wang Yan has been somewhat moved by Wei Lan. After all, he eventually has to get married. Even if he doesn't have that desire himself, it doesn't matter. But for his parents' peace of mind, he has to put in some effort. And the experiences he has in his memory also mean that he will never love someone again. He doesn't have the energy to go after someone who meets all the criteria, so finding an ordinary person who is devoted to him isn't so bad. After all, he will eventually stop and start living his own life. Let's see. Wang Yan thought to himself. After talking to Wei Lan, Wang Yan packed his bags and set off again. He'd already reached Aoba, it wouldn't be right not to go to Yading. After wandering around Yading for 2 days, Wang Yan set off again, heading north to Lidong and then west, continuing his journey towards Sun City. After crossing the Jinsha River Bridge, he officially entered the snow-covered area and began his grueling mountain climbing journey. Although his body was almost inhuman, he was still human, not like a giant animal, yet he was exhausted like a dazed calf. If it weren't for the system changing his fate, he probably wouldn't have made it this far, let alone by bicycle. That day, after traversing mountains and valleys, passing numerous glaciers and meadows, Wang Yan stopped due to the system's intervention, resting in Bomi, nestled in the Parlung Tsangpo River Canyon. Finding a reasonably priced hotel, Wang Yan tidied himself up, ate and drank his fill, then took out his laptop and searched for the novel Chicken Feathers Flying to the Sky. The task this time was Yangzhou from Chicken Feathers Flying to the Sky, Happiness. After searching, Wang Yan glanced at the summary, please search on Baidu. Over the next 2 days, Wang Yan stayed in his hotel room and watched all 55 episodes of the TV series, and also did some research. Feeling relatively energetic, he checked the time, took a sip of water, pulled up a control panel, and selected an operation. A flash of blue light, and Wang Yan disappeared from the chair. Wang Yan? Wang Yan? Hey, wake up. Snapping out of his daze, Wang Yan, without thinking, but pretending to be familiar with it, slapped away the hand waving back and forth in front of him. It's nothing, I was just spacing out. As he spoke, Wang Yan stared blankly at the dirty-faced person in blue overalls in front of him for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. Are you too tired? Do you want to take a break? Sure, you keep going, I'll go get some water. Go ahead, if you can't take a break, it'll be done soon. Wang Yan waved his hand without answering, turned around and went to the side to pick up his military water bottle, poured himself a cup of water from his enamel mug. He sat down on the ground, not caring about the cleanliness, blowing on the large enamel mug while receiving information from the system. Wang Yan, 28 years old, single and with no family to worry about, an old bachelor. He took over his deceased father's job as a proud railway worker, and had been working there for 10 years. The current time was autumn of 1989. The earnest and seemingly warm-hearted man who had just spoken to them was Wang Dashan, Luo Yazhu's first husband in the drama, and now his co-worker. According to the system's information, he had a good relationship with Wang Dashan. He had even attended a simple wedding banquet with Luo Yazhu. But what did the system mean by arranging him here? Did he not want Wang Dashan to die, so that Yangzhu and Shen Jian could get together? Or did he want him to save Wang Dashan so he could then pursue Yangzhu? Or should he just let him die and not care what happened? After thinking for a while, Wang Yan still couldn't figure out what to do. He finished his glass of water, came back to his senses, and stopped thinking about it. Seeing that Wang Dashan was still diligently maintaining the railway switches, Wang Yan put down the water bottle, got up, and went back to his work. Seeing him squatting beside him, Wang Dashan said, "Rest a little longer if you're tired. We'll be done soon." "I'm fine. You're the one who should rest. You're 35 this year, right?" At this point, Wang Yan winked at Wang Dashan, who had turned to look at him. "Isn't there a saying that goes, when you reach middle age, you have no choice but to soak goji berries in your thermos?" Hearing this, Wang Dashan grabbed a handful of small stones and gently tossed them at him. "You little rascal, you're so irresponsible. I've never heard of that saying. You say I have no choice but to. In 2 more years you'll be 32, and you'll be a bachelor?" After a while, seeing that Wang Yan ignored him, Wang Dashan awkwardly tried to make conversation. "Hey, Xiao Yan, why is she always thinking about going out to make money?" This was only because the two of them were relatively close. Otherwise, Wang Dashan would have kept it to himself and never told anyone else. "You're always overthinking things. Isn't it good that she has the ability to make money? Besides, we all knew from our study sessions that the higher-ups have already said that economic development is the central focus. Since she wants to make money, just let her. Are you worried she'll run off with someone else like the last one, taking your savings?" Wang Yan knew that ever since he got together with Luo Yazhu, Wang Dashan hadn't had a single day of peace. Part of it was because of his previous relationship, and part of it was because of their ages. After all, Wang Dashan was 35 this year, while Luo Yazhu was only 26, in her prime. Although Wang Yan thought she was nothing special, in Wang Dashan's eyes she was an absolute beauty, a beauty that could shame the moon and shame the flowers. Add to that the wildness Luo Yazhu had developed from her life on the streets, and it's normal for a rough, honest man in his 30s to worry about not being able to handle her. A bunch of nonsense. In short, Wang Dashan lacked confidence. P.S. That's all, just getting into the swing of things. Thanks to Brother Bloom Poro for the 7 1,500 coin donations for continued support. Thank you to for the 1,500 coin donation and continued support. Thank you to for the 500 coin donation and continued support. Thank you to for the 200 coin donation. Thank you to all the brothers who voted for the monthly ticket. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the kind brothers who commented and those who just read. Thank you all for your kindness. Chapter 101. You'll have to wait until tomorrow. Wang Dashan seemed to have his secret exposed, and he tried to defend himself. Nonsense, I'm worried about the child. He's only 4 years old this year. What will happen to the child if your sister-in-law goes out to earn money? Besides, I earn enough to get by. You know, the foreman said the other day that I'm going to get promoted soon, and I'll earn even more then, enough for the three of us. You're just stubborn. You haven't listened to any of the advice I've given you about how to get along with your husband. How many times have I advised you? A young, unmarried woman married a penniless man several years older than you without a second thought. What do you think she wants from you? To put it bluntly, even if she really wanted to leave, could you stop her? She's given you a son, she's done right by your ancestors, you should be content. You've been sleeping in the same bed for years, the child is 4 years old, don't you know what kind of person she is? Having more money has its advantages. If she wants to go out and do business, let her go. If it really doesn't work out, you can quit your job and go back to take care of the child. As he spoke, Wang Yan finished his work, clapped his hands, and stood up. All right, stop overthinking. The work's done, let's go home. You're still single, and you're trying to teach me about marriage? You want me to quit my job and go back to raising the kids? Wang Dashan was speechless, rolled his eyes, ignored Wang Yan, and squatted down silently packing up his tools. Seeing his silence, Wang Yan didn't want to make a scene, so he went to the side and picked up their water bottles and lunch boxes. Wang Dashan wasn't very knowledgeable or highly educated, he was just an ordinary, honest commoner. It was normal for him to feel anxious about this sudden good fortune. Even when he himself got the system, although he didn't think about it much, he still worried that he'd wake up and have nothing left, only to be disappointed. While the two were packing, a group of 4 or 5 people walked over from the other side of the railway, chatting and laughing. They were all workers on that section of the railway. The leader, wearing a blue worker's hat askew and swaggering with the air of a petty thug, called out from afar, "Hey, Brother Dashan, you've finished all the work, aren't you going to hurry back and see if your little wife is home? Don't lose her before you even make any money. Right? Yeah, Brother Dashan, your little wife is really something, she's making just as much as us." "Absolutely, there are always people coming and going outside the station, she must sell a lot, business must be good." Haha. This was clearly not the first time they'd said this. Wang Dashan completely ignored them, stood up and looked at Wang Yan. "Let's go." Wang Yan knew who had started this. It was Zhao Jiaqing, the one who had made Wang Dashan cover his shift and then denied responsibility when things went wrong. But why would Wang Dashan cover for such a guy? Then it dawned on him. It's simply that Luo Yazu is always thinking about going out to earn money, and these people are always nagging her. Wang Dashan's pride is a little hurt, and with his wife and children's expenses being quite high, thinking about working overtime to earn more money is understandable. However, Wang Yan doesn't really like people like Zhao Jiaqing. After thinking for a moment, he had an idea. "Alright, that's enough. You're like a woman all day long, always talking so much." "Hey, Wang Yan? What do you mean? How can you talk like that? What's wrong? Can't I say anything?" Ignoring their fierce glares, Wang Yan waved his hand. "You're not on duty tonight, are you?" Hearing this, the group exchanged glances. Zhao Jiaqing said, "What, want to play a couple of rounds?" "No, I remember you never play." Wang Yan smiled. "I just keep hearing you guys talk about playing cards. I don't have a wife or kids at home, and I'm just killing time, so I thought I'd join in the fun." Zhao Jiaqing didn't quite believe this excuse, but he didn't care much. He wasn't about to let the easy money slip away. "Alright, then come with us. Zhang Jun's older brother just brought over some wild boar meat, let's have some together." He winked at someone next to him. "Ah, right, everyone come to my house. My brother even brought some homemade liquor, but don't underestimate it, it tastes just as good as Maute." Zhang Jun understood immediately, then asked Wang Dashan standing beside him, "Brother Dashan, why don't you come in for a drink?" "I'll pass. You know I don't play cards or drink." Wang Dashan hesitated, glancing at Wang Yan, wanting to persuade him. He had clearly seen Zhao Jiaqing and the others winking at him, it was obviously malicious. Seeing his reaction, Wang Yan chuckled and waved his hand. "Alright, you can go back now." Wang Dashan took 2 steps forward, pulled Wang Yan aside, and whispered, "Are you stupid? They're just in cahoots." Patting Wang Dashan's arm, Wang Yan interrupted his earnest advice, "Don't worry, it's fine. You'll find out tomorrow. Go back, your wife and kids are getting impatient at home." With that, Wang Yan turned and beckoned Zhao Jiaqing and his group to leave. To be honest, if it were according to his usual style, he would have kicked them without a word. It was only because he remembered the pitiful 200 yuan in his special storage that they were spared physical harm and escaped a terrible ordeal. Wang Dashan watched Wang Yan and the others walk away, mouth agape. He hung a water bottle around his neck, picked up the things on the ground, and shook his head, muttering to himself as he walked, "You'll know what real trouble is when they swindle all your money. And you think you're in trouble? I won't have any money to lend you then." His home was right next to the railway, not far from where he worked, and he arrived home in no time. He took a satisfied breath of the aroma of food wafting through the crack in the door and went inside. "You're back. Wash your hands and eat." Seeing Wang Dashan enter, Luo Yazhu got out of bed to greet him and took the things from his hands. Wang Su, whose legs were too short to reach the ground, knelt anxiously on the edge of the bed and said in a clear voice, "Daddy, you're finally back. I'm so hungry. Please come back sooner next time, okay?" Okay, it's all Daddy's fault." Handing the things in his hand to Luo Yazhu, Wang Dashan walked to the bedside in a few steps and picked up the child. "Daddy promises you, I'll definitely come back earlier next time. Daddy will put your shoes on for you, let's eat." While putting shoes on the child, Wang Dashan complained, "You don't have to wait for me to eat next time, you can eat first. Don't you know our son? He's just pretending to be pitiful. I even bought him snacks this afternoon." Luo Yazhu put the things down, clapped her hands, and fiercely gestured to the child who was making faces. "It's okay, my son just missed me, didn't he?" Wang Dashan didn't mind, laughed and patted his son's head, and took him to the basin by the door to wash his hands. After washing their hands, the family of three sat at the table and ate their meal in a warm and cozy atmosphere. Luo Yazhu put a piece of meat on Wang Dashan's plate. "Why are you so late today? Is something wrong?" "Oh, nothing much. I was working with Wang Yan, but he wasn't feeling well today, probably because he was tired, so he worked a little slower. He was also talking to Zhao Jiaqing and the others, which made me a bit late." Wang Dashan put the meat in his son's bowl and shoveled a mouthful of rice into his mouth. By the way, Wang Yan went drinking and playing cards with Zhao Jiaqing and the others. No matter how I tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen. Those guys from Zhao Jiaqing clearly had bad intentions towards him. What if he loses all his money? He's almost 30 and still hasn't found a wife. What am I going to do? Luo Yazhu pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. Almost 30 and still hasn't found a wife? If I hadn't married you, I'd be a bachelor for life. Luo Yazhu had a good impression of Wang Yan. After all, he was the only one who helped persuade Wang Dashan to let her go out and do business, and he was a good person. Whenever they needed anything, he would come without hesitation. Don't worry about him. I know Wang Yan, he's much more shrewd than you. I doubt he'd do anything he's not confident about. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Come on, eat some meat. You've lost weight lately, people might think I'm abusing you. It's alright, I'll eat anything. My son is the most important thing, he's growing, so eating more meat is good for him. Wang Dashan chuckled sheepishly and shoveled a large mouthful of rice into his mouth with pickled vegetables. Looking at her son, Luo Yazhu took a bite of rice, thought for a moment, and said, "Dashan, I still want to go to the city and do some business. You can't earn much money at the train station." The mere mention of going out to earn money made Wang Dashan's head spin. He stopped eating, put down his bowl, and swallowed the rice in his mouth. "Didn't we already agree? I'll take care of the money. I'm earning enough for the three of us right now. And our foreman said he'll promote me at the end of the year, which will be more than enough to support you and our son." Seeing Luo Yazhu poking at her rice with her chopsticks, staring at him without saying a word, Wang Dashan softened. "Wait 2 more years, until the child is older, then you can go out to work. I know, you're worried about me working hard and getting tired, just wait 2 more years, okay?" Luo Yazhu rolled her eyes at Wang Dashan and put a piece of meat on his plate. "Eat your rice." Seeing that he had gotten away with it again, Wang Dashan happily picked up his bowl and started shoveling rice into his mouth. "Hey, eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you." Wang Dashan looked up at Luo Yazhu with a grin, then lowered his head and continued shoveling rice into his mouth. Luo Yazhu glanced at him sideways and ignored him, taking care of her son eating beside her. "Thank you, Liu Zhe, for the 300 coin reward. Thank you too, for the 100-coin reward and continued support. Thank you to 0723 for your continued support. Thank you to Water01001, Sissy 5535, Editston 5015, ABC 821023, and for your monthly tickets. Daily thanks to all the kind brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the brothers who commented and those who just read. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 102 Give Me Face. In a residential house, looking at Zhao Jiaqing and his companions lying on the ground groaning, Wang Yan said indifferently, I don't want your wives anymore. I'll give you a week to raise the money. If you don't have the money, then leave the house empty. Ignoring the men's grim faces, Wang Yan turned and left. Seeing Wang Yan leave, one of them struggled to sit up, hissing, Ouch, I didn't know the skinny guy had any skills. It hurts so much. Zhang Jun winced in pain. Alright, enough of this useless talk. We've lost all our money and our house to him. Let's think about what to do. You started this, so what do you say we do? He said to Zhao Jiaqing, who was grimacing beside him. As soon as he spoke, the others realized what was going on. Right, it was all because of this bastard's pent-up anger, otherwise, would this have happened? Yet, Zhao Jiaqing, this was your idea, what do you suggest we do? That's right, if it weren't for you, would we be in this mess? Zhao Jiaqing's face turned pale with anger. I started this, you bunch of bastards probably even planned how to spend the money. Of course, he wouldn't dare say that aloud. After thinking for a moment, he said, I've got it. Isn't he good at fighting? Let's invite Brother Tiger. Dark clouds obscured the moonlight, making the night even darker. A light drizzle accompanied the falling yellow leaves, and autumn deepened. Wang Yan walked leisurely down the road, hands behind his back, humming a tune. He had only intended to win some money to teach them a lesson, and that was it. He didn't care much about the three of them conspiring to cheat him, or the onlooker giving him meaningful glances. He was capable in two ways, even though his gambling skills were only at level 2, dealing with these small fry was a piece of cake. Who knew that Zhao Jiaqing and his group were real gamblers, blinded by greed, caring about nothing, even their houses and wives? Wang Yan wasn't used to this kind of behavior. Besides, these guys were either orphans or had several siblings, so he couldn't rely on them anyway. They were all unwanted and worthless, they were better suited to scavenging. Without thinking about Zhao Jiaqing and the others, Wang Yan looked around. It wasn't that he hadn't been to Zhuangzi province before, it was during the war in the movie The Grandmaster, when he was forced to come here. During the Battle of Nandu, although he wasn't very effective on the front lines, he had still managed to sabotage enemy logistics behind enemy lines. But that was in the 1930s, and now it was the late 1980s, the changes were absolutely drastic. He'd have to take a stroll around and see the sights when he had time. His home wasn't far, and he arrived in no time. Ahead was a cluster of old two-story buildings, his home was the one in the middle of the border. Taking out the key from his special storage, Wang Yan opened the door and went inside. He turned on the light, and what he saw, very clean. There was only a large table in the center, with a few chairs scattered around. To the right was a kitchen, fully equipped with pots, pans, and other utensils. There was also a separate room, which could be considered a bathroom. Besides that, there was nothing else, the room felt rather empty. Wang Yan had enjoyed everything, so he wasn't particularly interested in this or that. After a casual glance, he boiled water on the stove in the kitchen and went upstairs to his bedroom. The upstairs furnishings were the same as before, a large bed, bookshelves lining the walls, and a long table with writing brushes, ink, paper, and a large chair near the window. Without much fuss, Wang Yan changed into vest and shorts, picked up a book, and read for a while. After the water downstairs boiled, Wang Yan quickly washed up, dried himself off, and lay down on the bed to sleep. The next day, Wang Yan woke up on time, full of energy, got dressed, went downstairs, stretched his arms and legs, and began his daily morning exercise. Feeling refreshed after his workout, Wang Yan found a breakfast shop, ate a quick bite, and returned home to boil water for washing up. It wasn't that he couldn't stand cold water, but he didn't have that hobby, nor did he need to use it to toughen himself up. Warm water was much more comfortable. He had plenty of time, and a little extra effort wouldn't hurt. Boiling some water wouldn't hurt. After getting ready, Wang Yan set off for work, to become a proud railway worker. His home was quite a distance from his workplace, requiring a considerable walk. As he walked, Wang Yan considered buying a bicycle during his break. It would be much more convenient. These days, the average monthly salary was only a little over 100 yuan, meaning some people earned several hundred, others only a few dozen. A bicycle cost around 200 yuan, and his salary was a little over 120 yuan a month, not a low salary. He'd still need to save for a month and a half without spending a penny to afford one. Others had families to support and lives to live on. Buying a bicycle would take months of saving. Of course, this didn't concern him. He'd won a lot of money yesterday. What was a little extra? He arrived at his destination just in time. Wang Yan found Wang Dashan amidst the sea of heads. He'd barely stopped beside him, and before he could even speak, the foreman came in. After the usual rambling and a brief explanation of the work assignments, the foreman left. Then the respective team leaders reassigned tasks, and the day's work began. Ignoring Zhao Jiaqing and his group, who were huddled together, eyeing him with ill intent, Wang Yan and the bewildered Wang Dashan went off to work. The two were partners, old buddies. Walking on the gravel beside the railway, Wang Dashan asked worriedly, "How are you? Did they win all your money? What happened to their faces? Did you get into a fight with them?" "Don't worry, nothing happened. In fact, I won quite a bit. They just fell because they were drunk. Don't worry about them. By the way, after lunch, let's go buy some groceries and have a good meal." Wang Dashan quickly waved his hand. No need. We don't need your food. You should save your money for getting married. I'm worried about you." Not wanting to talk to him about his lack of self-awareness, Wang Yan said, "All right, it's settled then. We've eaten plenty of food together before. Let's go. We don't have to wait to switch tracks today. We'll just do maintenance. The sooner it's over, the better." "No, I mean you." Seeing that Wang Yan was already a few steps ahead of him and wouldn't listen to his nonsense, Wang Dashan shook his head, took a few quick steps to catch up, and didn't say anything more. While chatting casually with Wang Dashan, Wang Yan worked quickly and efficiently, and it was already noon. The two of them took their lunch boxes and walked a considerable distance to the canteen to get their food. The iron rice bowl, guaranteed job, wasn't a joke. It really did provide meals. Of course, the head chef also had an iron rice bowl, so the communal cooking wasn't all that great, but at least they were full. After lunch, Wang Yan took the dawdling Wang Dashan to a nearby market and bought some cooked food, braised dishes, fish, meat, vegetables, candy, and fruit. They dropped them off at Luo Yazhu's stall near the station, where she was selling things with her child. Without saying much, they told her to cook a few hearty dishes for dinner and then left. Luo Yazhu immediately understood what was going on. It was obvious they had won a lot yesterday, and their family had benefited. Wang Yan and Wang Dashan walked towards their work area, and as they passed a secluded spot overgrown with weeds, they stopped to see Zhao Jiaqing and his group. Wang Yan had anticipated this situation. After all, they denied everything yesterday and tried to beat him up and destroy the agreement. It was normal for them to call on a big brother to stand up for them today. When there were no other means, besides bowing down, force was the most effective way to solve problems. "You stay here, I'll go see what's going on." After saying this, ignoring the anxious Wang Dashan, Wang Yan picked up a stick from the roadside and walked towards the group of people pointing and whispering across the street. Seeing Wang Yan approaching, Zhao Jiaqing, with a bruised and swollen face, looked smug. "Wang Yan, with so many of us, what good is a stick? We're all co-workers. We'll see each other all the time. We don't want to make things difficult for you. Just hand over the agreement, and give us some money to buy the brothers a drink, and this matter will be over. How about it?" A burly man with a fierce face standing next to Zhao Jiaqing stepped forward and said with a smile, "Brother, I'm Liu Jinhu from the south of the city. It's better to resolve conflicts than to make them fester. How about giving me some face?" "Giving you face? You have no face at all." Wang Yan didn't want to waste words with these scumbags. With a single blow, he knocked Liu Jinhu to the ground. Then, like a wolf among sheep, he pounced on him, unleashing a flurry of blows. Seeing Wang Yan take action, Wang Dashan, who hadn't obeyed but had followed behind, grabbed a wrench and joined in. Soon, everyone except Wang Yan and Wang Dashan was lying on the ground, groaning and groaning. The initial shock subsided, and Wang Dashan, now fully aware of what was happening, stood trembling to one side, looking at the large group of people on the ground, his mind racing with possible consequences. What do we do? Wang Yan gave him a strange look. No one's dead, what else can we do? Of course, we have to pay compensation. Pay compensation? They beat you up with so many people, and you still have to pay compensation? Ignoring him, Wang Yan walked over to Liu Jinhu, squatted down, tapped him on the head with a stick, and lifted his chin. Do you submit? Liu Jinhu gritted his teeth, glaring at Wang Yan without speaking. Very good. Wang Yan stood up, walked behind him, and smashed the stick into his leg. Ouch! Hiss, hiss. Liu Jinhu screamed, his eyes bulging, gasping for breath, clenching his teeth, trembling as he endured the pain. Seeing this, Wang Yan didn't waste any words and brought the stick down again. Liu Jinhu did indeed have a fierce streak. He rolled on the ground in pain, stubbornly gritting his teeth and enduring the blow. This one blow will cripple your leg. My patience is limited. I'll ask you one last time, do you submit? Lying on the ground, Liu Jinhu glared fiercely at Wang Yan, not uttering a sound. The others had long since stopped shouting and were all watching Wang Yan nervously. Ignoring Wang Dashan's attempts to stop him, Wang Yan raised the stick high and brought it down hard on Liu Jinhu's leg. I submit. I submit? Ah. You should have said so earlier. Luckily I stopped, otherwise your leg would really be broken. Wang Yan could have stopped, but he didn't want to give in to the problem. Who was he trying to outmaneuver? This blow would definitely result in a fracture. After Liu Jinhu had finished shouting, Wang Yan said calmly, 5,000, is that all right? These few blows had made it very clear to Liu Jinhu that there was no room for negotiation. No, hiss, no problem. Very good, come on, let's draw up a written agreement. As he spoke, Wang Yan pulled out paper and pen from his pocket and began to write. After Liu Jinhu signed and pressed his fingerprint on the blood-stained paper, Wang Yan walked up to Zhao Jiaking and the others, holding up 3 fingers. 3 days, I'll give you 3 days to raise the money. We really can't come up with that much? If we lose our house, how will we live? Please have pity on us, we know we were wrong, really. Zhao Jiaking stammered, trying to elicit sympathy. Yet, have pity on us, we know we were wrong. That's your problem. 3 days. Wang Yan threw down the stick, clapped his hands, and called to the dumbfounded Wang Dashan, don't just stand there, let's go, it's almost time to start work. Let's go, let's go. Wang Dashan, who was stunned by Wang Yan's actions, came to his senses and quickly walked around the people lying on the ground and followed. Thank you to brother, book friend 20180204081917560. For the 500-coin reward for continued support. Thank you to brothers, Eternal Night Born in the Cold Winter, and Flower Burial Shaking the Moon, for continued support. Thank you to brothers, Book Tree Book, and Book Friend 20170820134517203, for the monthly ticket support. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the good brothers who spoke and those who just read the book. Chapter 103 Need to plead with a leader. Brothers, please forgive me, I drank too much yesterday and have some things to do today. Next round should probably follow the same pattern as before. Wang Yan didn't use much force, crippling so many people is unrealistic. Except for Liu Jinhu, most of them only suffered superficial injuries. A little safflower oil will heal them in 10 days to 2 weeks. Hiss, damn it, this kid is really good at fighting. Yet, so many of us and he still managed to take us down, ouch. Seeing Wang Yan walk away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, grumbling and cursing as they got up. Brother Hu, are you alright? That bastard is too good at fighting. Yeah, Brother Hu, is your leg alright? These two perceptive ones stepped forward to help Liu Jinhu up. Someone reacted and quickly came to help. Brother Tiger, are we just going to admit it like this? Liu Jinhu, wincing in pain, was helped up by the 3 men and said irritably, so many of us couldn't even beat one of them. What can you do if we don't admit it? Are you going to kill him for something like this? Is killing someone so easy? He might brag a little, but he didn't have the guts for a real fight. Liu Jinhu knew his own limitations. He wasn't a real desperado. He was just a small-time thug who relied on his strength to gather a bunch of brothers to boss people around and show off. As for finding someone more ruthless, he gave up after thinking about it. Wang Yan's nonchalant ruthlessness earlier had been eye-opening for him, and just thinking about it terrified him. He'd seen people with murder on their hands, but none were that ruthless. If he couldn't kill him outright, he'd better not mess with him. He wasn't ready to live yet. Seeing the others gradually gather around, Liu Jinhu said with feigned nonchalance, "All right, don't be so resentful. Those moves were nothing, clearly someone with martial arts skills. We didn't complain about the beating we took. Even though I almost had my leg broken, I didn't say anything. Who are you all sulking for? Let's just leave it at that. We don't have any deep-seated hatred. Just be polite to him in the future." "Hey, where's Zhao Jiaqing?" someone outside called out. "Brother Hu, they're over here." The people in front of Liu Jinhu wisely stepped aside, making way for the trembling Zhao Jiaqing and his group. Facing a chorus of unfriendly stares, Zhao Jiaqing, being pragmatic, immediately knelt down, trembling, and said, "Brother Hu, I didn't know he was so good at fighting, really, I." The others quickly followed suit and knelt down as well. "Brother Tiger, you're so magnanimous." "Yes, Brother Tiger, we didn't." The group clamored and begged for forgiveness, each trying to outdo the other. They'd been beaten yesterday, thrashed again today, and now another beating was looming. Not only that, but regardless of whether they owed Wang Yan the money they owed, they were obligated to pay. They hadn't asked Brother Tiger for help for nothing, they'd promised to pay. They couldn't take this anymore, this was driving them to their deaths. Liu Jinhu impatiently shouted, "All right, shut up, stop shouting." Seeing the men stop begging and trembling as they looked at him, he continued, "I didn't get it done, and I have no face to ask you for money. It's not your fault we ran into a tough customer. That's it." With that, he ignored the men kneeling on the ground, crying and thanking him, and was helped away by his men. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach Zhao Jiaqing and his gang a lesson, but after being thoroughly thrashed and shamefully admitting defeat, his prestige had plummeted. Now, putting on an act of chivalry and righteousness was a way to rekindle his former loyalty and regain some of his lost influence. This was a method he'd developed over years of experience in the underworld, a method he'd honed through his sharp mind. After a while, once the matter had cooled down and faded from memory, he would once again be the infamous Tiger Brother who terrorized the south of the city. Seeing Liu Jinhu and his men leave, Zhao Jiaqing and his gang wiped the cold sweat from their brows, let out a long sigh, and slumped to the ground. They looked at each other, speechless for a long time. Finally, Zhang Jun said, "Where are we going to get that much money? We can't really give him the house. What else can we do?" Sigh. They sighed and struggled to their feet. Noticing Zhao Jiaqing's dazed and motionless state, Zhang Jun nudged him, saying, "What are you standing there for? Let's go, borrow as much as we can, let's scrape together some." Even though Zhao Jiaqing had started it, they were tempted, but human nature is what it is, and it was impossible for them not to resent him. But given their current predicament, what good would resentment do? Wang Yan was so fierce, even Tiger Brother had admitted it, so they had no intention of defaulting. The money still had to be paid, no one could escape it. Oh. Zhao Jiaqing snapped out of his daze, grinning as he stood up. "Where are we going to get so much money? Is anyone willing to lend us some?" Zhang Jun and the others fell silent. None of them were honest people, they loved to gamble, and their relatives and friends knew what kind of people they were. Borrowing money would indeed be difficult, especially since the amount was substantial. Then what else can we do besides selling the house? Zhao Jiaqing thought for a moment and said, "Let's go find the leaders." Wang Dashan silently continued working, occasionally glancing at Wang Yan not far away. After calming down, he roughly understood what had happened. It was clear that Wang Yan had won quite a bit, otherwise Zhao Jiaqing and the others wouldn't have been so furious as to bring so many people over. He had only heard of Liu Jinhu, he was an incredibly powerful and influential figure in the area. Wang Yan had acted like that towards him and even extorted 5,000 yuan from him. Wang Dashan, who had always been honest and upright, had never experienced anything like this before, and he was somewhat unsure of himself. After thinking for a long time, Wang Dashan went over and squatted down next to Wang Yan, saying, maybe we should just forget about it. It's better to avoid trouble. They're not easy to mess with, we can't afford to offend them." Wang Yan understood what he meant. He was just an ordinary person who wanted to live a peaceful life. But little did he know that in many things and with many people, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Especially those like Zhao Jiaqing and Liu Jinhu, absolute bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. We've already offended them badly. If we just let it go, they'll think we're easy to bully. Besides, I won that through hard work. How can I just let it go? Wang Yan said nonchalantly, sitting on the ground. Just relax, I can handle it myself, I won't let them affect you. Wang Dashan understood the situation, but he couldn't shake the idea that taking a step back would lead to a brighter future. Hearing Wang Yan's words, thinking he was being misunderstood and afraid of being implicated, Wang Dashan quickly opened his mouth to explain, I didn't mean that, I just... Wang Yan waved his hand to stop him from continuing, I know you too well, don't overthink it. They're just relying on their numbers. You've seen my strength, I can take on anyone, even more, without a problem. Hey. I just remembered, when did you become so good at fighting? After casually showing off a couple of moves, Wang Yan laughed, you know I have so many books at home, including 2 on martial arts. I just practice them randomly when I have nothing to do. Okay, stop thinking about useless things, get back to work, we're having a feast tonight. Ignoring Wang Dashan's doubts, Wang Yan took a sip of water and continued working. Seeing this, knowing that he was determined, Wang Dashan, despite his fear, didn't say anything more and got back to work. Thank you, 222, for the 200 coin reward. Thank you 2, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you 2, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you 2, MR, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you 2, and, for their continued support. Thank you to 201802040819756 20170808150551599, Byang, and, for their monthly ticket support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the brothers who commented and those who only read the book. Chapter 104. Who doesn't have someone in their heart? The sun hadn't shone all day, the gloomy sky had been holding back for most of the day, and finally, a light drizzle began to fall. Feeling the dampness on his face, he glanced up, and, with the spirit of getting the job done as quickly as possible, buried himself in his work. Wang Yan. Wang Dashan. A shout from nearby drew their attention. They both put down their work, clapped their hands, and stood up. The foreman approached. You two, pack up and stop working. The foreman wants to see you. Wang Dashan asked curiously, Foreman, do you know why the foreman wants to see us? The foreman glanced at Wang Yan and said, it's Zhao Jiaking with a few people who came to see the foreman. I don't know the specifics, you'll find out when you get there. Alright, you two pack your things and hurry up, don't keep the foreman waiting too long. I'm leaving now. Wang Yan nodded, okay, thanks, foreman. The foreman waved his hand without saying anything more, turned, and quickly walked away. Wang Dashan glanced at Wang Yan, turned around and went back to pack his things, saying loudly, do you think it's because of the card game? Need I say more? Of course. They couldn't come up with that much money, they didn't want to give up the house, and they couldn't compete with him. This was probably the only thing they had that was somewhat useful. Wang Yan also squatted down and busied himself packing, saying, why thanks so much? Hurry up and pack. Wang Dashan sighed, didn't speak, and quickened his pace. The two quickly walked to the foreman's office. After Wang Dashan calmed his breathing, Wang Yan knocked on the wooden door with a bang, bang, bang. Come in. Hearing the voice from inside, Wang Yan pushed the door open and went in, with Wang Dashan following behind and closing the door. Ignoring Zhao Jiaking and the others standing to the side, Wang Yan stepped forward and said, Foreman, you wanted to see me? The foreman stood up with a smile, patted Wang Yan's shoulder, and said, you're here. Don't be shy, come and sit down. He gestured for the two to sit on the stools behind him. Thank you, foreman. The two thanked him and sat down on the stool. The foreman glared at Zhao Jiaking and said sharply, what are you standing there for? Go get some water. Huh? Oh, get some water, I'm getting some right now. Zhao Jiaking snapped out of his daze and quickly went to the side to pick up the kettle. Seeing this, the foreman turned to him and smiled, how are you two doing? How's work been lately? Wang Yan nodded, thank you for your concern, foreman. I'm fine. Wang Dashan, standing beside him, also nodded in agreement. The foreman took the hot water Zhao Jiaking handed him. Are there any problems with your lives? Don't worry, just say so. If you have any difficulties, bring them up. You're both good comrades building the country, and the organization certainly won't stand idly by. I myself will also do my best to help you." Before Wang Yan could speak, Wang Dashan quickly said, "Really, there's nothing wrong, don't worry, foreman." The foreman smiled and nodded, then looked at Wang Yan. Wang Yan said, "Thank you, foreman. Everything's fine, no problems with my living arrangements." He took the glass of water Zhao Jiaking offered. That's good," the foreman said, glancing at Zhao Jiaking's retreating figure before taking a sip of water. "Zhao Jiaking and the others told me everything." He paused, looked at Wang Yan, and continued. "I think we can discuss this together. It's not easy for anyone, and it's not like Zhao Jiaking and the others have to sell their houses to pay off their debts. If we really investigate your behavior, you'll be charged with gambling, but there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Let's sit down and talk it over properly. This will benefit you, me, and all the maintenance workers on this section of the road. What do you say, Wang Yan?" He didn't put on airs or try to be arrogant, because that wouldn't work, and Zhao Jiaking didn't have that kind of influence. Yes, he was a leader, but what's so great about being a leader? Haven't all the leaders gotten beaten up? Doesn't it hurt when you get hit? He knew about Zhao Jiaking's gang besieging Wang Yan. Just looking at their expressions, he knew he couldn't handle it if Wang Yan angered him. Hearing this, Wang Dashan secretly tugged at Wang Yan's sleeve, giving him a meaningful look. Since the leader had spoken, he figured it was best to let it go. Judging from all the things Wang Yan bought at noon, he knew he must have won a lot. Forget about the bicycle, that was enough. Glancing at the constantly blinking Wang Dashan, Wang Yan turned to the foreman. "Foreman, what do you think should be done?" The foreman pondered for a moment. "Paying back debts is a matter of course. But we all see each other often, so there's some consideration. Why not let them raise as much money as they can?" Seeing Wang Yan staring intently at him, the foreman felt a little guilty. After all, those Zhao Jiaking and his gang were scoundrels. They refused to admit their losses and made a fuss. If Wang Yan hadn't been so fierce, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Now they're even asking him, their leader, to mediate? That's a bit bullying. After forcing himself to finish, the foreman asked, "What do you think, is this okay?" Glancing at Zhao Jiaking and the others who were holding their breath, Wang Yan smiled and said, "The foreman has spoken, what can I say? Here's the deal, they come up with 5,000, and this is the end of it." He had expected this outcome. Faced with such a formidable creditor, they didn't have many choices. Either they risked everything and killed him, or they admitted their debt. As for calling the police on gambling, it wasn't a death sentence. They'd be released eventually, no matter how long it took. They were smart, not stupid. And he didn't intend to force them to their deaths, so he decided to let them off the hook. "Foreman, we." Hearing this, Zhao Jiaking anxiously opened his mouth to speak. 500 would be a good thing. Where were they going to get 5,000? The foreman's smile froze for a moment, then his expression changed, and he snapped, "Shut up. Wang Yan has already given you so much, what more do you want? Don't you even respect me as your foreman?" "Huh?" As he spoke, he glanced at Wang Yan beside him. Seeing that Wang Yan was quietly drinking water and not even looking at him, he knew his efforts were in vain. With a smile restored, the foreman looked directly at Wang Yan. "All right, it'll be as you said, 5,000. But could you give us some time? You know their situation. How about this, 1 week? They'll give you the money in a week, 5,000, not a penny less." Wang Yan nodded. "Okay, it's settled then." "Good. You two have been working quite hard lately, so go home early today, it won't count as leaving early." "Thank you, foreman. We'll be going now," Wang Yan said politely as he stood up. The foreman waved his hand and laughed. "Go on, get some rest." Once outside, Wang Dashan grinned and walked briskly. "Looks like everything's alright. No offense, Wang Yan, but don't be so reckless in the future." Luckily the foreman mediated. "We really should thank him. If Zhao Jiaking and his gang had been desperate and fought you, what if something had happened? The foreman? If he hadn't taken money, Wang Yan might as well have eaten the railway tracks. What right did Zhao Jiaking and his gang have to ask the foreman to stand up for them? Forget about high-sounding words like unity among comrades and avoiding negative impact, they might still lose their houses. With Wang Yan being so tough, even the foreman dared to talk back to him, let alone Zhao Jiaking and his gang, who are nobody. He'd definitely have them completely under his thumb. Wang Yan laughed and boasted, "Forget it, what are those guys? Desperate? I'll let them have 3 moves. But you've made quite a bit of money this time. 5,000 from Liu Jinhu, and now another 5,000, you're practically a 10,000 yuan household now. But, do you really want Liu Jinhu's money? You're just worrying unnecessarily. Don't you think, if Liu Jinhu really wanted to cause trouble, would Zhao Jiaqing and the others need to find the foreman? Wang Yan said with a chuckle, don't think about it, let's go. Thinking about all that meat makes me hungry. Go back and have your wife cook. Wang Dashan thought it made sense, rubbed his stomach, chuckled, and quickly followed. Luo Yazhu wrapped up the tea eggs and handed them over, taking the money with one hand. 4 cents, just right. Dad? Hey, haha. Wang Dashan happily went forward, picked up Wang Su who was running over with an apple in his hand, and patted his bottom. Say hello. Hello, uncle. Wang Su called out to Wang Yan beside him. Wang Yan chuckled and ruffled his hair. Okay, you two. Looking at the chubby-cheeked child in front of her, Wang Yan's mind flashed back to what he looked like when he grew up. More mature? Why are you two back so early? Luo Yazhu looked at the two of them, walked around her tricycle, and took 2 steps closer, asking curiously. Glancing at Wang Yan beside her, Wang Dashan said, the foreman said we should go home early and get some rest. Alright, we can talk about it when we get back. Wang Yan has been complaining all the way here, and he said he's hungry too, so let's pack up first. Luo Yazhu didn't ask any more questions and turned around to start packing up. Adults crave things too, they just can control themselves. Before, when there was no business, she idly looked through the things Wang Yan had bought. To be honest, even a banquet wouldn't be this lavish, she had arranged everything perfectly. You get off first, Dad will help Mom. After putting Wang Su down, Wang Dashan helped Luo Yazhu busily pack up. Wang Yan rode his tricycle, following Wang Dashan and his family of 3, chatting and laughing, back to their little house by the railway. Back home, after letting the children play by themselves, the 3 of them sat on small stools together, picking vegetables and chatting. Yesterday Dashan told me you went to play cards with Zhao Jiaqing and his gang. Seeing how much stuff you bought, you must have won quite a bit. Hopefully, you're alright? It wasn't surprising that Luo Yazhu thought of this. It was only natural to consider others' feelings. Besides, her father was a notorious gambler, and she'd heard of people who would risk everything, even jumping over walls in a desperate attempt to win. Wang Yan smiled. What trouble could there be? If I lost, I just accepted it. It's nothing. Wang Dashan, worried that Luo Yazhu would keep asking questions, and knowing about the incident at noon when the two were surrounded by a large group of people, quickly changed the subject. He handled it all. No problem. By the way, how is business today? Luo Yazhu glanced at Wang Dashan. She knew him quite well and he wasn't good at lying. Seeing his unnatural expression, she knew something was wrong. Assuming it was inconvenient for her to talk about it while Wang Yan was there, she didn't press further and instead brought up the business she most wanted to start. Not so good. Our place is a bit small, and there aren't many people at the station. Even after a whole day's work, we don't sell much. Dashan, I still think business in the city is easier. Don't you think so, Wang Yan? Wang Yan knew what he was doing. The foot traffic outside the station wasn't huge, but there were only a few stalls there, so Luo Yazhu was making a good profit. It wasn't an exaggeration to say she could easily earn tens of yuan a day. It was just that Luo Yazhu's ideas were tied to her stall at the station entrance, with nowhere to be put to use. Before he could even speak, Wang Dashan stopped and said, Yazhu, I think we should wait a bit longer. It's not too late to talk about it when our son is older. Knowing this would be the case, Luo Yazhu rolled her eyes and turned to seek support. Wang Yan, what do you think? It was already a bit much for Wang Yan and Wang Dashan to discuss their relationship privately, unless they were close friends. If he openly supported Luo Yazhu now, what would he look like? Wang Yan nodded. What you said does have some issues. You have to make money early, opportunities are limited. Going to the city to do business is a good idea. The country is reforming a lot now, there are opportunities everywhere. If you wait too long, many fields will be crowded, and it will be difficult to make big money. Luo Yazhu was overjoyed to receive support. Wang Dashan's face darkened. He couldn't even stop her, and this rascal was trying to seduce her? Before Luo Yazhu could speak, Wang Yan changed the subject. Of course, the child's problem is indeed difficult to solve. If you go to the city to do business, it will be inconvenient to have a child with you, and you'll easily be careless. Besides, no one can say whether your business will be successful. He works for the railway, his income is stable, it's a guarantee, and he can't easily quit. The child is still so young, he can't be left alone, and there are no elders to help. It's not easy. Wang Yan shook his head and sighed. A bunch of nonsense, better left unsaid. Luo Yazhu gave Wang Yan a disapproving look and said, all right, stop talking about that. You two hurry up, my son's starving, isn't he? Wang Su, who had been rolling around on the bed out of boredom, sat up abruptly. Yeah, I'm starving too, hurry up and cook. You brat, I heard from your mother that your mouth hasn't stopped all afternoon, and now you're hungry? Wang Su chuckled, not answering, and continued rolling around, pretending not to hear. Watching the happy family of three, Wang Yan smiled and bent down to pick vegetables. Zhao Jiaking had been subdued by him and had no money to go out. Therefore, Zhao Jiaking couldn't continue to ask Wang Dashan to fill in for him. As long as he didn't cause trouble, Wang Dashan wouldn't. Correspondingly, Luo Yazhu wouldn't rekindle her relationship with Chen Jiang, and thus, Yang Zhu, this good girl, would basically be able to get back with Chen Jiang. The only problem might be that Yang Zhu, a wealthy heiress with a comfortable life, possesses an arrogance and a controlling nature cultivated from a life of ease, which could cause some trouble in their life together. However, Wang Yan believed Chen Jiang wasn't someone to be trifled with. After all, he had extensive experience traveling the country and should be able to handle this. As for Luo Yazhu and Chen Jiang's mutual love, he could only apologize. Life is full of regrets. Unrequited love is a problem, but not a major one. Everyone has someone in their heart, right? Besides, Chen Jiang had already witnessed Luo Yazhu's happy life and was prepared. Yang Zhu should have met him by now and be falling for Chen Jiang's humor, honesty, and insightful nature. After dinner, Wang Yan, satisfied with his meal, said goodbye and went home. A light rain was still falling, visibility was low, and without streetlights, the scenery was unappealing. Wang Yan walked most of the way back to his two-story house. After boiling water to wash up and reading for a while, Wang Yan lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Thank you too, for the 100-coin reward and continued support with monthly tickets. Thank you to Zhang Jinzong, and for their continued support. Thank you to 160,424,221,322,523. 2021030110654139427 ABC 821,023, 0306, and for their monthly ticket support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the brothers who commented and those who only read the book. Chapter 105 Resignation. Here, this is 5,000 yuan, count it. A week had passed, and it was still in the foreman's office. Wang Yan reached out and took the envelope containing the money. I trust the foreman, why would I need any? Consider this matter settled, thank you for your trouble. The foreman laughed heartily, that's good, that's good. After he finished laughing, Wang Yan said, Foreman, there's something I need to tell you. Seeing him looking at him, he gestured for him to continue. I want to resign. Frowning, the foreman's smile faded, and he said, what are you thinking? I asked you last week and everything was fine, no problem? Wang Yan shook the envelope in his hand. Hey. I just wanted to go out and do some business. The country is undergoing major reforms now, and seeing others making a lot of money makes me itchy. Now that I have the capital, I might as well go out and try my luck. Whether it succeeds or not, I'll take a gamble, and that will save me from worrying about it. At first, the foreman thought Wang Yan was afraid of retaliation, but remembering his track record, there was no need to be afraid. Hearing him say that now, he understood. Even Wang Yan himself sometimes considered quitting to start his own business. But after so many years in the railway industry, he didn't understand much else, and being middle-aged, he lacked the ambition, which was why he hadn't resigned. Have you thought it through? Seeing Wang Yan nod, the foreman said, since you've made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Leaving today? Wang Yan nodded without speaking. The foreman stood up and shook hands with Wang Yan. Okay, I'll approve it for you in a bit. I wish you a bright future and prosperous business. Thank you for your kind words, foreman. I'll be going now. I'll see you off. Come back often. This is your home. Reaching the office door, Wang Yan waved, "Foreman, please wait." Goodbye. For a frontline worker like him, leaving wasn't a big deal. Aside from his coworkers having another gossip about a fool, it didn't cause any ripples. After leaving the station, Wang Yan bought some things nearby and followed the railway to Wang Dashan's house. Yesterday, Wang Dashan said he wanted to treat him to dinner and maybe watch some TV. What could Wang Yan say? He couldn't remember watching TV much except for the New Year holidays. Reaching Wang Dashan's house, he saw him from afar, climbing a ladder to set up the antenna. Shaking his head, Wang Yan carried his things over. He didn't shout, lest he startle Wang Dashan and cause him to fall off the ladder. Today was his death day, one wrong move and he'd be gone. Reaching closer, Wang Yan reached out to hold the ladder, hearing the sounds from inside. "Hey, back up a little, okay. He couldn't help but think of his childhood. His family used to do the same. Hearing Luo Yazhu's words, Wang Dashan grinned and bent down to get down. Seeing Wang Yan, he paused for a moment, then laughed. "You're here. You didn't make a sound, you scared me." "That's why I didn't make a sound, I was afraid of startling you." Wang Dashan didn't mind, muttering to himself as he climbed down the ladder. "We're all family here, why did you buy so much stuff again?" "It's good news, it's Zhao Jiaqing's money, the foreman handed it over today." He paused for a moment, then remembered, "Oh, right, I didn't even notice, a week has passed." But then he straightened up and changed the subject, saying, "I'm not trying to be mean, but even if you have money, you don't spend it like that, you're almost 30. Wang Yan turned and went inside with his things, leaving Wang Dashan standing outside watching his retreating figure, speechless. "Hey, this kid, I wasn't right." Shaking his head helplessly, Wang Dashan followed Wang Yan into the house. "You're here?" Luo Yazhu, who was watching TV, took 2 steps forward and smiled. "Oh my, you bought so much stuff again, so polite." As she spoke, she very naturally took the things from Wang Yan's hands. Then he brought over a small stool. "Sit down, watch some TV. You've come at the perfect time, we just bought it, it's still fresh." Wang Dashan also found a stool and sat next to Wang Yan. The family of 3, along with Wang Yan, the extra, happily watched the 1983 version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Wang Yan also watched with great interest. He hadn't watched it in years, and it seemed quite novel at first glance. After watching TV all afternoon, Luo Yazhu busied herself preparing several dishes, and the group began to eat. Food should be prepared with care and attention to detail. However, in Wang Yan's LV3 cooking skills, Luo Yazhu's cooking was nothing special. He wasn't picky about food, eating whatever was good or bad, and he seemed to enjoy his meal. Wang Dashan took a bite of rice, then, as if remembering something, turned to Wang Yan and asked, "Hey, I just realized, why are you here so early? Did you go to work? Did the foreman give you the day off?" Wang Yan shook his head, picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, and said, "No, I quit." Hearing this, Wang Dashan and Luo Yazhu, who was taking care of their son while he ate and watched TV, were both stunned. Wang Dashan came to his senses. "Why did you suddenly quit?" "It's nothing, I just have some money now, so I thought I'd go out and do some business. I think in this environment, I can open a shop and sell whatever I want and make money." With the idea of getting it over with as soon as possible, he had already given Liu Junhu the 5,000 yuan. Wang, was now a true 10,000 yuan household. Although it wasn't as powerful as it was in the late 1970s and early 1980s, and the title was a bit hollow, it was definitely not bad. Upon hearing that he wanted to do business, Wang Dashan immediately fell silent, glared at Wang Yan irritably, and lowered his head to eat. As expected, under Wang Dashan's murderous gaze, Luo Yazhu pressed on. "Wang Yan, are you planning to go to the city? What do you want to do?" Giving Wang Dashan an apologetic look, Wang Yan said, "I am indeed thinking of going to the city, but as for what to do, I haven't decided yet. I plan to take this money to the city to find a good location and buy a shop first." "Oh dear, Wang Yan, I'm not trying to be mean. You could just rent a shop first. I estimate you could earn a couple hundred yuan a month, and you could use that money to buy inventory," Luo Yazhu said, exasperated. Wang Yan took a sip of wine, picked up a piece of food, and pretended to ponder without speaking. Swallowing his food, Wang Yan nodded. You're right, but I don't know what to do." "Hey, You always say you want to go to the city to do business. Do you have any good ideas? Give me some advice. This was somewhat rude. After all, she had good ideas for him to share. But the situation is different here. First, there is the relationship between Wang Yan and Wang Dashan. Second, Wang Dashan opposes Luo Yazhu doing business. Third, Wang Yan has always spoken up for Luo Yazhu. Most importantly, there is no conflict. They are not on the same market, so there is nothing to worry about. Luo Yazhu thought for a moment and said, "A couple of days ago, I got a picture of Lin Daiyu from someone. I sold over 100 for 1 yuan each. If I hadn't only printed that many, I could have sold even more. I think this business is pretty good. You could use that money to go out and find pictures of celebrities. If you could make large posters to stick on the wall, that would be even better. You wouldn't even need to rent a shop. You could just set up a stall on the street like you're selling couplets. Oh, and I saw some calendars today with pictures of TV actors printed on them. If you stock some, city people aren't short of money, so you definitely won't have trouble selling them. Business is guaranteed to be good." Nodding, Wang Yan said, "What you said is good. Let me try it for a while and see how it goes. Or you could quit your job too, and we could both go out and try our luck together. That way, we can look out for each other." As he spoke, Wang Yan looked at Wang Dashan, who was eating with his head down. These words really struck a chord with Luo Yazhu. How much could she earn every day on the railway? Without hesitation, he said, "Hey, that's right. I think going out to do business is better than working yourself to death on the railway. Dashan, how about?" Before they could finish their argument, Wang Dashan quickly said, all right, let's eat. Yazhu, our son has been waiting for ages." Luo Yazhu looked down and, sure enough, Wang Su was staring intently at the TV, mouth agape, waiting to be fed. She gave her son a bite, a wry smile on her face, and without saying anything more, turned back to watch TV. It was really good. After putting their son to sleep, Wang Dashan and his wife sat on the edge of the bed watching TV. Wang Dashan exclaimed, "This guy is really something. Now we can watch TV at home. I never even dreamed of that before." Luo Yazhu, cracking sunflower seeds for him, said, "This is nothing. They have even bigger ones abroad, some with color, called color TVs." "Color TV? What kind of TV is that?" Wang Dashan sighed for a moment, then said, "Don't worry, Yazhu. I'll get promoted this year, and when I earn more, I'll buy you and the kids a color TV too." Luo Yazhu smiled and glanced at Wang Dashan, then cracked 2 more sunflower seeds and said, "Dashan, I think, actually, what Wang Yan said today was pretty good. Think about it, I made so much money selling photos just the other day. If we switched to another business, and we did it together, or even partnered with Wang Yan, it wouldn't just be a color TV. In less than 2 years, we might even be driving cars." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Dashan, grumbling about Wang's hasty departure after lighting the fire, said, "Yazhu, let's wait a bit longer. The child is still so young, he needs constant care. Besides, it's too rash of us to just go out and do this. Quitting is easy, but going back will be difficult. Let's think about what to do first, and see if that kid Wang Yan can make it work. Then we'll talk about it, okay?" Always bringing up the child, Luo Yazhu rolled her eyes at him, ignoring him and turning to watch TV. Wang Dashan chuckled sheepishly, lowering his head to eat some heart-shaped sunflower seeds. Revealing a honest and simple smile, so delicious. Watching TV, Luo Yazhu said irritably. Wang Dashan didn't mind, smiling as he watched TV. Behind him was his son, beside him was his wife, and in front of him was a television he never dared to dream of before, living a life he never imagined. It was wonderful. A month later, in a bustling shop near the market in Qianchang City, Luo Yazhu looked enviously at the busy Wang Yan. "Look at you, you still don't believe me. I've been saying for a long time that I wanted to go to the city to do business. If we had come back then, how much money would we have made?" Sigh. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious, but compared to his wife and children, Wang Dashan didn't care much. Yes, you're right, it's all my fault, but the child is still young." Seeing that Luo Yazhu wasn't looking at him well, Wang Dashan quickly said, "I can't help him, you go help. He can't take care of so many people by himself. I'll watch over our son." Luo Yazhu glanced at Wang Dashan and went inside. Seeing Luo Yazhu arrive, Wang Yan said, "You've come at the right time, quickly help watch over them." He was really feeling a bit uncomfortable. He had always been the eldest brother and rarely went to the front lines himself. Even when he first transmigrated to sell medicine, he didn't have to do the work, it was Liu Sihu and others who handled it. Now, with so many people in the shop, his head was buzzing and throbbing. This situation had been going on for more than half a month, and it was really unbearable. With Luo Yazhu's help, things got much better. After half a day, they saw off the last customer, and it was already evening. Under the watchful eyes of Wang Dashan and Luo Yazhu, Wang Yan counted the last banknote and casually put it into a small bag. "You must be hungry after working so hard all day, right? Come on, let's go eat out." Wang Dashan, holding his son, said, "No need to spend money, we'll just have a simple meal when we get back. Don't be so polite, it's settled then. Your son is starving, let's go." Without further ado, he pulled Wang Dashan out the door, locked the shop door behind him, and led the family of 3 to a nearby restaurant. There weren't many people eating, after all, eating out is a real expense, so the owner served the food quickly. Luo Yazhu put 2 pieces of ribs on Wang Su's plate and said, "Wang Yan, business is so good, you must have made a lot of money, right?" She had been checking every single bill Wang Yan was counting. "Not much, after all, you have capital. A day's earnings are about what you used to make in a month." As he spoke, Wang Yan clinked glasses with Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan used to be a teetotaler, but Wang Yan had corrupted him, now he could drink a little. Hearing this, Wang Dashan's hand trembled slightly as he clinked glasses with Wang Yan. He hadn't expected business could be so profitable. Clearing his throat a couple of times to ease the awkwardness, Wang Dashan said, "Really? More than 100 a day?" Seeing his reaction, Luo Yazhu's eyes lit up. She knew her chance had come. Perhaps a little persuasion back home today would seal the deal. She lowered her head and placed another piece of meat on her son's plate without saying a word. She knew Wang Yan would definitely try to persuade him again. "Of course it's true, why would I lie to you?" Swallowing his drink, Wang Yan said, "It's serious. You should quit your job, let's go together. With your help, we'll definitely grow faster, and we'll earn more, not less. You're already doing so well. Going together with you would be taking advantage of you, no way, no way." Wang Yan shook his head and said, "How is it taking advantage of you? We know each other inside and out, so we can trust each other. You've seen it yourself, I'm really too busy to handle everything. I'll definitely continue to expand in the future, wouldn't that be incredibly busy? I'd feel at ease if you came over, let's build a business together, make it big and strong, create brilliance together, isn't that a great thing? If you're really worried, you can invest some money, we're family, we can discuss things easily." The idea of not going into business with friends was useless to him, because he was always the dominant one, and he wouldn't let any of those messy, unpleasant things happen. Wang Dashan hesitated for a long time, then downed his drink in one gulp. "Let me think about it, let me think about it." Seeing his expression, Wang Yan knew he was tempted. After all, working yourself to the bone on the railway doesn't even earn as much as he does in a day. It's normal to feel dissatisfied and have complaints. Thanks to the following 5 readers for their monthly votes: 008, 2021012515464554226196 and regular thanks to all the readers who voted and recommended. Thanks to all the readers who commented or just read. Chapter 106 Partnership. Luo Yazhu smiled and wiped the grease from Wang Su's lips. "Wang Yan, where did you get your goods from?" "Pengcheng, it's the front line of reform, isn't it? There's a lot of foreign investment there, so the things they produce are quite popular. Like some of the trendy clothes and electronics I bought this time, you can see what they look like. I knew it, they all look pretty novel. I thought you'd go to Hongdu to buy some calendars or something to sell, I really didn't expect you to go directly to Pengcheng." Wang Yan picked up a piece of food. "Hey, I heard about it when I got there, and I had enough money, so I just went. I didn't expect that what I got would sell so well, haha. So, what's your next step?" Luo Yazhu already had a plan in mind. This was a test. She wanted to see if Wang Yan had the skills. She had been through thick and thin for many years, and although she had only done small businesses, she had seen the bigger picture, and the principles were all the same to a certain extent. She had a good eye. "Of course, we'll make money and open our own factory. Whether it's clothing, general merchandise, or electronics, we'll create our own brand, step by step, from raw materials to technological innovation, processing and production, and finally, the entire chain of retail stores, Wang Yan said without hesitation. Hard work builds the nation, and industry builds the country. After experiencing so much, he increasingly felt the truth of this saying and became even more devoted to industry. Once he reached a certain level, he wouldn't need Western sanctions, he'd take matters into his own hands. Born in peace, living in peace, the war has stopped? It doesn't necessarily mean the constant bombing and blasting. War is a continuation of politics and serves it. Political maneuvering has never ceased. Cultural warfare, trade wars, and so on are ongoing. And in all of this, he, Wang Yan, can play a significant role. He'll just do what he can when he has nothing else to do. That's why he's in business, otherwise, given his personality, he would have already enjoyed everything he could. Why bother with all that trouble? Why not just find a quiet place to relax, have some tea, read a book, or practice calligraphy? Luo Yazhu had no idea what Wang Yan was thinking. She had only heard that simple sentence and imagined what it would look like if it were actually accomplished. Coming back to her senses, she didn't think Wang Yan was being arrogant or delusional. Having a clear direction and working towards it was good, and this direction wasn't wrong, it was feasible. But while it sounded simple, the process must have been incredibly difficult. Nodding, Luo Yazhu said, although it sounds a bit grandiose, as the old saying goes, nothing is impossible for a willing heart. Let's just do it. No one truly finds contentment in poverty. If someone does, there are only two types. 1, those who have experienced wealth and enjoyment and have become indifferent, like Wang Yan now. 2, those who lack the skills and can't rise to the top, comforting themselves like the Wang Yan of the past. Wang Dashan could picture it all. Although Wang Yan's explanation was simple and his own experience limited, the comparison to the railway gave him a general idea. If that day ever came, it would certainly be more prestigious than their section's top leader. Shaking his head, Wang Dashan took a big gulp of wine to calm himself down. Not daring to think about it anymore, his mind was truly racing. He drank a little too quickly, coughed twice, and changed the subject. By the way, Wang Yan, you didn't know, did you? Zhao Jiaqing and Zhang Jun both lost their houses. Not only that, I heard they're heavily in debt, and Zhao Jiaqing's wife is divorcing him. Everyone's been talking about it lately. Seeing his hesitation, Wang Yan knew he felt he'd gone too far. Wang Yan didn't lecture them. The couple had probably already discussed this in bed, and Luo Yazhu should have told Wang Dashan what happened. Why bother? Besides, trying to explain things to someone who hadn't experienced it and was caught up in their own thoughts was just ridiculous. Wang Yan raised a glass of wine. They brought this on themselves, there's nothing more to say. Come on, drink and eat, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Wang Dashan reluctantly clinked glasses with Wang Yan, then turned to talk about the little things in life. Watching the Wang family of 3 walk away, Wang Yan strolled back into the shop under the streetlights. He didn't go home. Wherever he went, it was his own business. There was room upstairs in the shop, enough for a night's stay. Jiangxi province had the most founding generals, and 3 of them were from Qiancheng, the largest and most populous city in Jiangxi province. Therefore, Qiancheng had a strong revolutionary history. Wang Yan was experienced and didn't have any issues with adapting. He planned to settle down here. Development was the same everywhere. Other factors might have an impact, but not a significant one. Looking at the slightly old buildings on both sides, he reflected on the real impact of national policies on people's livelihoods. He had been thinking about taking a good look around, but now he was too busy being a small business owner to have any time to go out and wander around. He could only wait until his business was established and he could hand over the reins. In the cozy little house by the railway, Luo Yazhu tucked the sleeping Wang Su into bed and sat down with Wang Dashan to watch TV, as usual. Their rich entertainment life certainly affected their intimate life. Watching TV was quite tiring, and as an old married couple, they had little interest in that sort of thing. Since buying a TV, their frequency of intimacy had dropped sharply. Wang Dashan cracked a sunflower seed, glanced at Luo Yazhu who was intently watching TV, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "What do you think of what Wang Yan said?" Luo Yazhu didn't even look at him, casually replying, "It's great, didn't you hear it? Over 100 a day. And this is only half a month, it'll probably be even more in the future." Oh, I meant, that's not it. Wang Dashan waved his hand dismissively. While it's said that old age makes people cunning, it's not always true. Age plays a role, but life experience is more significant. In comparison, Wang Dashan was far less experienced. As Luo Yushu's confident smile played on her lips, Wang Dashan continued, "It was Wang Yan who made me quit my job to work with him." He was still a little guilty, having previously tried to stop her, so his words were somewhat hesitant. "Wang Dashan, you used to forbid me from going to the city to do business. Why are you thinking about this now? What about our son? He can't be left alone." It's not that I'm envious of how much Wang Yan earns. If we did what he said, we could definitely make a fortune, and you and our son could have a better life sooner." Having thought about this all the way here, Wang Dashan no longer cared about her teasing. They were an old married couple, knowing each other inside and out. With a determined look, he said, "The child's situation isn't a big problem. Let's rent a place and move to the city. I can keep an eye on our son while I'm at the shop. Besides, he'll be starting school in a couple of years, and things are better in the city than here." Luo Yushu wanted to punch him for saying this. He'd been saying the same thing over and over for years, and now he was saying it without a problem. She rolled her eyes and asked, "Are you sure?" Wang Dashan nodded, "Yes, for you and our son. I want you two to have a good life. I have to seize this opportunity. And I feel more at ease with Wang Yan." He was just spurred on by seeing Wang Yan making money, plus Luo Yushu's constant nagging. Now that he'd seen the profits firsthand, it was normal for him to be greedy. Everyone has this flaw, wanting to get rich but lacking the guts. Seeing others make money makes them want to follow suit, subconsciously ignoring the risks. If Wang Yan loses out, given Wang Dashan's personality, he'll be truly bitten once and for all, and he'll likely never be able to bring himself to go into business again. Sigh, I've worked at the railway for so many years, and this foreman is about to promote me. I feel a little bad for him. Luo Yushu glared at him. Alright, don't think about it so much. Your foreman isn't a good person. Have you forgotten what your co-workers said? Zhao Jiaqing and Zhang Jun's houses ended up in his hands. Anyway, the foreman has been good to me all these years. Alright, that's enough. I'll resign tomorrow. You take out all our savings for Wang Yan to buy goods, and keep some for living expenses. It's just that I don't know anything about it, and I don't understand anything. Wang Dashan was an honest man, a bit simple-minded, but not stupid. He had his own plans. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about what he could do, but with his limited skills, he'd probably be useless. But after working with Luo Yushu for so many years, he knew she was more than capable. And there was also her past, which she subconsciously boasted about but was unwilling to mention, making her absolutely better than him. With Luo Yushu and Wang Yan by his side, he could do what he could, learn a bit, and endure some hardship. There wouldn't be any problems. Finally able to go out and put her skills to use, Luo Yushu smiled happily. It's okay, don't worry, you can learn if you don't know how. Doing business isn't difficult, you'll see later. Besides, I'm here for you. As she spoke, she leaned on Wang Dashan's shoulder. We'll definitely have a good life. Having made such a big decision, and relieved Luo Yushu of her long-standing worries, Wang Dashan grinned and reached out to pull Luo Yushu into his arms. When we make money in the future, we'll buy a big house in the city. We'll buy that villa? Yes, a villa. The two watched TV, Wang Dashan imagining their wonderful future life, and Luo Yushu chuckled in agreement. And so they talked for a long time. The next day, Wang Dashan went to work and went to the foreman to resign. The foreman feigned concern and tried to persuade him to stay, but upon hearing that he was going to do business with Wang Yan, he readily approved it on the spot. He was rather dull and had no friends. Compared to Wang Yan, he hadn't made a ripple at all, and nobody cared whether he lived or died. It was Zhao Jiaqing and a few others who, knowing he had quit, asked the foreman. Upon learning that Wang Yan had made money in business and Wang Dashan had gone to get rich with him, the men were speechless. The capital Wang Yan used in his business was all their hard-earned money, their very blood and sweat. Just thinking about it made their blood boil. Although they were seething with hatred, they only dared to curse him behind his back to vent their anger. They wouldn't dare to provoke Wang Yan even if they had 8 times the courage. After a flurry of activity, once the shop had quieted down, Wang Yan poured a few glasses of water and handed them to the family of 3 sitting nearby. Have you decided? Wang Dashan took the water and nodded. I'll work with you. I already resigned this morning. Walking to a nearby cabinet, Wang Yan picked up a folder, opened it, and took out the documents and a box of ink pad, handing them to Wang Dashan. This is a contract I had someone draft. Take a look, and if there are no problems, sign it. Giving Wang Yan a strange look, Wang Dashan took the contract and, together with Luo Yazhu, who was holding their child, began to read it. After a long pause, Wang Dashan and Luo Yazhu exchanged a glance, then turned to Wang Yan and said, "Wang Yan, this isn't right. You took so much money, and now you want to split it with me?" This. Wang Yan waved his hand, interrupting him. "We're brothers, why worry so much? We can discuss things here, everything will be resolved. Just take it. And to be honest, once we get through the initial phase and our factory is doing well, I won't be involved anymore except for offering some suggestions. I'll just wait for the dividends. Then it'll be up to you two to manage. This is only fair." Seeing the confusion in their eyes, Wang Yan explained, "You know me, I like to read and drink tea in my spare time. Coming into business was a matter of chance, I just happened to have some money. If I make even more money in the future and live a worry-free life, I think it's better to be comfortable. So don't feel burdened. You two will be busy from now on." Seeing Wang Yan's sincerity, Wang Dashan didn't say anything. He was a straightforward man, so he picked up a pen, signed his name, and pressed his fingerprint. Since Wang Yan trusted the couple so much, any further words from him would be pretentious, he'd just have to see how they acted later. Wang Yan smiled and nodded, picking up his water glass. "That's more like it. Come on, let's drink water instead of wine and wish ourselves great wealth." He never trusted people easily, even though the couple seemed alright now. But money can corrupt people's hearts, and there were countless examples of this. People change, and no one could predict what the future held, we'd just have to wait and see. Great wealth. Great wealth. The couple, beaming, raised their glasses and clinked them against Wang Yan's, downing their water in one gulp. "Besides our daily expenses, this is all our savings. Take it and buy more goods." Setting down her glass, Luo Yazhu took a wad of cash wrapped in a plastic bag from her sling and handed it to him. Seeing Wang Yan take the money and count it, Wang Dashan thought for a moment and said, "Take this money first. I'll sell our house later." After saying that, Wang Dashan forced himself not to look at Luo Yazhu. Wang Yan glanced at Luo Yazhu, who was staring at Wang Dashan with surprise, and shook his head. "No need, this money is enough. Besides, your house won't fetch a good price anyway, so it's not a big deal. Keep it. Just be down to earth, you don't need more. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" He patted Wang Dashan on the shoulder, divided the contracts, and handed one to Luo Yazhu. Let's go have a meal to celebrate. We won't have such an easy time again. But it's still early, and if we close the door." Wang Dashan signed the contract, and his sense of ownership kicked in. This was all money at stake. Luo Yazhu patted Wang Dashan and said, "No rush, you'll be busy later. Let's go eat first, discuss the specifics, and plan things out properly." "Hey, that's right, let's go. Let's leave it at that for today, a day or two won't make a difference." With that, Wang Yan grabbed the reluctant Wang Dashan and pushed him out. Thanks to Fu Xinwen and Eternal Night Born in the Cold Winter for their continued support. Thank you to the 4 generous readers: Hero, Spare Me, Book Friend 110,423,221,103,662, Ru Jingming Zhao, and Zhang Shumao, for their monthly ticket support. I also want to thank all the kind readers who voted for recommendations. And thank you to everyone who commented or simply read the book. Chapter 107 is enough to just read. In the restaurant, as usual, a table full of dishes was ordered, and Wang Yan and his family of 3 ate, drank, and chatted. Wang Yan picked up a piece of food and said, "Right now, we don't have enough funds, so it's impossible to make any big moves. We still need to accumulate step by step. It just so happens that the goods I bought last time have almost sold out. In the next couple of days, you guys look for a storefront, and we'll rent another one. There are still more than 2 months until the new year, so business will definitely be good during this period. I'll make a few more trips to Pengcheng. In addition, I've also designed a few short-sleeved shirts. I'll find a factory to manufacture them and stock up on more stock. The money earned before the new year can be considered as a deposit. Once the weather warms up after the new year, we'll definitely make a fortune. It will definitely be enough to build a factory." Seeing Luo Yazhu's skeptical look, Wang Yan took a sip of wine. "You'll know when you see the design drafts I've drawn. I guarantee there won't be any problems." Wang Dashan didn't understand these things very well, so he didn't make any irrelevant remarks and listened attentively while eating. Seeing Wang Yan's certainty and lack of sarcastic remarks, Luo Yazhu pondered, "What kind of factory do you plan to build first?" "A clothing factory. It doesn't require much technical skill. We'll make clothes, hats, shoes, and pants. First, we'll establish the brand." "You designed all of these?" Wang Yan nodded. "Of course, absolutely novel." Luo Yazhu put a bite of food on her son's plate without saying anything. If what Wang Yan said was true, making money was guaranteed. She had sold clothes before and knew how much profit was involved, not to mention they were producing them themselves. Although it was inevitable that others would imitate them, the initial brand recognition would be the real long-term benefit. Wang Dashan said curiously, "When did you learn to design clothes?" "I didn't know that." "You don't know how talented someone is until they show it." "This is nothing, I know a lot more. Come on, let's have a drink." He raised his glass and clinked it against Wang Dashan's. He didn't actually know how to design clothes, he just had a level 1 drawing skill, enough to draw what he saw in a decent way. Whether it looks good or not isn't important, as long as the meaning is clear and understandable, that's enough. In such a rapidly changing era, due to people's thirst for new things, he doesn't need to be too ahead of its time. Just being 2 or 3 years ahead of schedule will guarantee a blockbuster, with no worries about sales, a complete seller market. The next morning, in Qian Chang's shop, Wang Yan explained to the attentively listening Wang Dashan and Luo Yazhu what his drawing would actually look like. Judging from their dark circles, they must have hadn't slept well the night before, struggling with their rash decision and anxious about the uncertain future. Wang Dashan stared blankly at the drawing in his hand. "I didn't expect this, Wang Yan. You're really quite professional, quite impressive. You're no worse than those fashion designers. Indeed, with the skill and your planning, we've really gotten a good deal." Luo Yazhu smiled, swatting away her son's messy little hands. She hadn't seen the actual design drawing either, but based on her intuition, it was flawless and guaranteed to be a huge success. She didn't have high hopes, otherwise why hadn't she slept well? Wang, with his thick skin, readily admitted to everything. "I already said, a true master doesn't reveal his abilities. Now you believe me, right? As for whether I am taking advantage or not, let's not talk about that anymore. It's something we agreed on, it's mutual, no need to be so formal." Luo Yazhu smiled but didn't speak. Wang Dashan looked sincerely at Wang Yan. "Wang Yan, thank you. All right, that's making things even more formal." Wang Yan waved his hand and said, "I'm leaving now, I'm off. Be careful. We'll wait for you to come back." Wang Yan headed south to Pengcheng, and the couple got up to see him off. In the following period, Wang Yan traveled between Pengcheng and Zhuangzi province, gradually accumulating wealth. He registered the familiar Longteng Group, with him and Wang Dashan each owning half the shares. Then came the registration of various branches and trademarks under it: clothing, department stores, real estate, electronics, internet, and his old business of logistics, and so on. A whole series of companies starting with Longteng. He also registered trademarks for almost all the famous international brands. It's disgusting, and you might even get some benefits in return, a side benefit, so why not? Seeing the wealth on the books grow day by day, Luo Yazhu was alright, but Wang Dashan, blinded by his sudden riches, regretted it so much he wanted to slap himself. If he had come out with Luo Yazhu earlier, wouldn't he have earned even more? It's not that people don't work hard, or that they don't strive for progress, it's just that often people can't see the direction, they don't have a clear goal. Visible benefits are the best driving force for self-improvement, just like Wang Yan back then. When the system's living father first arrived, he truly did his best to absorb nutrients to strengthen himself. He persisted for many years, and it became a habit of growth, a habit of progress. Wang Dashan was no exception. With his rapidly increasing wealth, everything was progressing steadily according to plan, seemingly getting closer and closer to the blueprint drawn by Wang Yan. He couldn't fall behind, could always rely on Wang Yan's favor, or depend on his wife for a living. A man who had worked as a railway worker for many years, unassuming and with the added incentive of profit, certainly didn't lack perseverance, let alone the drive for self-improvement. Knowing Wang Yan was well-read and knowledgeable, He chuckled and asked for advice, wanting to reach Wang Yan's level as well as Luo Yazhu's. Reaching Wang Yan's level was impossible in this life, and even in the next, it would be a stretch. Wang Yan didn't hesitate to offer guidance. After all, Jiu Yingying was a precedent, and as long as someone wasn't stupid, given the opportunity, they could always learn. Wang Yan gave him a reading list, telling him to listen more, read more, and think more, and then left him to his own devices. That would be enough. With Luo Yazhu's occasional guidance and his own understanding, he would improve in all aspects. April 1990, outside a factory on the outskirts of Hongdu. Haha, Boss Luo, no problem, not a single item missing, exactly right. A man said, turning back as he loaded the last package into the car. Luo Yazhu flicked the wad of cash in her hand and laughed. Boss Song, the money is exactly right, not a penny short. Then it's a pleasure doing business with you. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Wait, Boss Song, I have some news for you. This is the last batch today. Our company won't be shipping from here anymore. The address is in Cayenne. The quality will absolutely only be higher, not lower. You can come and see for yourself sometime. And let me tell you, we're going to open our own stores, so we'll be shipping less and less stock later. Without a second thought, Boss Song laughed heartily. Definitely, definitely. Cayenne, right? Don't worry, Boss Luo, I'll come over and take a look after this batch is sold out. Okay, I look forward to cooperating with you again. Goodbye. Watching Boss Song walk away, Luo Yazhu put the money into her crossbody bag and took out her notebook to make a note. After finishing, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked at Wang Dashan counting money with someone not far away, and smiled slightly. Life was getting more and more hopeful. After seeing off the customer, Wang Dashan approached and handed her a water bottle, saying, Yazhu, are you tired? Here, have some water. Luo Yazhu rolled her eyes at him, took a sip, and tossed a bottle back to him, saying, who gets tired from collecting money? Really? Let's go, let's find the factory manager to settle the final payment. Taking the bottle and following Luo Yazhu, Wang Dashan glanced at her short-sleeved shirt with the word Huaxia printed on it under her coat, then looked down at his own short-sleeved shirt with the word Longtang printed on it, and laughed. You know what, Wang Yan is really something. Just printing a few words and some colorful patterns, and it's selling like hotcakes. Luo Yazhu said, alright, look how happy you are. This time we'll make the Longtang name famous, it'll be even more popular in the future, and you'll have even more to enjoy. Let's go, it's been 2 days already, I wonder how our son is doing. Shaking his head, Wang Dashan followed without saying a word. After settling the final payment with the factory manager, and under his enigmatic gaze, the couple rushed to the train station and boarded the train back to Cayenne. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, they arrived at a factory on the outskirts of Cayenne. Standing at the entrance, they stared at the Longtang clothing sign on the wall for a long time before going inside. Half of the factory belonged to them. Wang Yan, who was quietly reading in the guardhouse, heard the noise, got up, glanced around, and then called out to Wang Su, who was engrossed in his comic book and unwilling to move, leading him out of the gate. Seeing her son come out, Luo Yazhu ran a few steps and picked him up. Son, did you miss mommy? Looking at the comic book in his hand, Wang Su laughed. Yes, I missed daddy too. What have you been doing these past few days? We went to earn money, so we could buy you lots of comic books. Luo Yazhu hadn't missed that look in his eyes, and immediately said, somewhat annoyed. Really? That's great, Mom. Wang Su said, then bent down and kissed Luo Yazhu. I want to watch Dragon Ball. Wang Dashan couldn't bear to see his son suffer, so he quickly took him from Luo Yazhu's arms. Alright, let's go see our factory with your uncle. He then turned to Wang Yan. Is everything ready, Wang Yan? Yes, we're just waiting to set off 2 strings of firecrackers tomorrow. Let's go see it together. Wang Yan smiled and led the way towards the workshop. Looking at the machines and workbenches, Wang Dashan and Luo Yazhu imagined the busy workers inside and felt a surge of pride. Seeing Wang Dashan looking at the machines with a pained expression, Wang Yan laughed. These are all necessary investments. The chief engineer said that science and technology are the primary productive forces. In the future, we will also recruit talent to conduct our own research and development, which will cost even more money. I know, it's just that we're afraid of being poor. We can't even imagine spending so much money on machines now. In the future, we must conduct our own research and development to earn money from others. This is much faster than selling clothes. Luo Yazhu couldn't stand Wang Dashan's money-grubbing attitude. Now, his desire to expand and strengthen the company was even stronger than hers. Come on, let's take a look around. This will be our base in the future. Afterwards, everyone strolled around the entire workshop. The couple, holding their child, walked out with beaming smiles, hoping that tomorrow would come quickly. You haven't eaten since you came back from Hongdu, have you? Come on, let's go back to the city and have a good meal. Housing prices aren't high now. Compared to what they earn, that little bit of money is really not much. They would have moved to the city long ago. October 1992, Kaiansheng, a 3-story building with a considerable area and 3 sides facing the street. The ground floor, facing the street, features clean and bright floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the glass, the first thing you see is a row of natural-colored solid wood tables and chairs, with a few parents sitting around reading with their children. Further inside are rows of tall bookshelves filled with books. Some people are browsing through them, never still for a moment. Others are quietly engrossed in a book, leaning against the shelves. At first glance, you know this is a bookstore, and its name is indeed bookstore. On the second floor, Wang Yan sits in a chair by the east-facing window, listening to soft, soothing music, and puts down his book. He glances out the window at the crowd hurrying by, heads down, watching the ripples on the puddles. Wang Yan picks up his teacup, takes a sip, and savors the aftertaste. A sense of detached tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle, a touch of detached detachment, arises within him. Since opening the factory, under Wang Yan's instructions, Wang Dashan and Luo Yazhu, a married couple, went upstream to source raw materials and even hired professionals to research new materials. They also opened stores in major cities and expanded horizontally into the daily necessities industry to create new sources of revenue. Last year, they received help from their highly respected elder brother, Old Su, a skill Wang Yan was extremely adept at. After several rounds of tinkering, the equipment was ready, some technology was acquired, and they made a considerable amount of money. Longteng had risen to prominence. Longteng was now practically the big brother of Kaiansheng. Everyone in the city knew about the company. It had significantly contributed to the city by boosting employment and consumption. At this point, apart from guiding the direction, Wang Yan no longer needed to worry about anything. Longteng's success was all due to his decisions, which had proven correct. He trusted that Wang Dashan and Luo Yazhu were shrewd and wouldn't act recklessly. After much consideration, he decided to buy the place, renovate it, and turn it into a bookstore, a nice place to read and drink tea in his spare time. He liked that. Composing himself, Wang Yan finished his tea and picked up the teapot to refill it, only to find it empty. Before he could get up, a slender hand took the teapot, and a gentle voice sounded in his ear, "Let me do it, you just sit." Watching the graceful figure disappear, Wang Yan shook his head. A person shouldn't be too charming. This woman was named Zhao Ruyan, 32 years old, a widow living in poverty. Her parents and husband were gone, and all her assets were in her hands. Not far from here, just 2 blocks away, was a hotel that belonged to her. He remembered it was a summer afternoon when Zhao Ruyan pushed open the door and immediately saw Wang Yan quietly drinking tea and reading. Wang Yan also noticed this woman, whose beauty and figure were comparable to a celebrity, and sensed her interest in exploring him. For him, attraction was lust. So, Wang Yan very politely invited her to drink tea, read, and chat. After their pleasant first encounter, it was only natural that their relationship would deepen, especially since both were willing. They'd been sleeping together for almost a month now. They were both quite free. During the day they'd read and drink tea together, or go for a stroll, and at night, well, you know. It was all quite comfortable, in Zhao Ruyan's words, much better than my deadbeat husband. A little while later, Zhao Ruyan returned with a teapot, casually pulled a book from the bookshelf, poured tea for Wang Yan, and then poured herself a cup. She tossed her hair, sat down opposite Wang Yan, and quietly began to read. After a long chatter, this was their usual routine, silence spoke louder than words. Meanwhile, a man with single eyelids and small eyes, carrying a briefcase, taking deep breaths to control himself, nervously walked towards the small house by the railway, a place he didn't want to face, couldn't let go of, yet couldn't help but want to see. Whether he loved him or not, he didn't know, and didn't want to know. All he knew was that he wanted to see that woman well, just to see. That was enough. Thank you to brother, for the 100 coin reward for continued support. Thank you to brothers, 201909201405352281, and, for their continued support. Thank you to brothers, and, 201908310046482264, for their monthly tickets. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the good brothers who commented and those who just read the book. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 108, A Little Idea. From afar, Chen Jiang saw several men sitting on the steps in front of the small house, smoking and talking. Approaching, he ignored them and, finding the door locked, went to the window and peered inside. All he saw were a few cabinets, a table, a few scattered chairs, and a wooden bed made of pieces pushed together. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, showing no signs of habitation. Disappointed at not seeing the person he was looking for, Chen Jiang sighed. Turning back to look at Chen Jiang, Zhao Jiaqing took a drag of his cigarette. Looking for someone? Yes, looking for someone. Excuse me, where did the people here go? Chen Jiang snapped out of his reverie and quickly inquired. Who are you? I'm their friend. Zhang Jun laughed loudly. Friend? They've been gone for 3 years, didn't you know? Chen Jiang was stunned for a moment and hurriedly asked, Gone? Why? Where did they go? How is the lady of the house? He exchanged glances with the others, and Zhao Jiaqing laughed. Hey, looking for Luo Yazhu? Something's up, isn't it, guys? Haha. This group of people couldn't shake their scumbag mentality, especially Zhao Jiaqing. Wang Yan's appearance caused him to lose his house and his wife, but at least he kept his job, so he didn't have to scavenge for a living. Of course, in this day and age, scavenging and collecting scraps can make you rich. But Zhao Jiaqing, being lazy, greedy, and a bully, couldn't beat those ruthless people. He'd probably be scavenging until he died. So, in a way, Wang Yan actually saved him. Chen Jiang ignored the men's unrestrained, malicious laughter and took out 100 yuan from his bag, a small token of my appreciation. Gentlemen, please take this to buy some cigarettes. Also, please let me know how this family is doing. Looking at the situation, he instantly understood. These men clearly didn't get along with Luo Yazhu. Normal people wouldn't act like this. It was just a matter of exchanging a few words. Refusing would be foolish. Zhao Jiaqing suppressed his laughter and took the money, saying, Let me tell you, they went to the city to do business 3 years ago. Ever heard of Longtang? Chen Jiang nodded. Longtang's clothes were sold all over the country, all high-end products, and their sales were surprisingly high. He had naturally heard of them. That's theirs. They're quite something now, tisk tisk. Zhao Jiaqing shook his head, his feelings complicated. He knew how much money Wang Dashan had, and Wang Dashan had said back then that he was doing business with Wang Yan. That was his money. Longtang's success today owed something to him. How could he not have mixed feelings? Longtang was Luo Yazhu's business? Chen Jiang was surprised by her dramatic transformation and happy for her achievements. Thank you, master. Please rest, I'll take my leave now. Everyone in Qiancheng knew Longtang. A few inquiries were all it took to find their office. Chen Jiang found a spot to squat down, intently watching everyone entering and leaving the building across the street. Slow down, son. The car hasn't even stopped yet, what's the rush? Scolding Wang Su, Wang Dashan smoothly parked his Mercedes. If your mother were here, you'd be in big trouble. I'm just in a hurry to see my mother, I won't do it again. You're quite the talker, alright, get out. Wang Dashan laughed heartily, opened the car door, straightened his sharp suit, and walked confidently into the company building with his son, who carried a small backpack. Mr. Wang. Good day, Mr. Wang. Wang Dashan smiled confidently, calmly nodding to everyone who greeted him. Money makes a man bold, that saying is always true. After 3 years of wealth accumulation and the company's growing strength, he no longer interacted with his former co-workers, but with sophisticated individuals such as municipal leaders and powerful businessmen. Their conversations were no longer about daily meals and idle gossip, but about policies, innovation, development, and cooperation. Coupled with his own learning, practice, summarizing, and progress, he was no longer the unambitious railway worker he once was, nor the dull and ignorant man he once was. Now, he was Wang Yan, the powerful and influential CEO of Long 10. Taking Wang Su in the elevator to the 12th floor, they went to an office and entered. Seeing Wang Yan and his son enter, Luo Yazhu gave the man some instructions, handed him a folder, and said, "Just revise the plan based on the points I mentioned earlier. Give it to me tomorrow. You can go back now." "Okay, CEO Luo, I'll be going now." The man took the folder, turned around, saw Wang Yan, called out CEO Wang, and left. Wang Yan nodded, and as he watched him leave, he turned back and said, "Let's go. Didn't we agree to have dinner with Wang Yan?" Luo Yazhu rubbed Wang Su's head as he ran up to her. "You two stay here for a while, I'll finish what I'm doing. There's so much work, it's not like we can finish it right now, let's do it tomorrow." "It's not much, it'll be quick, watch our son do his homework for a bit." Luo Yazhu looked at Wang Su and said, "Go on, do your homework properly." Wang Yan stood up, but he was no match for Luo Yazhu. Seeing that Luo Yazhu was determined, he led the pouting Wang Su to sit down on the sofa. "Wang Yan is really idle, making us do all the hard work. He just stays in the bookstore all day enjoying himself, really." Hearing this, Luo Yazhu frowned and gave Wang Yan a deep look. Thinking of her son being there, she didn't say anything and lowered her head to continue working. Not getting a reply, Wang Yan didn't care, watching Wang Su doing his homework with a bitter expression, occasionally giving him a few quiet words of guidance. After a long while, Luo Yazhu closed the folder and put it aside, casually tossing aside her pen. She stood up, stretched her neck, and gave a big yawn. "Let's go, all done." Without being told, Wang Su quickly stuffed all his books into his small school bag, slung it over his shoulder, ran to the door, opened it, and leaned against it, grinning at Wang Yan and his son. Seeing her son's lazy appearance, Luo Yazhu was both amused and exasperated. She picked up her bag, walked over, and patted Wang Su's head. "You brat, you act like you're dying when you do homework. I'd like to see how you do on your midterms. I'm warning you, if you don't do well, you'll be in for a beating." With that, she walked out first. Still smiling? "I won't beg for your life then." Looking at the carefree Wang Su, Wang Yan pulled him along, annoyed. Chen Jiang had been squatting there all afternoon, his eyes fixed on the other side, his mind reminiscing about the days they spent together, wondering what she was like now, whether she was doing well, and whether she had forgotten him. Watching the group of people emerge, Chen Jiang glanced at his watch. 5 o'clock, time to leave work. He focused, trying not to miss a single person coming out. He was confident that if she emerged from the crowd, he would spot her immediately. Because she was so dazzling, even amidst the throng, she stood out with her unique and independent beauty. Unfortunately, even as the dense crowd dispersed, with only occasional small groups of people emerging, Chen Jiang still hadn't seen Luo Yazhu. But he wasn't worried. He was an older brother himself and knew how busy people were. Not to mention that Luo Yazhu managed Long 10, a company he could only dream of. She was definitely still busy. After a while, Chen Jiang suddenly stood up and smiled. He saw her, the woman who had haunted his dreams and longed for him for 8 long years. She and a man, each holding a little boy's hand, seemed to be talking about something happy, laughing heartily. He had already suspected something when he saw the father and son go in earlier, and now, seeing them together, it was indeed true. Chen Jiang smiled, looking at the scene opposite him, a scene he had fantasized about countless times. Only in his fantasies should the man beside him be him. Watching Luo Yazhu see the child off to the car, he reached out as if to call out, but couldn't open his mouth. He simply put his hand behind his head, his eyes brimming with tears, his lips trembling as he smiled at her, a woman more mature and radiant than before. He watched as Luo Yazhu got into the car, and the door slammed shut. Chen Jiang trembled, tears streaming down his face, watching helplessly as the Mercedes-Benz's subordinate had promised him, a Mercedes-Benz with a tiger head design, reversed, drove off, merged into the traffic, and disappeared into the distance. Tasting the salty bitterness at the corner of his mouth, Chen Jiang angrily flung his hand away, stomped his feet, and spun around. Ignoring the stares of passers-by who thought he was crazy, he burst into tears, like a child who hadn't received candy, so heartbroken. Love is hard to fathom, hard to understand, and hard to find peace in. Although Chen Jiang had seen it before, and cried before, and already knew the truth, seeing it again still caused him unbearable heartache. The pain was like being burned by fire, yet also like being pricked by needles. After a long while, Chen Jiang cried his fill, wiping away his tears. He glanced at the busybodies pointing and whispering about him on the roadside, forced a smile, and strode away. His smile was one of Luo Yazhu being well, happy, and successful. This smile was undoubtedly insincere, it was simply a passing emotion. No one could truly offer heartfelt blessings when their beloved was happily married to someone else. Otherwise, they wouldn't always bring it up, smiling and saying they'd let go, only to get drunk every time. Chen Jiang, carrying a heart full of pain, left Qiancheng that very night. He needed to work, he needed to get busy. Not far from the bookstore, there was a two-story building facing the street, no different from the other shops on the same street. It looked unremarkable, but many expensive cars were parked outside. The signboard hanging high bore the three large characters Hongxing Building written in a flamboyant style. Anyone with discerning eyes would appreciate the profound meaning within those characters. A young doorman stood respectfully at the entrance, greeting visitors with a polite yet unassuming manner before opening the door and inviting them in. Inside, the decor was elegant and understatedly luxurious. A whiff of the aroma in the air told you this was a restaurant. Life is all about eating and drinking. Although Wang Yan wasn't picky about food and ate whatever was available, he was perfectly healthy, neither a Buddhist nor a Taoist, and certainly not a follower of any particular religion or deity. He had money and leisure. If he couldn't enjoy a good meal, something was definitely wrong with him. Therefore, to satisfy his cravings, he opened a private restaurant, spending a fortune to recruit a group of master chefs specializing in various cuisines. Basically, any Chinese dish he could name was good enough, their skills were more than sufficient. As for the quality of this restaurant, it's hard to say whether it's among the best in the country. After all, there are always talented people out there, and there are many masters among ordinary people. There are also a group of top-notch chefs who are qualified to wield a ladle at state banquets, but it's definitely in the top tier. As for Jiangxi province, based on his casual conversations with those master chefs, it's undoubtedly the best in Jiangxi. It's also because of its high-class image, excellent quality, and the fact that Wang Dashan and Luo Yazhu both invited people to dinner here, that its reputation has truly spread. The price isn't a problem, there are always people who can afford it. There are quite a few reservations, and many connoisseurs have come specifically from other places through referrals. In the private room furthest upstairs by the window, glasses clinked and the atmosphere was pleasant. Wang Dashan clinked glasses with Wang Yan, took a sip of wine, and exclaimed, "Every time you come over, I'm amazed at how much you enjoy life." Wang Yan chuckled and put down his glass. "What are you talking about? It's all family property, I can come whenever I want. You've had your share of food and drink too, what's there to complain about?" Wang Dashan shook his head. "Yazhu and I are just destined to be busy, always on our toes, never a moment of leisure. Unlike you, who can do whatever you want. I envy you." Luo Yazhu, who was talking to Zhao Ruiyan, glanced at Wang Dashan, then turned to put a piece of food on her son's plate. Wang Yan laughed heartily, picked up a bottle of wine beside him, poured him a glass, and then poured one for himself. "Hey, isn't it all thanks to you two? You're both so capable, handling everything, big and small, that I'm completely at ease. If you two want a more relaxed lifestyle, then you can hire a professional manager. Then, you just need to check on things from time to time, keep a firm grasp on the direction, and the rest is just enjoying life. You can do whatever you want." Perhaps Wang Dashan didn't mean anything by it, but these words revealed a subconscious thought. He didn't seem to care, which was understandable. After all, Longtang's development was too rapid, expanding rapidly in a short period. Correspondingly, the control of resources, the accumulation of wealth, and the expansion of influence were all distracting factors. Not to mention that the people Wang Dashan interacted with were all wealthy and powerful, all was greeted with smiles and flattery. Even the municipal leaders of Qiancheng were very polite to Wang Dashan. In this immense sense of accomplishment, it was normal for Wang Dashan to lose his composure and become arrogant. He looked at himself, toiling from morning till night, only to earn half the salary. He believed his contribution to Longtang's expansion was indelible. Then he looked at Wang Yan, who spent his days reading, drinking tea, and flirting with beautiful women. He spent a fortune opening a restaurant as a canteen just for himself, doing nothing and still getting a share of the profits. This imbalance made his thoughts unsurprising, and Wang Yan wasn't surprised. Before Wang Dashan could speak, Luo Yazhu laughed. Wang Yan, don't listen to his nonsense. He's incredibly happy every day, sometimes even waking up laughing from his dreams. He never dared to dream of this life before. Come on, let's have a drink to our good life now. Feeling embarrassed, Wang Dashan picked up his glass and muttered, it's not as exaggerated as you say. But unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. Seeing Wang Su stand up with a full glass of beverage and lean forward, Wang Yan laughed. Alright, kid, wait until you're older to drink with your uncle. Come on, let's clink glasses. Receiving approval, and with Luo Yazhu's smile, Wang Su downed his entire glass of beverage in one gulp, even letting out a burp afterward. Seeing him cover his mouth in embarrassment, the adults teased him, clinking glasses and drinking their own drinks. The liquor was quite strong. Luo Yazhu coughed, picked up a tissue to wipe her mouth, and said, our development in Europe isn't going very smoothly. They seem quite resistant to our products. Since other things weren't working well, Wang Yan had transferred the clothing business. He had anticipated this situation. After all, the brand came from a poor, underdeveloped China, and it wasn't cheap, the advertising was inadequate, and the stores weren't everywhere. Besides looking novel, the quality was uncertain, so it was normal for foreigners not to buy it. How is the income and expenditure lately? Even with resistance, there were still those who were curious. He was thinking of establishing a foothold first. It's alright, barely enough to break even. Wang Yan understood, it was a small loss, but he could handle it. He pondered for a moment, then said, since that's the case, let's do some advertising, like this. The method was simple, just throw money at it. Use money to pave the way, participate in a fashion show to get noticed, find celebrities to endorse it, hire people to write articles to promote it, hype it up, even copy it. In any case, let's first export Chinese culture. Let's also bring the name Longtang over there to establish its presence. He was confident in his product, it would definitely be a hit. After this wave subsided, they could reverse the hype and capture the domestic market as well. Although their sales were decent, compared to those using foreign names, they still couldn't compete. There was nothing he could do about it, that's just how times are. Foreign brands just have a better way of gaining popularity. No matter how powerful he was, it wouldn't work. Wang Yan talked on and on, let's see how it goes first. If it doesn't work, we'll figure something out. Everything else can remain the same. Investment in R&D absolutely cannot stop, we need to keep adding to it. This is our winning formula, our lifeline. Luo Yazhu had this foresight, and she also supported independent R&D. Don't worry, I know everything. I guarantee there won't be any problems. After discussing some other matters with the couple, everyone chatted for a while before the banquet ended. He arranged for someone to take them home, and after watching Wang Dashan's car disappear, Wang Yan, arm in arm with Zhao Ruyan, strolled back. For convenience, he had bought a house nearby. Besides going for walks and sightseeing, he could read, relax, eat, and stroll within this area. I think that Wang Dashan seems to have some reservations about you. Seriously, she was still a little surprised. Who would have thought that browsing a bookstore would lead to meeting such an impressive person? Not only in status and position, but in other aspects as well, he was like a beast. This fate was truly wondrous. She knew her place, being allowed to dine with them was a huge favor. Not to mention the things they discussed, development directions, strategies, and the like. Even if she didn't participate, she could sell that information to Longtang's competitors for a considerable sum. So, aside from the occasional exchange with Luo Yazhu, she was practically invisible. Most of the time, she silently listened, observing their every move, taking it all in. She noticed Wang Dashan's words, the glance Luo Yazhu gave her, Wang Yan's reply, and Wang Dashan's hesitant expression when discussing R&D investment. Anyone with common sense and social skills would understand what was going on. A person's value lies in self-awareness, it's up to him, Wang Yan said casually. How about you expand into something like a hotel? Zhao Ruyan's eyes lit up, but she shook her head. Forget it, I'm not suited for business. Even that little inn is barely surviving. She was wise. Wang Yan ignored her feigned retreat. I have some money on hand, you can take it. He wasn't lying. With the company's expansion, there were far too many expenses. Besides the help from Brother Su and his own small investments, He really didn't have much money, his car was just a Volkswagen Santana. Zhao Ruiyan knew that the opportunity Wang Yan was talking about was different from hers. It could definitely help her take off, otherwise Wang Yan wouldn't have mentioned it. She didn't refuse, she accepted what Wang Yan offered. She knew she would accept it eventually, she knew her thoughts wouldn't escape Wang Yan's notice. Pretending to refuse would only lose her face, she understood that. Ignoring the stares of others, Zhao Ruiyan passionately kissed Wang Yan, her face flushed. She pulled him into her arms, rubbing her ample breasts against him, saying, "Let's go quickly. Thank you too, for the 500 coin reward. Thank you too, for the 200 coin reward. Thank you too, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you too, and 160,424,221,322,523, for their continued support. Thank you too, 140,610,175,552,368, ZHI, and, for their monthly tickets. Daily thanks to all the kind brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the brothers who silently read the book." Chapter 109 Yangzhou. Perhaps because he had lived in a small house for so long, Wang Dashan had developed a strong desire for a large house. Besides the house he bought when he first moved to the city, he bought an even larger one after accumulating more money. It already felt a bit cramped for the three of them. Longtang itself was involved in real estate, and the shopping mall they were building was located on a sizable plot of land not far from the city center, nearing completion. He had already planned that once this project was finished and he had more funds, he would invest in developing a villa area. He would reserve a good location for himself, building however he wanted, according to his own wishes. Luo Yazhu spoke of extravagance, but her heart was filled with sweetness, because she had forgotten what she had said in the small house by the railway. Besides, that money was earned penny by penny, just like Wang Yan, so she should do whatever made her comfortable. After tucking the blankets into the sleeping Wang Su, Luo Yazhu returned to the spacious master bedroom. She saw Wang Dashan leaning against a large headboard, engrossed in a book. Without disturbing him, she went to the side to start her skincare routine, a technique she'd learned from a young woman in the company who had returned from studying abroad. She hadn't cared before, but seeing fashionable and beautiful young women, she, as a woman herself, couldn't help but have some thoughts. She bought a set of high-end skincare products, and after using them for a while, she saw results. Her skin was indeed better than before. Longtang's family was wealthy, so she simply invested some money to open a cosmetics company, specializing in this research. After busying herself for a while, she glanced at Wang Dashan, who was intently reading a book behind her, through the reflection in the mirror. Luo Yazhu casually removed her face mask, went out to wash her face, and brought in 2 cups of warm milk. She said that drinking a little warm milk at night not only helps with sleep but also enhances the body's immunity, improves resistance, and is good for beauty. Besides, with their social engagements, she was doing relatively well, but Wang Dashan, who had gone from being a teetotaler to drinking a little, was now a tough guy at drinking parties. He drank a lot, and the milk could also help sober him up. Anyway, it felt pretty good, and I'd gotten used to drinking it after a few years. She handed Wang Dashan a glass, then took a sip herself. "Stop reading, drink your milk, and get some rest." Obediently, he put the book on the bedside table, took the milk, and, holding Luo Yazhu's hand, Wang Dashan looked on with a sweet, contented expression. "I'll do whatever you say, Yazhu, you're so good to me." Shaking his hand away, Luo Yazhu said, "Drink it quickly, then brush your teeth and go to sleep." Wang Dashan didn't seem to mind, chuckling as he got up, downed the milk in his glass, and went to the bathroom with Luo Yazhu to brush their teeth. They turned off the light and lay down in bed. Even as an old married couple, they didn't cuddle or snuggle, they lay separately. "What did you mean by what you said to Wang Yan today? Do you have a problem with him?" After a while, Luo Yazhu finally asked, knowing Wang Dashan wasn't asleep. As his bedmate, she was acutely aware of Wang Dashan's changes. Wang Dashan's growth over the past 3 years has been rapid, inseparable from Longtang's rapid expansion and his own hard work. However, he seems to have lost his way in the pursuit of fame and fortune. As his wife, she felt it necessary to remind him to prevent him from going astray. Wang Dashan paused. "No? I was just saying, what's wrong?" He made it clear beforehand, When he gave us 50%, that he wouldn't participate in management anymore. Now he's been idle for less than a year, and you're saying that? He provided the capital, he set the direction, and last year he personally went north to do business with the Russians. Don't you know what kind of people they are? Do you think it's all our credit? You could have done it without him. If it weren't for his support, would we be where we are today? Dashin. Wang Yan has treated us well, one shouldn't forget their roots. Luo Yazhu earnestly advised Wang Dashin. She wasn't stupid. The deeper she got to know Wang Yan, the more she realized he was extraordinary. From the company's inception to now, every step he took was correct, always ahead of others. Was that a joke? Last year's move with the Russians had truly astonished her. After all, small-scale operations are fine, nobody cares. But for large-scale transactions, acquiring key technologies, are those complex and varied forces easy to deal with? Even so, Wang Yan managed to bring back quite a few good things, allowing Longtang to develop rapidly. To be honest, she was a little scared. Wang Dashin pondered, I know what you're saying, it really was unintentional. Luo Yazhu sighed. Today Wang Yan said he would continue to invest in innovation and research and development. What are you trying to say? Do you think it's a waste of money, useless, and that we can just buy other people's products with that money? Remember when the garment factory first opened, you said we had to do our own research and development to earn other people's money. But what about now? Dashin, you should really reflect on this. After a long silence, Wang Dashin said, I'm sorry, Yazhu, I've disappointed you. Luo Yazhu didn't think much of it. It's normal to lose your mind after the huge wealth, as long as you correct it in time. After all, when she earned much more money than others back then, she was already on cloud 9, let alone Wang Dashin who had reached this point in just 3 years. Turning to face Wang Dashin, their eyes met in the darkness. Luo Yazhu reached out and stroked his face, saying, Don't overthink it. I don't blame you. I just didn't want you to go down the wrong path, Dashin. Being together as a family, safe and sound, is the best thing. Wang Dashin touched his face. Thank you, Yazhu. Don't worry, I know. I definitely won't overthink things again. It's getting late, go to sleep early, we'll be busy tomorrow. Luo Yazhu hummed in agreement and gently kissed his forehead. She lay down and soon fell into deep sleep. Feeling his lover's even breathing beside him, Wang Dashin stared blankly at the ceiling, not knowing when he had fallen asleep. No one knew what Wang Dashin's inner journey had been like, but since that day, he had become much more composed. Wang Yan never judged by appearances. Not to mention the many people he had met and the many things he had experienced, he himself wasn't a good person. Don't be fooled by his current composed and confident demeanor, as if he wouldn't flinch even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Ultimately, it was just that he didn't care. What was he afraid of? Death? Foreseeable death. He hadn't lived enough yet. The longer one lives, the more afraid of death one becomes, and Wang Yan was no exception. He hadn't yet transcended the cycle of life and death. If he were truly outmatched and his life was in danger, he would be a complete sycophant, groveling thoroughly and comfortably. But given the opportunity, he would ruthlessly sweep away any threat. So he didn't care what Wang Dashin did, he was watching Wang Dashin's actions, whether he would do anything behind his back. Time would tell. Chen Jiang returned to his factory, dejected. He spent the whole day staring at the brick engraved with Luo Yazhu's childhood and maternal love in the old factory building, before forcing himself to get busy. After 3 years of development, their factory's Yazhu brand socks were reasonably priced, of good quality, and quite excellent, so they sold very well. Many people had placed orders and paid substantial deposits. But their factory was only so big, with limited production capacity. So many orders were piling up, their production capacity was overflowing and simply couldn't keep up. Therefore, they had to purchase more machinery and open new production lines to increase capacity and meet the demand. This was a happy problem. But the happiness didn't last long before the problems returned. For some reason, the Japanese wouldn't sell them any machines. They tried many methods and consulted many people, but nothing worked. Chen Jiang's office was practically bombarded with calls from customers pressing for delivery. At this critical juncture, if they couldn't deliver on time, it would be a breach of contract. A breach of contracts would mean selling their entire business wouldn't be enough to cover the losses. It was a matter of life and death. It was at this moment that Yang Zhu, with her long, flowing hair, wearing a trench coat, black stockings, and high heels, and exuding a voluptuous figure, appeared arrogantly. She launched into tirade against Chen Jiang, accusing him of stealing Yang's market share, stealing Japanese technology, and plundering Yang's warehouse. She claimed she was Yang's only heir, and without her, their small, run-down business could be wiped out with a flick of a finger. She coerced and bribed Chen Jiang into taking over the sock factory. According to her, she valued the talent capable of transforming the struggling factory into a threat to her family within 3 years. What she didn't explicitly say was that she really liked this talent. Although she coerced him, she genuinely helped Chen Jiang, otherwise, the sock factory would have been lost. This behavior is undeniably commendable. However, it must be said that wealth and power are truly advantageous, even the way one pursues a man is different. This also shows that Yang Zhu wasn't impulsive. They met 3 years ago at a machinery display in Shanghai, and subsequently, she followed a Japanese to help repair machines, developing some feelings for Chen Jiang during this time. But she only took action after careful consideration and 3 years of observation. Chen Jiang knew she was telling the truth and wanted to disagree. But circumstances forced him to comply. The Russians had spoken, backwardness invites aggression. If he didn't agree, the sock factory would collapse, and what would happen to all the people who depended on him? What about the Jade Pearl brand? They had no choice but to grit their teeth and sign the unequal contract, allowing Yang Zhu to take over the sock factory. Once in charge, Yang Zhu solved the production problems and then began restructuring, laying off departments and employees, cutting off supplies to some small vendors, and even firing Chen Jiang's uncle. In her words, a businessman prioritizes profit above all else. High cost effectiveness is paramount, profits are squeezed out. This was influenced by her father, her Western education, and the prevailing profit-driven atmosphere. This clashed with the 4 in, 6 out, 4 doors, 4 connections, and loyalty rules of the sugar-selling gang, which Chen Jiang had learned since childhood, leading to a very unpleasant situation. Later, he discovered that his uncle was taking kickbacks in the purchasing department, and only then did he understand why Yang Zhu had acted this way. Realizing what had happened, he brought 2 bottles of wine to apologize to Yang Zhu, attempting to mend the relationship. Yang Zhu didn't seem to mind. After all, love allows for tolerance. In her eyes, these were minor matters. Next, they worked together seamlessly, reforming internally and expanding externally. During this time, Yang Zhu's affection for Chen Jiang grew stronger and stronger. Her eyes and heart were filled with him. That day, with a new production line about to be installed, everyone was discussing where to place it and how to plan its layout. Yang Zhu noticed the old factory building that had been burned down. Xiao Jiang, the factory's only college graduate and a technician, showed her around. Our factory manager said we are going to turn this into a hall of honor, so every new employee can come here to learn and see how our sock factory has developed, Xiao Jiang explained with a smile. Chen Jiang had his own charm, and coupled with his ability to develop the sock factory to such an extent in 3 years, his innovative spirit, and his ambition, Xiao Jiang greatly admired him. Yang Zhu looked around at the smoke and fire damage and said nonchalantly, remembering the bitter past and appreciating the sweet present? What era are we living in? Still using such an outdated method. She wasn't wrong, this era was full of innovation and change. Seeing the daily influx of cash, bosses were all focused on expansion. To seize market share and earn more, they had to recruit talent and skilled workers, which meant they had to offer substantial sums. After all, what if your resources weren't enough, and your competitors were offering more? But later, when the realities of the world arrived, the people remained the same. It was just that these old foxes changed, adopting the very methods they once scorned. They started talking to you about life, ideals, giving you lectures, explaining company culture, and discussing personal value. At first, the young people believed them, genuinely believed them. Chinese people are the most diligent, hard-working, and ambitious. With a tangible goal, they work harder than anyone else, unstoppable. But after years of struggle, apart from a few with exceptional talent, truly extraordinary abilities, or divine favor, most remain unsuccessful and mediocre. What remains for most is years away from home, still strangers in a foreign land, physically weak, bald, and devoid of desire. The boss is constantly buying new houses and cars, and getting married every night. Looking back at himself, he still can't afford a house, a car, or a wife. Then he just lies down, while a bunch of old bastards who control the narrative stand up, licking their boots on various channels, spouting nonsense with utter arrogance. If you criticize them, they act like they're hopeless, like they're worried about the country. This young man is truly pathetic. Seeing Yang Zu's rebuttal, Xiao Jiang countered, "It really works. Every time our factory manager encounters a problem, he locks himself here for half a day, and afterwards he's like he's been injected with adrenaline." Yang Zu was taken aback and asked curiously, "Why? Is there anything special about this place?" Pointing to Kayang on the side, Xiao Jiang said, "Maybe it's because of this." He didn't know anything else, but he knew Chen Jiang must be a man with a story. Otherwise, a brick with a little person drawn on it couldn't give him such power, and a brand name that was actually a little girl's name couldn't be used to spout nonsense. Yang Zu followed the direction he pointed and looked closer. After reading the contents, she couldn't help but read aloud, "Yuzhu and her mother." Yuzhu brand. She froze after reading it. She knew something was off about Chen Jiang. He always seemed evasive when she teased him. So that's what it was. Ignoring Xiao Jiang, Yang Zu turned and left after understanding what was going on. This old factory couldn't be kept, it had to be demolished. In the drama, Chen Jiang was currently searching for Luo Yuzhu with his dismissed uncle. He had already experienced his grief from afar, so he was working in his office. Hearing the knock, Chen Jiang didn't look up and said, "Come in." After a moment, hearing the familiar clack-clack of high heels on the concrete floor, Chen Jiang stood up and said, "You're here? Sit down." He pulled out a chair opposite his desk for her to sit down, then turned and went to the side to pour a cup of hot water from the thermos. "What's up? P.S. This is a bit presumptuous, but I have to say it. Dear brothers, please vote for me anytime. Thank you. Thank you too, and, for your continued support. Thank you too, and, Neil Pang, for your monthly votes. Regular thanks to all the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the good brothers who silently read for your support." Chapter 110. The wall collapsed, and my heart crumbled. Just a little drink today, didn't have time, that's all. Yang Zu toyed with a cup of hot water in her hand. "There's something I want to discuss with you." Sitting back in his chair, Chen Jiang nodded seriously. "Okay, go ahead. The new production line is coming in soon, we need to prepare in advance, we can't delay and affect production." Chen Jiang pondered for a moment. "You're right, then Xiao Jiang will be in charge of that personnel training thing." This was something the two of them had discussed some time ago. The sock factory was expanding production and needed more skilled workers, and the new staff were of varying skill levels, which was necessary. As for the production workshop, he didn't understand Yang Zu's intentions. He didn't think about it any other way. As for the production workshop, my opinion is, let's stick with the old one for now. Will that work? Without hesitation, Yang Zu rejected the idea. It's too crowded. If the old and new production lines are placed together, the raw materials will easily become mixed up, and management will be difficult. I think it's better to open a new factory area. Noticing Chen Jiang's expression, Yang Zu paused for a moment before continuing. This afternoon, I took a walk around the back and saw that the old factory building was just sitting there unused, taking up space. I discussed it with Xiao Jiang about whether we could vacate it. Under Yang Zu's gaze, Chen Jiang, who had initially been indifferent, suddenly looked up upon hearing about moving the old factory building. "No. Don't move the old factory building. I want to keep it." Yang Zu crossed her arms and leaned back against a chair. "Chen Jiang, this isn't like you. You always prioritize production efficiency. Give me a reason to keep it." Chen Jiang's mind raced. The discomfort he had just recovered from returning returned, and he didn't want to pay her any attention. Seeing his reaction, Yang Zu wasn't one to tolerate such behavior and was determined to thwart his advances. "Fine, since you're not saying anything, I'll take that as a yes." "No way." Chen Jiang snapped back to reality, firmly insisting it wouldn't work, and made up a reason. "It's a matter of spirit. The person she cared about had someone else in their heart, and Yang Zu didn't feel good about it. She, a wealthy young lady, had fallen for a country bumpkin, and he didn't even seem to care. It would be strange if she felt good about it. I heard from Xiao Jiang that you wanted to build a hall of honor there, but that place is really wasted. How about this? We'll set up a hall of honor on the first floor of the office building to meet your needs." She said this with a sense of grievance, but what could she do? She liked it. She had to accept the situation. She refused to believe she couldn't outdo Yuzu and couldn't win over Chen Jiang. "No, I said no, and that's final." Without even looking at Yang Zu, Chen Jiang got up and left. He had no other choice but to resort to pleading. Whatever, it wouldn't work. Without turning back, Yang Zhu stared at the empty seat opposite her, feeling utterly wronged. She thought for a moment, then got up and walked to the window to look outside. A short while later, as expected, Chen Jiang appeared. Seeing him open the door and go inside, Yang Zhu forced back her tears, making a firm decision in her heart. The next day, Chen Jiang and his deputy factory manager went out to meet a client and inquire about the situation. Their factory's Yazoo brand socks were being sold under the Xianxi brand in the market. This was bad for their brand, as Yazoo was no less competitive than Xianxi, otherwise, it wouldn't have been targeted by the Yang family and allowed Yang Zhu to take over the sock market. The terms were clear, and the agreement was well written. In reality, Yang Zhu had more say than him. Faced with this situation, Chen Jiang didn't have a good solution. He could only go back and try to reason with Yang Zhu, then discuss the matter further. But when he returned to the factory, he witnessed a heartbreaking scene. Yang Zhu was organizing people to demolish the old factory buildings. He quickly shouted for them to stop, but it was too late. The walls had already been torn down. Chen Jiang didn't yell at Yang Zhu, because he had already seen Luo Yazhu and knew the outcome. He was no longer like the character in the original drama, clinging to a brick as a keepsake, hoping for a reunion. Staring blankly at the ruins before him, Chen Jiang was momentarily lost. The wall he had guarded for 3 years, waited for 8, had just collapsed. Chen Jiang remained stunned for a long time. Regaining his senses, he ignored the stares of those around him and scrambled into the rubble to start digging. Seeing his actions, Yang Zhu stomped her foot angrily and turned away, exasperated. The surrounding workers looked at each other. One leader had left, another was still digging, confused. They dared not move, just standing there watching Chen Jiang dig through the bricks. That day, Chen Jiang talked to that brick for a long time, until he fell asleep holding it. The next day, the train to Qiancheng rumbled along. Chen Jiang leaned against the train carriage wall, clutching his bag, staring blankly out the window, tears welling in his eyes. A hero will inevitably emerge, regardless of his origins. 3 days later, you will be appointed assistant to the president of the Yang Group. Within a month, I will invest additional funds in the sock factory, comprehensively building a sock industry base. A year later, you will be promoted to vice president, assisting my daughter in taking over Yang's department store. I entrust my precious daughter to you, you must not let her down. Yazhu brand will become your history, and your memories. My father has cancer, he only has a year left. He found it strange that someone as restless as me could stay in the sock factory for months. Now he understands, because of you. Do you understand what he meant by entrustment? Luo Yazhu, so you've always had this woman in your heart. You've protected this sock factory for her sake, even naming the brand after her. I will tear down the wall in your heart, I will make you completely open up to me. Everything that happened yesterday is still vivid in my mind, still ringing in my ears. Yang Zhu has done so much, he's not stupid, how could he not see it? Now that she's gone this far, how could he not have some thoughts? It's just that for so many years, besides doing business, it's all been about Luo Yazhu, and even later, doing business was for Luo Yazhu. Yang Zhu's sudden appearance is a bit hard for him to accept. After thinking deeply all night, Chen Jiang finally decided to say goodbye to Luo Yazhu, to say goodbye to the past. If he doesn't see her again, he won't have peace for the rest of his life. Chen Jiang found Yang Zhu this morning. He can't forget Yang Zhu's excitement when he heard him say accept the entrustment. He can't forget Yang Zhu's smile when he heard him say he was going to Qiancheng to find Luo Yazhu. The train rumbled forward, the destination drew closer, but he became more and more nervous. Chen Jiang clutched his bag tightly, because inside were bricks with little figures drawn on them, carefully wrapped in layers of cloth. Because they represented the past, the future, and her. Thank you to, rest he, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to, reader 2021031113511047494197, for your continued support. Thank you to the 17 brothers, read novels every day, book friend 160,819,142,115,704, victory winner, Xiao Yao, where I am, no time this year, Lu Meng Hang Ben, Hu Men Sheng, the Deep Sea King holding a trident, Yududu, Mozhuan Mo Lao Liu, Nanzin Bei Luo, Zhang Shu Mao, Moran, Quang Jedao, Fei Nia Oxiang U 908, Trajectory, for your monthly tickets. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the brothers who silently read. Chapter 111. The deepest pain is unrequited love. Reaching the spot where he had previously spied on Luo Yazhu, Chen Jiang stared intently at the building across the street, speechless for a long time. Despite his clear understanding, he still didn't want to face it when the moment arrived, instinctively wanting to escape. If possible, he didn't want to disturb Luo Yazhu's peaceful life, but he was certain Luo Yazhu wouldn't forget him. Facing it honestly was better for both of them. He glanced at his watch. It was just past 2 o'clock. Chen Jiang sighed deeply and roused himself to walk towards the building across the street. Hello, how can I help you? The receptionist smiled politely at Chen Jiang. I'm looking for Luo Yazhu. Looking for President Luo? Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked in a formulaic manner, idly wondering how many times this was. Longteng, as the leading company in Qiancheng and one of the top companies in Zhuangzi province, covered all aspects of business, and countless people came to see him every day. Chen Jiang had seen this situation many times before, so it wasn't surprising. He quickly said, "It's like this, I'm an old friend of your CEO Luo. Could you call and ask her for me? Just say that Chen Jiang is looking for her." The young woman looked at Chen Jiang suspiciously, thought for a moment, and said, "I'll call CEO Luo's secretary. Whether she can see you or not is another matter." Chen Jiang nodded quickly, clasping his hands together. "Oh, thank you so much, thank you." The young woman picked up the phone, waited a moment, and the call connected. "Secretary Zhao, this is the receptionist. There's someone downstairs named Chen Jiang who says he's an old friend of CEO Luo. He seems to genuinely know him, he doesn't seem to be lying." "Yes, that's right, his name is Chen Jiang." "Okay." After hanging up, she said to Chen Jiang, who was listening intently, "Please wait a moment. Secretary Zhao has gone to ask?" Okay, thank you." Chen Jiang nodded repeatedly, turned around, and sat down on the sofa in the lobby, looking around aimlessly. On the top floor, Secretary Zhao put down the phone. He picked up a document that needed to be signed, got up, walked to the side, and knocked on the door. "Come in." Secretary Zhao opened the door and entered. "President Luo, these are documents from the HR department that you need to review. You were busy earlier, so you gave them to me." "Okay, put them there. I'll look at them in a bit." Placing the documents on the table, Secretary Zhao said, "By the way, President Luo, the receptionist downstairs called earlier. A man named Chen Jiang wants to see you, claiming to be an old friend. Do you know him?" Luo Yazhu, who was working at her desk, paused, as if struck by lightning. She looked up blankly. "What's his name?" "Chen Jiang." "Chen Jiang." Luo Yazhu murmured, repeating the name she had longed for, the name etched in her heart. She thought she had long forgotten it, but hearing it again still stirred her emotions. Coming back to her senses, Luo Yazhu stood up and asked, "Where is he?" Seeing her reddened eyes, Secretary Zhao suppressed her gossip. "He's downstairs. Shall I bring him up?" "No need." Luo Yazhu waved her hand and walked out. Reaching the door, Luo Yazhu stopped, gripping the doorknob, and turned to look at the dazed Secretary Zhao. "Why don't you bring him up?" "Oh, okay." Secretary Zhao replied, quickly bowing her head to go and greet him. She had been Luo Yazhu's secretary for 2 years, and this was the first time she had seen this strong woman so distraught. Even a fool would know something was wrong. Seeing Secretary Zhao leave, Luo Yazhu quickly went to the mirror, wiped away her tears, and tidied her hair. After finishing, she walked to the window, gazing absently outside, memories flooding her mind, every little detail of the past rushing back. It would be a lie to say she didn't regret it, but fate had dealt her a cruel hand, and life was unpredictable. Now, her child was almost 8 years old. What could she do but face it with equanimity? Chen Jiang, his heart heavy, followed Secretary Zhao to the office door. Secretary Zhao knocked on the door and said, "Please come in, Mr. Luo is already waiting for you." "Thank you for your trouble." Chen Jiang nodded, took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and went inside. As soon as he entered, Chen Jiang saw the figure standing by the window, looking back. The two stared at each other blankly, neither speaking. Secretary Zhao, seeing Chen Jiang standing motionless after entering, very considerately stepped forward and gently closed the door. Looking at the man she hadn't seen for 8 years, Luo Yazhu couldn't help but shed tears. Although she had mentally prepared herself beforehand, she still couldn't hold back when she actually saw him. Although the atmosphere was quite well crafted, Chen Jiang had thought about it countless times and cried countless times. So, his condition was still okay, only his eyes were red. Chen Jiang smiled and walked up to Luo Yazhu, awkwardly wiping her eyes with a practiced but stiff gesture. It's a reunion, you should be happy. Why are you crying? Your makeup's all ruined. Luo Yazhu brushed his hand away, went to the desk, picked up a tissue, and wiped her tears. Sit down. After wiping her tears and smoothing her makeup, she went to the corner, grabbed a bottle of water, and handed it to Chen Jiang. How have you been all these years? Still the factory manager of the sock factory? She asked, sitting down opposite him. Chen Jiang wasn't surprised. He thought for a moment and said, I saw your purchase order. I went to see you that year, at the little house by the railway. Thinking of that time, Luo Yazhu shed tears again, because her child had just been born. She stared at Chen Jiang, her lips twitching with unspoken thoughts, but no words came out. Chen Jiang also had a lot to say, but he only managed to utter a few words. Seeing Luo Yazhu's tears streaming down her face, he feigned nonchalance. Look at you, you've only said a few words and you're already crying again. Wipe your tears. After a while, seeing that Luo Yazhu had calmed down, Chen Jiang, suppressing his heartache, took his bag and pulled out a brick he had meticulously wrapped in layers of packaging, placing it on the table. I came here to give you this. Saying this, Chen Jiang opened the outer packaging, revealing the brick inside. Luo Yazhu immediately saw the little figure on it, and her recently calmed emotions overwhelmed her, causing her to burst into loud sobs. Seeing Luo Yazhu's tearful outburst, Chen Jiang, suppressing his heartache, said, I'm getting married too. Take care of yourself, I'm leaving. With that, he picked up his bag and left. Saying more was useless, there was no way the two could continue. Staying any longer would easily attract gossip and add to Luo Yazhu's troubles. It was better to cut the Gordian knot and leave. Chen Jiang reached the door, but before he could open it, a loud shout came from behind. Chen Jiang. Chen Jiang stopped and turned around. Luo Yazhu looked at him with tears streaming down her face. After a long while, she said in a sobbing voice, take care of yourself too. Chen Jiang smiled and nodded, without saying a word. He waved his hand, turned around, and pushed open the door. Ignoring Secretary Zhao outside, he took the elevator downstairs and walked to the door. Chen Jiang looked up and couldn't hold back any longer, tears finally fell. Seeing Luo Yazhu crying, he really wanted to go forward and comfort her with his warm embrace and his not-so-broad chest. But he couldn't, and neither could Luo Yazhu. On the way here, he had imagined all sorts of scenes, all sorts of memories they had shared. But he never expected that their reunion after 8 years apart would end in just a few words. But he didn't feel regret, because what Luo Yazhu wanted to say was in her eyes, and in her sobs. What he wanted to say, Zhu and Taozi would tell Luo Yazhu. Of all the emotions in the world, the most painful is unrequited love. Now it's alright, no one should worry anymore, no one should feel pain anymore. With tears in his eyes, Chen Jiang turned and left without hesitation. Qiansheng, he never wanted to come back to this place in his life. Behind her, in the Longtang building, Luo Yazhu stood by the window, tears streaming down her face, watching the departing figure. Even after it disappeared from sight, she remained staring in that direction, silent. Bookstore, 3rd floor. I understand. Keep watching. With that, Wang Yan hung up the phone. It was a call from his subordinate who had been tracking Chen Jiang, informing him that Chen Jiang had gone to see Luo Yazhu today. He knew about the incident at the sock factory a few days ago, including Chen Jiang's previous secret visit. The purpose of Chen Jiang's visit this time was obvious, to settle things, to say goodbye. This was basically settled. Yang Zhu had gotten what she wanted, which was good. Marrying Chen Jiang would guarantee Yang Zhu happiness. Whether she would be happy afterward remained to be seen. As for who his subordinate was, Brother Tiger of Chengnan, his real name was Liu Jinhu. The kid whose leg he almost broke. Money as bait, force as suppression, a carrot in one hand, a stick in the other. He had everything meticulously planned and executed, dealing with the subservient. Given Liu Jinhu's character, tracking a few people was a piece of cake. He weighed the mobile phone in his hand, then put it aside. To be honest, That mobile phone definitely carried weight. It gave off a different kind of aura. As for the new Longtang phone, it was still under development, and as before, its technological foundation was weak. He couldn't offer much help in this area. His only expertise was in computer software. He was far behind in other areas. What he knew were only general principles, things from the real world and researched by his subordinates in other worlds. When it came to specific technologies, he was completely lost. After all, for the past 100 years, he had mostly studied humanities. He'd had enough. Feeling constrained in everything wasn't pleasant. Although his talent wasn't in engineering, he'd have to learn it eventually. He didn't have much else, but he had time, enough to last decades. Diligence could compensate for lack of talent, and that applied to him. If he couldn't do research and development, he could always copy or memorize. In 100 or 200 years, when he was proficient, he could even lend a hand in the real world. He used to think it was best to live a quiet life, keeping to himself and not showing off. But after a few rounds with the foreigners, he'd gotten carried away and had to join the fray. 5,000 years of trials and tribulations, it wasn't easy to get to where he is today. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it and continued with his work. Sculpture, a hobby he'd recently cultivated. He'd seen it in an old shop while wandering around one day. Suddenly intrigued, he decided to learn for a couple of days, tinkering around in his spare time, enjoying himself immensely. As for why he wandered around alone, it was because Wang Yan, after getting the money, had been busy researching building a hotel building, only coming to him every few days to practice and relax, also to keep him, her sugar daddy, in check. Thank you to reader 160,425,124,516,526 for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to the readers who voted for the monthly ticket. Thank you to the readers who recommended the book. Thank you to all the readers who have been reading. Chapter 112 Going to Wushan. Wang Yan keenly sensed something was wrong with his wife. From mealtime to bedtime, he could feel her tossing and turning. After much deliberation, Wang Yan finally couldn't hold back and asked, tossing and turning, something on your mind? Without hesitation, Luo Yazhu replied, nothing, you go to sleep, don't worry about me. Still being stubborn. We've been married for so many years, don't I know you? Is it something from the past? Tell me, I don't blame you. It'll make you feel better. Again, Wang Yan wasn't stupid, but his former honesty was gone. These past years, Luo Yazhu only acted this way when the past was mentioned, otherwise, she had never hidden anything from him. In the darkness, so quiet you could hear a pin drop, Luo Yazhu stared blankly at the ceiling. After a long while, she sighed deeply. At this age, with children so grown up, what couldn't she say? He came to see me today, saying he's getting married. I never expected it to take so many years for him to get married. I'm the one who held him back. Him? Yes, him. Before Wang Yan could ask further, Luo Yazhu said, his name is Chen Jiang. He was an abandoned baby, rescued by Chen Jinshu from Chenjia village in Wushan. Later. Do you remember the sock factory we went to buy socks back then? Yes. That's where my mother used to work, and I grew up there. When we went there, he was the factory manager. After hearing this, Wang Yan understood what had happened. Fate is so unpredictable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained a bachelor for life, but he certainly wouldn't have found a woman as good as Luo Yazhu. He turned and hugged Luo Yazhu, saying, alright, stop overthinking. Doesn't it feel better to say it out loud? Everyone has their own destiny, you can't force it. The past can't be retrieved, we should look forward. He's the manager of a sock factory, his life is definitely good. Don't worry. Maybe we can even cooperate in the future. We're old friends, so you can feel more at ease. He was absolutely sincere, he wasn't being petty or lying. He had noticed that something was definitely wrong with Luo Yazhu, otherwise he wouldn't have even asked. Firstly, he had always known that Luo Yazhu was having problems, but she didn't say anything, and he had never asked. Secondly, their child was already grown up, and now the company was thriving, their life was definitely good. Why say so much useless stuff? Luo Yazhu hadn't said anything before for any other reason. She was simply afraid that Wang Yan would overthink things, and afraid that she herself would overthink things. She hadn't expected Wang Yan to be so perceptive. She smiled with relief and snuggled closer to him, saying, you're right, they're all old friends. Go to sleep. Old friends. How could she sleep? It might sound easier to say it, but when it comes to feelings, only the one experiencing the pain truly knows. The next day, in the conference room of the Longtang building, Wang Yan, Luo Yazhu, Wang Dashan, the legal director, the head of the apparel branch, and other mid to high level employees gathered together. The middle manager of the clothing company reported in detail. The newspapers have already reported on this clothing quality issue. After this period of investigation, it didn't originate from our own factory. It came from Wushan, Zhejiang province, but we haven't found the specific location yet. Consumers are outraged and completely disbelieve our explanations. Looking at Wang Yan, Luo Yazhu asked, how's the troublemaker being dealt with? We're currently negotiating. That person is demanding an exorbitant amount. Nothing we say will work. He insists on a public apology. It's obvious someone is behind this, maliciously targeting us. Luo Yazhu wasn't one to tolerate such behavior. What kind of leader are you? This should have been resolved immediately. Now, after 3 years of business, our reputation has plummeted, and you're still thinking about negotiation? Tell me, what's there to negotiate? All that management art and stuff is useless compared to money. The managers at Longtang earn a substantial income, arguably among the highest in the country. So Luo Yazhu didn't care about that. If you're making money off me, you have to do your job properly. That's only fair. The matter was actually quite simple. Someone bought counterfeit goods and was either instigated or hired to cause trouble. After the incident was hyped up and blown up, people from all over tried to take advantage of the situation and extort money from them. Counterfeit goods are a well-known problem, just like Microsoft piracy. It's all about market share and brand awareness. Longtang positions itself as a mid to high-end brand, something many people can't afford. They've been pirated since they started making clothes, and despite employing so many designers who have worked tirelessly to create designs that ultimately benefit others, their products have indeed increased brand awareness. People in the city generally know that they are a genuine leading Chinese fashion brand. They've always firmly grasped the word fashion, however, this time they've really gone too far. These counterfeiters even use the exact same trademark, which is outrageous. Longtang sells clothes only in its own stores. They never do wholesale or sell in bulk. Don't they know where their customers bought their clothes? Don't they know how much they spend? And yet, these shameless people come to their door to extort money. Do they think money is so easy to make? Wang Yan waved his hand to smooth things over. Don't be angry, let's solve the problem. Tell me, what will be the outcome if we sue this person? He gestured for the legal manager to speak. Mr. Wang, it's like this, we can now prove our innocence. We can accuse them of spreading rumors, defamation, extortion, etc. The legal manager meticulously explained the charges and possible verdicts. Good, send the lawsuit today, including those who wave the flag. Don't let anyone escape, sue them to the death. As for reputation, once we find the source, we'll spend some money to promote it on CCTV, and we'll coordinate an event, and that should be enough. Longtang started with clothing. Although it's not our main business now, the clothing industry is profitable, and it represents Longtang's image. The enemy is in the dark, we are in the light. This time the responsibility isn't entirely yours, but I don't want to next time. He didn't mention the mastermind behind it, that would be idiotic. Regardless of who fired the first shot, domestic and international competitors, or Longtang's rivals in other industries, would definitely have their own ways of taking advantage of the situation, and they could easily take them down one by one. Yes, thank you, Mr. Wang. I will definitely pay attention. The senior members of the branch office all knew Wang Yan, knew that he was the real boss. But he usually didn't get involved. They knew what happened to those who caused trouble, and they were all a little uneasy in front of Wang Yan. Nodding, Wang Yan said, I don't have anything to do anyway, so I'll go to Wushan and take a look. If there are any good projects, I might invest in them, and it'll save you from always saying I'm too idle. What are you saying? I was just joking around. You do what you need to do, I'll go. Wang Dashan waved his hand with a smile. It's not that I'm blaming you, but I've been feeling restless lately and want to go out for a while. I've never been to Wushan before, so I might as well go and take a good look. You have a lot of work to do, this is just a small matter, so you don't need to worry about it. Life had been too comfortable, and Wang Yan had only recently remembered Yu Yingji's cancer. He thought about it carefully, and the inscription on the tombstone seemed to be from around 1995, No more than a year off. It's 1992 now. Even if there's an illness, it might still be lurking. Even if it can't be cured, it can at least prolong life by a few years. Seeing that Wang Yan wasn't joking and didn't seem to have any objections, Wang Yan nodded. Okay, then you go. I won't argue with you. I'll tell the logistics manager over there to contact you later. A rich man shouldn't sit under a dangerous roof. Even if you're a good fighter, you have to be careful. Alright, you're speaking so politely now. I'll listen to you. Wang Yan laughed. He didn't object. Having someone to rely on was better than doing it himself. These days, logistics people are much tougher than street thugs when they fight. Even local big shots can't help them. That's all for now. Meeting adjourned. I'll head over today. After saying goodbye to Wang Yan and the other man, Wang Yan packed up and boarded the train to Washington. Thanks to brother, for the 300 coin donation. Thank you to the three brothers, Breakup Beggar, Flower Burial Shakes the Moon, and, for their continued support. Thank you to all the brothers who voted with monthly tickets. Thank you to all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 113 Chu Yingji. At Washington Station, Wang Yan, carrying a small bag, had just stepped off the train when he noticed two men standing on tiptoe, looking around in the crowd outside the platform. They were holding large signs bearing his name and the Longtang logo. The signs were significantly larger than those held by others, making them easily noticeable. Applauding the two young men's quick thinking, Wang Yan walked over with his bag. I'm Wang Yan. Before the two could compare his photo to his own, one of the men extended his hands and said, Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Su Shengli, the head of logistics here. Mr. Wang Yan instructed me to come and pick you up. Wang Yan shook his hand. I know you. You came with Lao Fang. Well done, thank you for your hard work. Lao Fang, whom he referred to, was the logistics supervisor, a long-time employee from the company's inception. Money was one thing, status was another. A daily dose of encouragement was necessary. It also served as a subtle reminder to do his job properly and avoid unnecessary trouble. The art of language is profound. The elder brother's encouragement, regardless of the implied meaning, was a gesture of respect from the younger brother. Su Shengli appeared flattered and honored. It's no trouble at all. It's all thanks to the guidance of you leaders. It's all my duty. Mr. Wang, this way please. The cars are parked outside. Following Su Shengli to the station, they saw an Audi A6 and a Volkswagen Passat parked side by side. People stood at a distance, pointing and whispering, their eyes filled with envy. The cars were all uniformly assigned by the company according to rank. There were simply too many people and not enough money, so they could only provide the branch office leaders with Audi A6s. Otherwise, given Wang Yan's temperament, everyone would have to drive the most prestigious Mercedes-Benz W140. He didn't care what he drove, but for company leaders, it was all about prestige and image, so they couldn't be inferior. The group got into the cars, and the driver started the engine and drove off smoothly. Mr. Wang, the hotel is all arranged. We'll throw a welcome dinner for you after you've rested. Forget the welcome dinner? No need for all that nonsense. Let's get back to work. By the way, regarding this counterfeit goods incident, find 2 people to pose as buyers and track them down to arrest them all. Wang Yan didn't care about the flattery anyway, and he was already tired of it. Yes, Mr. Wang, I'll arrange it right away, no problem at all. Su Shengli was full of confidence. Logistics and clothing weren't separate businesses, so he hadn't paid much attention to them before. But after the recent uproar, they acted immediately, otherwise, they'd look like useless fools. The reason they located Washington so quickly was because they found it. After all, goods shipped from here to the whole country require logistics. Although Longtang hadn't been here long, backed by its parent company's resources, Longtang's strength here wasn't weak. There really were those fools who would use Longtang Logistics to ship their goods. He was so angry he laughed when he found out, that guy's brain. Wang Yan nodded, thought for a moment, and said, could you arrange a dinner with Director Chu Yingji for me? See if he's free recently. I'll treat him to dinner. Chu Yingji? Su Shengli thought about this person for a moment, then asked doubtfully, President Wang, his rank. Before coming here, I looked into the situation here and was quite interested in the Washington Small Commodity Distribution Center proposed by Chu Yingji. It would be a great help to the development of our logistics. Wang Yan explained casually. Su Shengli nodded in agreement and said nothing more. He was happy inside because the stronger the logistics became, the more he would earn. Moreover, Longteng always made investments that expanded in all aspects. If he performed well this time, he might be able to return to headquarters or transfer to another key business, which would be a great thing. After arriving at the hotel, he left the passet behind and let Su Shengli and the others leave. There weren't any decent hotels at the moment. This was the best they could find, though the conditions were just so-so. Wang Yan arrived in the afternoon. There was nothing to do at this time, so he wasn't in a hurry. After a quick tidy-up, he went downstairs, got in his car, and went out for a meal and some sightseeing. The next day, in the afternoon, at the best restaurant in Washington. Mr. Wang, I've admired you for a long time. I've always heard stories about you, and today I finally meet you in person. I'd like to toast you. Qi Yingji raised his glass without hesitation, downing it without batting an eye, his glass facing downwards. He knew what level Longteng was at. He also knew Longteng's consistent style. They exported to earn foreign exchange and imported cutting-edge technology and machinery. Domestically, they had multiple industries working together to drive regional economic development and create numerous jobs. They also independently researched and developed, vigorously innovating. It was an absolute star company, with a guaranteed reputation. They had previously invited Longteng to invest here, but had been politely declined. Today, receiving Su Shengli's invitation, hearing that Brother Longteng had come in person and even hinted at investment intentions, he was genuinely excited. After hanging up the phone, the county committee immediately held a meeting. After much discussion, they came to the same conclusion: Brother Longteng, who had come to their doorstep, had to be treated well. Everything was negotiable, they had to keep him there, and he couldn't leave without some money. Not at all, not at all. I've heard a lot about Director Chu. Now that we've met, we must have a good chat. Seeing how readily he agreed, Wang Yan knew he couldn't be outdone, so he downed a glass in one gulp. This wasn't a small 2-gin glass, but a normal 2.5 liang glass. This cadre was truly formidable, a real warrior on the alcohol battlefield. If Wang Yan weren't physically strong, he could probably drink Jiu Yingji down to the point of needing to stay in the hospital for 2 days without any problem. Putting down his glass, Wang Yan said, "All right, Director Chu, that's enough for now. It's 15-year-old liquor, after all. Let's drink slowly." 15-year-old? Qi Yingji was taken aback for a moment, then regained his composure. "Then we have to drink slowly, let's eat and drink at the same time." Wages had increased somewhat in recent years, but an ordinary worker only earned a little over 200 yuan a month. Just look at the bottle of Mao on the table. A regular 53 degrees bottle costs 200 or 300 yuan, and many people can't even afford one bottle with a month's salary. Not to mention the 15-year-old one, which is even more expensive and usually unavailable. He'd tried better ones, but only superficially. This one is 15 years old, so he should show some respect. Is this Mr. Wang's first time visiting Washington? Seeing Wang Yan nod, Jiu Yingji pressed, "I heard you came yesterday. What are your thoughts on Washington?" He wasn't sure, so testing the waters was normal, but Mr. Wang wasn't into that kind of thing. Picking up a piece of food with his chopsticks, Wang Yan said, "I think Washington is lacking something." "Oh? I'd like to hear more." "A well-established and standardized commodity trading center." Glancing at Chu Yingji, Wang Yan continued, "I wasn't just saying I'd heard of Director Chu before. Back in the 1980s, the Washington County government invested in building a trading market, which was the most advanced specialized market in the country at the time. Because of this, a large number of stalls, merchants, factories, and a dazzling array of goods have formed an industrial cluster. Today, it can be said to be the backbone of Zhejiang province's light industry. This is something other places don't have, and it's Washington's unique advantage right now. And you've proposed to build Washington into the largest small commodity distribution center in the country, even the world. Washington has the potential, and I'm optimistic about Washington." "Mr. Wang, what do you mean?" Qi Yingji trembled slightly, excited. He couldn't help but be excited. This was his greatest wish. That's right, Longteng Investment has developed a complex integrating catering, accommodation, leisure, entertainment, and commodity trading. It's not that Wang Yan lacks the ability to build another Washington as a replacement, but the time, manpower, resources, and finances required would be far too great. In comparison, Washing is indeed uniquely advantageous, which is why the washing model is difficult to replicate. Qu Yingji had considered these things before, but even a commodity trading center was difficult to establish, let alone develop such a comprehensive system. What Wang Yan described was essentially a one-step solution. He was confident that once completed, washing would take off immediately. Qu Yingji, at this moment, didn't care how many years of wine he had been drinking. He drank like a tumble of wine, excitedly raising his glass. President Wang, really, I can't express it, this glass is for you. After saying that, he downed it in one gulp. It was only the beginning. After only a few words, each of them had downed half a gin of wine. Shaking his head, Wang Yan also finished his glass. Su Shengli, who hadn't made a move, and the people Qu Yingji brought, very considerately refilled their glasses. They were both in the same boat, but fortunately, they were experienced and in good condition. Does Mr. Wang have any other requirements? This was just to get a general idea first, and then discuss the details later. Wang Yan shook his head. I trust your Wuxian government to give Longtang the best conditions. Actually, he didn't have any requirements. It was simply to acquire land according to the government's urban planning, get a loan, and build the building. He believed they would consider the land price. If things went according to Wang Yan's plan, the investment would be substantial, and it would take a long time to recoup the costs. As for the loan, didn't the banks know their ways? The richer you are, the more they'll lend to you, even chasing you to lend. The poorer you are, the less they'll lend to you, and you can't force them to lend. But Longtang has a good reputation, is absolutely top-notch, a good friend of the local government, and a good partner of the banks. As for whose brand they use or whose design they copy, need I say more? It's impossible to completely eliminate that. Putting aside vanity, it has to be admitted that big brands are indeed more novel and attractive. After all, those designers who work so hard aren't paid for nothing. It's simply because it looks good. There will always be people who want it, people who want a bargain, and people who will buy it. Correspondingly, there will always be people seeking high profits, and people who will steal it. It's a vicious cycle. Counterfeit goods displayed in official stores become genuine, while goods produced on a factory production line and sold wholesale become counterfeit. Who can truly distinguish between the real and the fake? Thank you to the three brothers, and, for their continued support. Thank you to all the brothers who voted with monthly tickets. Thank you to all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 114. More than a few years have passed by. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Qu Yingji became serious, believing that having no demands was the best policy. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, our county government will definitely provide you with the best conditions. Good, then I'll stay in Wuxian a little longer and wait for Director Chu's good news. Wang Yan said with a smile, come on, don't just drink, eat some food. Qu Yingji responded with a smile. This was the most satisfying meal he'd had since he started working, and they'd never discussed things so quickly before. 2 glasses of wine, 3 bites of food, and the investment was settled. With the serious business over, the 2 people Qu Yingji brought, Su Shengli and Qu Yingji, started to liven up the atmosphere. That was their job. To be honest, in terms of Su Shengli's level, Qu Yingji was a bit lacking, otherwise he wouldn't have mentioned rank to Wang Yan. But Wang Yan didn't care about such things. He wanted to elevate Qu Yingji to a high position. Of course, Qu Yingji needed to live long enough, as seniority was also a consideration. Focusing on economic development, this wasn't just empty talk. Wherever Qu Yingji was transferred, he would invest there. This was more practical than anything else. He might even be able to get Qu Yingji a high-ranking position before he left. After chatting for a while, Wang Yan took a bite of food and said, Director Chu, I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Observing your sallow complexion, it seems you have some hidden lesions. It would be best to go to a major hospital for a comprehensive examination. His TCM skills were good enough to practice medicine, but he couldn't cure cancer. Even if he could, Qu Yingji probably wouldn't believe him. If he did, Wang Yan would call him brainless. Oh? Mr. Wang, you have quite a wide range of interests. I didn't expect you to also study TCM. To be honest, Mr. Wang, I have indeed been feeling fatigued lately. I'll go get checked out when I have time. Qu Yingji said this to avoid offending the investor. In his heart, he didn't believe it at all. You, the CEO of a big company, Want to see a doctor like us? Are you stupid or am I? It's true that he's fatigued, but it's the result of working day and night. The survival and development of hundreds of thousands of people are the duty and responsibility of these cotters. No one in the county government has it easy, everyone is working overtime. Wang Yan didn't even need his discerning eyes or his brilliant mind to know that Chu Yingji didn't believe him. He took a sip of his drink and said, "You thought it was because you were too tired from work?" Ignoring Chu Yingji's awkward laugh at being found out, Wang Yan shook his head. The human body is a complex system, it doesn't show anything without a reason. According to traditional Chinese medicine, a dark spot between the eyebrows often indicates a long-term lung disease, and a dark red forehead indicates a long-term heart disease, and so on. This is a conclusion drawn from ancient times, so Director Chu should take it to heart. My level is certainly insufficient, I've only read a few more books on traditional Chinese medicine. But a checkup won't waste much time, and it'll put my mind at ease. These words were sincere. After all, Wang Yan was a big boss, and Chu Yingji was a county-level director who barely managed to talk to Su Shengli. That was quite considerate. Chu Yingji said earnestly, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Wang. Once the investment is finalized, I'll go to Linen to check it out." Wang Yan nodded approvingly. That's right. Work is never-ending, and development isn't something that happens overnight. Your health is the most important thing. Come on, Director Chu, let's have a drink. Chu Yingji. Speechless, he picked up his glass and drank with Wang Yan. Damn it, he just advised me to take care of my health, and now he wants to have a drink with us? After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone enjoyed the meal. After a few polite words, they parted ways. Chu Yingji didn't mention Chen Jiang at all. Normally, given their good relationship, he would have helped his younger brother out. However, he knew the details of Chen Jiang's situation. They had spoken on the phone before, and Chen Jiang had told him everything. He knew about Luo Yazhu's situation, so he didn't say anything more. Being rejected when he invited Longtang investment before wasn't a big deal. This time, with Luo Yazhu's connections, he was confident it would work out. As for Chen Jiang's romantic entanglements, they were insignificant compared to the development of Wuxian. He also believed Chen Jiang wouldn't overthink it. But before he could even try to curry favor, Wang Yan arrived first. He didn't mention the county committee reimbursement, since Wang Yan had paid for the meal. Besides, that meal included 5 bottles of 15-year-old liquor, all brought by the man himself. What was the point of him complaining about the food expenses? The next day, Wang Yan made a phone call, summoning a group of people to discuss investment matters with the Wuxian County Committee and the Wuzhou Municipal Committee. Wuxian was, after all, just a county-level city in Wuzhou. Such a large investment couldn't be made clear to the higher-ups without first clarifying things. Since they were already there, the Wuzhou Municipal Committee also wanted Longtang to invest in development in Wuzhou. Wang Yan didn't refuse, let them invest. If all else failed, they could get into real estate. Like his relative, Old Wang, they could build shopping malls, cinemas, and residential properties. Anyway, we'll have to get involved in the internet industry eventually, so online and offline integration is a good thing. Besides, rising housing prices are an inevitable trend, and there are many factors like shantytown redevelopment and urbanization that he can't control. Being a conscientious developer is fine. The boss only needs to open his mouth, and the underlings have to run themselves ragged. He'd talked to government leaders a few times, and once the general direction was clear, there was nothing more for him to do. The rest was up to his subordinates to work tirelessly and discuss the details. Mr. Wang, they're inside. Nodding, Wang Yan walked into the logistics warehouse. Su Shengli had called him today, saying they'd caught the people selling counterfeit clothes. He hadn't asked Su Shengli to come out, but instead asked him to send someone to pick them up. After adjusting to the difference in light inside and outside, he saw 7 or 8 people bound hand and foot, looking dejected, and about 10 of his own men watching them. Who's the leader? The man who came in with Wang Yan stepped forward, walked up to a long-haired man, untied the duct tape wrapped around his mouth several times, and pulled his hair to reveal his face. Mr. Wang, this is him. Seeing his face clearly, it was that clone of Chen Jiang. He nodded, signaling his men to let go. Wang Yan knelt down in front of the man. What's your name? My name is Big Dog, Big Dog replied tremblingly. Although those involved in shady dealings are usually quite audacious, He hadn't gone too far. Those dozens of men, armed with big sticks, surrounded them, blindfolded them, tied them up, and brought them here without a word. How could he not be terrified? Do you know why we're looking for you? No. I don't know. Please give me some pointers, big brother. Wang Yan glanced at the person next to him strangely. Didn't you tell them? We didn't have time, Mr. Wang. The brothers called you as soon as they tied them up. They just got here. Not paying much attention to these minor details, Wang Yan turned to look at Big Dog. We're from Long Ten. You've been counterfeiting Long Teng's clothes, causing trouble for Long Ten. If it weren't for this, it would be fine. But unfortunately, Big Dog wasn't panicked anymore, because it wasn't a matter of life and death. As long as it wasn't life-threatening, there was always a way out. He composed himself and said, then, Big Brother, what do you want to do? Long Teng's clothes were quite popular, with profits significantly higher than other brands. He counterfeited whatever made money, and now that things had gotten out of hand, he had to accept it. Besides, in this situation, he couldn't run away. Wang Yan nodded. His attitude was acceptable. I've seen the clothes you made. They feel similar to the materials we developed. Have you done any research in this area? This kid was later recruited by Chen Jiang to research machines, and now he seems to have some knowledge of materials, a self-made talent. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the clothes material was quite good, he wouldn't have hesitated. He would have just broken off the legs of anyone. Big Dog smiled demurely. I'm just doing this for a living. Alright, then I'll give you a way out. I'll send you to Qiansheng. There's our new materials research lab there. You can work there for a while. If you make new progress, I'll let you go. If not, Wang Yan paused, staring at him, then it'll be one leg each. Big brother, we. Big Dog panicked again, because he'd gone a bit too far. He was just messing around, he didn't have the skills of the others. Wang Yan shook his head, interrupting, I'm not discussing this with you. You just have to do it, understand? Ignoring the dying dog, Wang Yan stood up and looked at the person beside him. Load them into the car, send them to Qiansheng, find. Wang Yan gave him the phone number of the lab director. After giving the instructions, Wang Yan had someone send them back. Just a few minor characters, no need to worry about them. For the next while, Wang Yan didn't have much to do, but it wasn't good to stay away. After all, there were some things that still required his intervention or on-the-spot decision-making. He spent his days aimlessly strolling around. Half a month later, Yangzhou married Chen Jiang as she wished. There were 2 weddings, one in Chenjia village to entertain the elders and villagers, and the other in Shanghai to raise her profile. Qi Yingji took leave to attend both. First, he respected the people in Chenjia village who traded chicken feathers for sugar, and Chen Jinshu had always supported him. Second, the people attending the wedding in Shanghai were all quite influential. Although Longteng Investment had already invested in the development, there's always more of that stuff, so he figured it out might help him attract more investment. After all, with Longteng leading the way, many more would want to follow suit and profit. Wang Yan didn't know anyone there, so he didn't rush to attend the wedding, just offering his silent blessings. He hoped Yangzhou wouldn't cause trouble, and Chen Jiang wouldn't dwell on the past. He hoped the two could make it work and be happy. After a little over a month, all the details were settled, and as things started to move forward, Wang Yan set off for Linen. Last time he was thinking about doing some research, this time he went to study at Zhejiang University. After all, he had no foundation, so he wanted to learn the theory first. Getting admitted was incredibly easy. He donated money to buy experimental equipment, established a scholarship fund, and successfully implemented his research in the classroom. Seasons changed, spring came and autumn went, time waits for no one, and it was now 2005. After more than a decade of development, Longteng has become a diversified behemoth spanning numerous fields, now the largest private enterprise in China, and undoubtedly the leading company. The number of people working directly for Longteng, as well as those in its upstream and downstream industrial chains, is vast, making it a household name. As such a large group, its social responsibility is absolutely fulfilled. During the 1998 floods and the 2003 SARS outbreak, all of Longteng's industries made significant contributions, working together to overcome the difficulties. Especially during the floods, Longteng's involvement had a substantial impact compared to previous floods. Its presence was felt in disaster relief, post-disaster reconstruction, and production recovery. As for the SARS outbreak, the nation's resources were already in place, and the even stronger Longteng was well prepared. Aside from a brief period of panic, the impact was minimal. Its charitable work, poverty alleviation, and leading impoverished areas out of poverty are also noteworthy. Wuxing is already the world's largest distribution center for small commodities, with a highly standardized market, collective trademarks, unified production standards, and guaranteed quality. The quality itself is more than sufficient. While the factory owners' R&D might not be very effective, their ability to imitate is absolutely number one, not to mention their price advantage. In the low-end market, they are basically unrivaled worldwide in cosmetics, clothing, shoes, children's toys, and so on. They can dominate anyone. As for director Chiu Yingji back then, after listening to Wang Yan's advice and being diagnosed with a problem, he actively sought treatment. Since early-stage cancer is curable, and he cooperated with the treatment, he's still alive. Due to his health, although he doesn't work as hard anymore, he still has many things to worry about, and even with his bold delegation, it's still quite demanding. Overall, his fate has been changed quite well. Being alive is the greatest fortune. As for Longteng's hometown, Qiancheng, let's put it this way, besides Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, due to policy reasons and geographical advantages, Qiancheng is the eldest. Longteng even funded the construction of a university and donated it to the Ministry of Education, just to establish a higher education institution and cultivate talent locally. Wang Yan has been keeping track of news from Yangzhou and Zhenjiang. Besides routinely having people follow them, he even infiltrated their company and bribed their nanny. It was disgusting, but he meant no harm. He just wanted to find out the state of their relationship through some clues. After their marriage, they had a son the first year and a daughter the second, a son and a daughter, a complete family. As time passed, not only their youth faded, but also Chen Jiang's feelings for Luo Yazhu diminished. Over the years, he had come to terms with it, but the regret of unrequited love always lingered. Life isn't always perfect, what we can't have is always the best, and that's inevitable. He had no regrets towards Yangzhu, their children, or even his deceased father-in-law. Yangzhu didn't cause any trouble and lived contentedly with Chen Jiang. Knowing that Chen Jiang couldn't forget Luo Yazhu, she initially didn't care because she was proud of him. Love can encompass everything. Later, it was because Chen Jiang had indeed fulfilled his responsibilities, and she could feel his tolerance. After all, small conflicts are inevitable in a marriage, and she, having been spoiled since childhood, understood Chen Jiang's sincerity when she reflected on his actions. She even supported the collaboration with Longteng. Although she occasionally felt a pang of jealousy, she held back, recognizing the vast difference in their circumstances compared to Longteng. It was a form of support. Without Chen Jiang's connections, they would have struggled to even collaborate. Their arguments involved business and the people in Chenjia village. As a business grows and reaches a certain level, expanding into new areas using existing resources is essential for growth. In recent years, besides the Yang Group's original department stores, daily chemicals, hardware, and jewelry businesses, they've expanded into real estate, the internet, and other ventures. Chen Jiang modeled these ventures after Longteng, carefully analyzing their potential for profit. These businesses were newly established with their own funds, with Chen Jiang in charge. Because Chen Jiang and Yangzhu had different business philosophies, and because of the constraints imposed by a group of old investors in the Yang family who had helped build a business with his father-in-law, Chen Jiang's lofty ambitions were ultimately futile. In the end, the two decided to avoid conflict and instead allow Chen Jiang to use the family money to start his own business, each pursuing their own ideas, a better outcome for both of them. The remaining issue is the group from Chenjia village, which Yangzhu wasn't happy about. True to her word, she acted on her promise. Just like in the drama, once Chen Jiang became successful, his former group fawned over him. Remembering their kindness in raising and caring for him, Chen Jiang didn't say anything and accepted their advances. These people, acting all high and mighty, didn't work properly and relied on their status to act superior. Chen Jiang, in his high position, couldn't notice these minor issues, and the others, out of respect for their status, dared not complain, resulting in widespread resentment. Yangzhu, however, didn't tolerate this. She obtained evidence, showed Chen Jiang their true colors, and, willing to fight back, drove them all away. It's easier to pay these people than to hire them. Even now, those people go back to their village gossiping, saying things like Chen Jiang has become rich and doesn't recognize the people who raised him. Then they'll shamelessly ask Chen Jiang for help, saying, I may not work for your company, but I watched you grow up, so helping out isn't wrong, right? Chen Jiang can't refuse, he can't forget his roots, and the debt of gratitude for saving his life is greater than anything, so he accepts. Anyway, every time he helps, Yang Zhu will gossip and argue with him. She doesn't care about the small amount of money, she just can't stand Chen Jiang's never-say-die attitude. The bickering and arguing make life quite exciting. As for Wang Yan himself, he remains as carefree as ever. He's 44 this year and still single, with one woman after another in his life. As for Zhao Ruian from back then, she's a year older than Wang Yan, and although she's well maintained with money, she's still not quite there yet. Furthermore, Wang Yan wasn't exactly upright, he was surrounded by women ranging from 25 to 35. Zhao Ruian wanted some security, so she boldly asked Wang Yan if she could have a child. Wang Yan didn't want one, he had too many children, enough was enough. So he simply let her go, letting her do whatever she wanted. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you to all the brothers who voted with monthly tickets. Thank you to all the brothers who recommended the book. Thank you to all the brothers who silently read the book. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 115, The One IO. Life isn't just about women. Wang Yan spent 6 years at Zhejiang University studying physics and mathematics, barely managing to grasp the theoretical knowledge. Those were years Wang Yan wished he were dead, his talent truly wasn't in those areas. Not to mention studying 2 such brain-intensive subjects simultaneously, those were 6 years of agonizing hardship. Once he'd learned enough, he returned to Longtang's own lab to find projects to practice on. Practice makes perfect, and he could teach those he didn't understand on the spot. After 4 or 5 years, he'd made significant progress and could now handle some small modules, though it was tough on the R&D team. The big shots were fine, they absolutely wouldn't tolerate Wang Yan's behavior. If they were unhappy, they'd criticize him, telling him not to get in the way or cause trouble. The others, however, suffered. When the big boss asked for his advice, he'd ask incredibly stupid questions. They couldn't criticize him directly, only silently cursing him while outwardly enduring their discomfort and patiently teaching him. In short, aside from being popular during year-end bonus distributions, Wang Yan was seen as a complete idiot and universally disliked by these people. Wang Yan himself was well aware of this and just smiled, unconcerned. Just throw money at it, raise salaries is a must. As for funding, there's no question about it. It mainly depends on Longtang's revenue. Anyway, as long as there's money, besides redistributing wealth to employee bonuses, they just keep throwing money at it. It's just that some research topics are unknown new directions, and Wang Yan doesn't know how to judge the research, so there are some restrictions, and they're leaning towards directions he can better control. That's relative to Longtang's other research topics. Elsewhere, they'd be rich. In terms of R&D funding alone, compared to those outside laboratories, only the national Longtang can compete, no one else can compare. Even in US dollars, they're among the top. As for Wang Dashan and Luo Yazhu, they're alright, I guess. I'm not trying to be mean, Wang Yan. You're 44 already, and you're still just messing around? You keep changing women, one after another, and not a single one of them is even remotely appealing? Is your family line ending with you? How can you face your Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang? In a private room at Zhongxinglao, Wang Dashan earnestly advised Wang Yan. After years of development, Zhongxinglao had grown considerably. No longer the original 2-story building, it had moved to a beautiful garden-style building on the outskirts of Qianshan. Its clientele was indeed all wealthy and influential, making it a sort of private club. However, it had only opened 4 branches, in 4 cities more prosperous than Qianshan. There was no other way, even if they wanted to, they couldn't open many. Cooking is all about timing and technique, even for master chefs. Despite training their own staff and later hiring others at high salaries, they had only managed 4 branches over the years. And even then, the taste was still a notch or 2 below the original Qianchang branch. Wang Yan picked up a piece of food and said, "Forget it, You always nag me every time we eat. It's fine as it is, aren't you envious? Wang Dashan quickly waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense, I have Yazhu, that's enough. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Luo Yazhu, who was taking care of her youngest son's meal. Uncle, stop teasing my dad, look how scared he is. Wang Su said with a smile. He was already 20 years old this year and had just started college. The saying men with money become bad has some truth to it. Because of people's greed and possessiveness, the more they have, the more they want. As far as Wang Yan knew, Wang Dashan wasn't exactly honest. Actually, thinking about it, it's normal. Luo Yazhu is 2 years younger than Wang Yan, and in Zhao Rui's case, no matter how well she takes care of herself, she's bound to lose her youth. Plus, they've been married for a long time, and the novelty has worn off. Wang Dashan is 9 years older than Luo Yazhu, and physically, he doesn't have much fighting power. And Wang Dashan is, after all, the eldest brother of Longteng, and there are too many temptations every day, so it's inevitable that he'll occasionally challenge her weakness. Wang Yan said with a smile, come on, pour the wine, let's have a drink, just the two of us. He glanced cautiously at Luo Yazhu, and seeing that she didn't react, he chuckled and poured himself a small amount of wine, then drank with Wang Yan. After they finished drinking, Luo Yazhu rolled her eyes at Wang Yan. You, as his uncle, don't you teach him anything good? He's so old already, a little bit of drinking won't hurt. He'll have to work for the company eventually, there will be a lot of socializing, it's good to practice beforehand. Wang Yan chuckled and picked up a piece of food. Wang Dashan nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think that makes sense. One look from Luo Yazhu and Wang Dashan became obedient. Luo Yazhu was truly talented, and as Longteng grew stronger, her abilities also improved by leaps and bounds. Wang Dashan was already completely under Luo Yazhu's control, and with the domineering aura that Luo Yazhu cultivated under Longteng, he was even more doomed. This might also be one of the reasons why he challenged her weakness. After all, in there, well, Luo Yazhu is the one who was dominant. Glancing sideways at Wang Dashan, Luo Yazhu wiped her youngest son's mouth with a napkin. Let's get down to business. There are some small actions from Europe and America right now. After all, that's their home turf. How should we deal with them? For now, it's not a big problem. We're not a significant threat to them in key technologies. We should be fine for the next 2 or 3 years. Here's the thing, invest in factories there, hire workers, and offer good benefits. Spend money to boost our reputation, promote freedom, criticize the companies that are causing the most trouble there, and have our supporters stir things up. In 2002, China joined the WTO, and the world truly began to turn, truly entering the era of globalized production. Before that, China was an important and indispensable country in the world. Without China, it wouldn't be complete. With China's WTO accession, international competition intensified, and multinational corporations sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Chinese products were already low-priced and high-quality, and with the reduced tariffs from WTO accession, their competitiveness became undeniable. Longteng, with Wang Yan's vision and years of accumulated experience, needs no further explanation. 3 years have passed, and Longteng, along with its group of followers, has been overwhelming its competitors. Because it was a newcomer, other Chinese-owned enterprises maintained a harmonious relationship, some even having received investment from Western capital and holding voting rights. Longteng, with its group of followers, was so outstanding, it was remarkable they could tolerate it for 3 years. But now they couldn't take it anymore and started to show their displeasure, using the same tactics Wang Yan knew well, subtly subduing Longteng. Their goal was simple, to give Longteng a warning, a taste of their own medicine. If they couldn't win through normal competition, they'd have to find a way to integrate. Wang Yan certainly couldn't accept that, he'd already dealt with foreign companies many times before. Besides, whether Longteng had state-owned capital was irrelevant. As a leading private enterprise, the government's support for Longteng, including policies and taxes, was substantial. He had extensive experience dealing with foreign companies. This time, he'd simply give them a small taste of their own medicine. If big capital gets involved, he won't tolerate it. Freedom, democracy, and equality, the 3 banners must be waved, and the zero-yuan purchase campaign must be launched. Moreover, he's been preparing for this for years, using coercion and enticement to cultivate many politicians and nurture many public intellectuals. This stuff, you harm me, I harm you, let's see who's tougher. After all, they don't have any martial ethics. If they can't win under their own rules, they resort to cheating, and they have to be dealt with. Hearing Wang Yan say this, Luo Yazhu nodded. She thought so too. Wang Dashan, however, pondered for a moment and said, I don't think it's necessary to make things too tense. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to make money peacefully? Hearing this, Luo Yazhu was stunned for a moment, then glared at Wang Dashan, suppressing the urge to curse, and turned back to look at Wang Yan, who was picking up food. Wang Su, sensing the tense atmosphere, lowered his head and remained silent. Even their youngest son wasn't being addressed. Taking a sip of his drink, Wang Yan glanced calmly at the somewhat flustered Wang Dashan. Has someone contacted you? Feeling uneasy under Wang Yan's gaze, Wang Dashan dared not utter a word. Seeing his silence, Wang Yan shook his head. He used to plot a rebellion to seize power, and now he's pulling the stunt. All those years have been for nothing. Did he not understand what was going on? Of course he did. He'd ultimately become corrupt and lost. In reality, it was nothing more than coercion and enticement. He was an expert in this tactic, used when he was a gangster in Hong Kong. Wang Dashan was fundamentally cowardly, utterly hopeless. You two discuss it, come up with a plan, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. With that, Wang Yan got up and left. Mom, Uncle Wang. 1 second the atmosphere was harmonious, the next it was unpleasant. Wang Su didn't understand why. Luo Yazhu suppressed her anger and interrupted, shut up. Pack your things, let's go home. On the way, Luo Yazhu held the child silently, her face grim. Wang Dashan racked his brains, trying to figure out how to handle this situation. He genuinely felt that way. Who could complain about having too much money? Over the years, Longteng had spent a fortune, and although there were occasional profits, they were negligible compared to the investment. Since there was readily available money, they might as well use it. It saved so much trouble. Everyone's out there working themselves to the bone, all for money, right? Back at their large villa, Luo Yazhu handed the child to the nanny, told Wang Su to do whatever he needed to do, and went back to the bedroom with Wang Dashan, where she finally exploded. Don't you know how Longteng got to where it is today? Don't you know Longteng's stance? Huh? What conditions did they offer you? Tell me. No conditions. They just talked to me about win-win cooperation and stuff. Win-win cooperation? What a joke. That depends on who you cooperate with. Luo Yazhu looked at Wang Dashan with disappointment. Dashan, you've changed. Wang Dashan quickly tried to explain. Yazhu, listen. Ignoring what he said, Luo Yazhu continued, the company has just gained a foothold, and you question Wang Yan's contributions. You question the company's R&D investment, the employees' high salaries, and Longteng's large-scale material aid during the flood. Now they're bullying us, and we haven't even really fought back yet, and you're already thinking of surrendering? If it weren't for the contract stipulating that the shares could only be sold to Wang Yan, would you still be thinking of selling them to someone else and taking the money to live a carefree life abroad? Her awareness was quite good. She had a stance, which was very important. Actually, they weren't short of money at all. Although their own accounts didn't have a lot of wealth, it depended on who they were compared to. Are you short of money? With what you have now, can you even spend it all? Are you really that ungrateful? You don't think no one knows about those assets you secretly transferred, do you? You know? Wang Dashan looked up in disbelief. I know everything. Do you think Wang Yan wouldn't know? Luo Yazhu shook her head repeatedly, feeling that getting angry was a waste of energy. Haven't you been envious of Wang Yan's leisurely life? From now on, just enjoy life and don't worry about the company. Once Ziosu graduates, we'll live our peaceful lives. After saying this, regardless of what Wang Dashan said, Luo Yazhu turned and left. Actually, she understood halfway through the conversation. Wang Dashan had changed, yet he hadn't. What had changed was his increased knowledge and inappropriate ambition. What remained unchanged was that he was still the same Wang Dashan, essentially still that self-serving nobody. The growth of Longteng hadn't improved his character, instead, it had led to his decline. So, enjoying life was fine. After all, he was 51 this year. What was the point of all the fuss? As Luo Yazhu said, Wang Yan knew everything about the couple. It seems there's no trust between people, only self-interest. Over the years, not only Wang Dashan, but also Luo Yazhu has been making plenty of underhanded moves, always keeping things secret from them. These things are nothing to Wang Yan, he doesn't care. As long as things get done, and done well, that's enough. So for many years, he's turned a blind eye, letting them do whatever they want. But Wang Dashan has become a bit reckless. Surrender is unacceptable, he must be crushed. What he thinks, who he's good for, whether he's wronged, he doesn't care. Whoever provokes him, he'll deal with them. No one is exempt. The next day, Wang, who hadn't been seen in a long time, appeared at the company meeting. The executives sitting below exchanged glances, wondering why his arrival was so abrupt. After all, the meetings he usually attended were all about important strategies. What's going on today? Why was there no warning beforehand? Sitting at the head of the conference room, Wang Yan glanced at the executives seated formally on either side and cleared his throat. Today, I'm here to announce some adjustments to the company's department heads. He then gestured for his subordinate to read from the prepared statement. Wang Dashan, due to health reasons, is stepping down. Wang Dashan was dismissed, and similarly, his supporters were purged, replaced by a group of relatively younger managers. After the announcement, Wang Yan looked at the crowd, who were holding their tongues, offered some words of encouragement to reassure them, and left. The rest was Luo Yuzhu's problem. The major reshuffle at Longteng caused a huge uproar outside, with all sorts of rumors circulating. As for the impact, that wasn't Wang Yan's concern, public relations would handle it. He only gave a brief explanation to the leaders who called to inquire, and that was it. Wang Dashan stared blankly at the multimedia message on his phone, news of 4 traffic accidents. 2 foreigners, one of his former subordinates, and a beautiful woman, all people he had recently been in contact with. A brightly lit street, suddenly a cold front swept in. Hearing his phone ring, Wang Dashan snapped back to reality. He picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID, it was one of his subordinates. Hello? Boss Wang, what happened? Why were we suddenly laid off? Why? Wang Dashan understood everything, he was just a clown. He sighed and said, my body can't take it anymore. It's the young people's world now. You guys are all old. With that, Wang Dashan hung up and turned off his phone. He'd better stay quiet, after so many years of hard work, it was time to enjoy himself. It was just that his friends and brothers of over 20 years were gone. With a long sigh, Wang Dashan got up, put his hands behind his back, and went to the yard to lie down on a deck chair and bask in the sun. He was filled with a sense of weariness, all his former vigor gone. Thank you to, and, for the 100-coin donation and continued support. Thank you to the 4 brothers, Wu Ji, and, for their continued support. Thank you to all the brothers who voted with monthly tickets. Thank you to all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the brothers who quietly read books. Chapter 115 Return. Wang Dashan was terrified, and from then on, he always appeared trembling with fear in front of Wang Yan. He dared to do it but dared not admit it, which was understandable, but Wang Yan found his pathetic behavior annoying. After that, he never gathered with their family again. It was like children playing house, quite pointless. Luo Yuzhu also knew what was going on. Wang Dashan certainly couldn't hide it from her. She didn't make any underhanded moves, working diligently and conscientiously. Everyone was happy. Actually, Luo Yuzhu had considered withdrawing her shares, but after working for half her life, she didn't know what to do with her free time, and money was useless to her. Besides, Wang Su had been influenced by business since childhood and also liked it. Wang Yan didn't object to him taking over, so why bother? She would gradually delegate authority, cultivate talent, and once her son took over, she could gradually adapt. The stars and moon turned, and time flew by. The Three Gorges Dam, the Wenchun earthquake, the Beijing Olympics, the Change lunar exploration program, the Yushu earthquake in Shanghai. Longteng's influences felt in many of these events to varying degrees. Luo Yuzhu had long since retired and was enjoying life with Wang Dashan. Wang Su, who had gained experience over several years, took over. As long as they had some experience and followed Wang Yan's direction, there wouldn't be any major problems. Minor issues were generally insignificant for a company as large as Longteng. They learned from their mistakes and performed reasonably well. However, in the international market, as Longteng continuously seized market share and independently developed many competitive products, it threatened the interests of some industry giants. Foreign capital couldn't stand idly by and watch Longteng rise. They disregarded all consequences and began a protracted war. This involved sanctions, price wars, policy suppression, bribing Longtang employees, stirring up trouble domestically, vandalizing Longtang stores and employees, and even inciting hatred towards Chinese people and provoking ethnic conflict. All these tactics were employed. Wang Yan stated that this was all standard procedure, they just did it. There are always people who will sell anything for money, especially in the Western world. That should be called freedom. As the saying goes, if you harm me, I'll harm you. Although Longtang is facing difficulties, the domestic market is large, and Longtang has a deep foundation. The other side isn't united, there's a lot of back and forth fighting and back and forth. On New Year's Eve, 2019, Shanghai, which hadn't seen snow for decades, suddenly experienced a snowfall. A good snow promises a bountiful year, the coming year is sure to be prosperous. On a hillside with a wide view in the suburbs, the cold wind whipped his overcoat, and Wang Yan, using high-powered binoculars, looked at a brightly lit, festive villa district in the distance. Through the binoculars, Wang Yan saw the white-haired Chen Jiang holding his eldest son's child, sitting with the now-past youthful Yang Zhu. Seemingly caught up in the joy of the conversation, Chen Jiang burst into laughter, his mouth agape. Yang Zhu, both amused and exasperated, playfully patted him on the shoulder. Their son, daughter-in-law, and unmarried daughter, standing nearby, were also beaming with smiles, a truly harmonious scene. This family was living a comfortable life, with a happy family and thriving businesses. The Yang family had partnered with Longtang, recognizing them as their elder brother. With Luo Yazhu's support, their business was naturally thriving. Chen Jiang, too, had made a fortune in real estate and the internet under Longtang's guidance. The two of them were getting on in years and had long since retired, handing over the company to their children. Now, when Chen Jiang mentioned Luo Yazhu, he only smiled faintly, a sense of acceptance of the past. Watching Yang Zhu happily coaxing her grandson, Wang Yan smiled slightly. It was all good. This was the first and last time he would ever see Yang Zhu in this world. Stretching his limbs and twisting his aching back, 59-year-old Wang Yan looked up at the sky, feeling the snowflakes rushing towards him, and smiled. Another 30 years passed. A flash of blue light, and Wang Yan disappeared. Opening his eyes, Wang Yan stared blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings. After a while, he came to his senses, feeling his body brimming with power. Wang Yan rubbed his head for a while, then casually picked up an unopened bottle of water from the table and drank it. After drinking the water, Wang Yan pulled up his interface and checked his attributes: Strength 25, Agility 25, Constitution 25, Spirit 35, Unallocated points 4, Storage space 2M, omitted. The task was completed, and he received 4 attribute points as usual. In terms of skills, he had just gotten a basic understanding of carving, and the rest were mainly some natural science skills, none of which were very high level, but they were the result of more than 10 years of study and research. If he wanted to achieve anything significant, there was still a long way to go. After checking his attributes, Wang Yan put on his clothes, got up, and went out to eat dumplings. Before he returned, everyone else was enjoying family time with lights on, while he was peeping at their happy family gatherings from the hillside. After a hearty meal of mutton dumplings, Wang Yan returned to the hotel, video chatted with his parents for a while, chatted for a bit, then washed up and went to bed early. The next day, he explored Bomi before setting off again, continuing his journey towards Sun City. 30 years isn't something you can adapt to overnight. Compared to sitting there lost in thought, Wang Yan felt it was better to pedal his bicycle like a madman and rekindle his youthful, carefree spirit. 2 weeks later, on a Sunday, Wang Yan finally arrived at Potala Palace Square after a leisurely ride. The square was quite crowded, with groups of 2 or 3 posing for photos, and quite a few even pouring water on the ground and sticking their butts out to take pictures of their reflections. Wang Yan, can you take a group photo for us? As soon as he parked his bike, before he could even look back at the road he had come from, a man in his 30s approached and beckoned to Wang Yan. Some people get faster as they approach the finish line, while others slow down. These are different attitudes towards life. Wang Yan is neither. He has his own rhythm, and he just strolls along. He met a group of 4 people less than 100 kilometers from Sunshine City the day before yesterday. They were the type who slowed down as they approached the finish line, seemingly wanting to savor the glory before victory. Their rhythm aligns with Wang Yan's. Neither is fast or in a hurry. They chatted quite pleasantly and decided to travel together. Wang Yan pulled out his camera from his panniers, pointing and gesturing to his like-minded friends to pose, and then snapped away. Without much prompting, Wang Yan found a shady spot, took out his laptop, sat down on the ground without caring about the cleanliness, and started taking pictures on the spot. Simple retouching and enhancements didn't take long. The group, who had been thinking about captions for their WhatsApp moments, huddled together, blocking the light, to look at the photos. Awesome, really professional. Send it to me quickly, I've already thought of the lyrics. What are you thinking? Say your own thing, I'm afraid you'll copy mine, haha. Damn, don't you even know how much you know? Listening to their nonsense, Wang Yan smiled and sent them the original image. People who like sports are generally very outgoing. If not, then they're probably just secretly passionate. After all that hard work, finally reaching this point, the sense of accomplishment is indescribable. They have to show it off to their family, friends, wife, and children. This is a good thing, everyone's happy. Thank you for the 500 coin reward. Thank you for the 100 coin reward for continued support. Thank you for continued support. Thank you to all the good brothers who voted for the monthly ticket. Thank you to all the brothers who voted for the recommendation. Thank you to all the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 116 Daily Life. Friends met along the way might be lifelong companions, or just fleeting acquaintances. After a few brothers had a good time chatting and laughing in the square, they asked Wang Yan, "What are your plans next? Want to come with us?" Wang Yan smiled and shook his head. These guys were all well off, with no worries about food or drink. Their wives and kids had arrived the day before. No one pressed him, they were all just passing through, just part of the scenery. After a few polite words, they parted ways. They happily cursed themselves for being fools, leisurely riding their bicycles this way and that, disappearing from sight. If there was any real gain, it probably wasn't much, just seeing different scenery, different people, and walking different paths. With an internet connection, you can know everything, everyone is an expert, a hidden dragon or a phoenix. Compared to that, nothing beats looking at pictures online or meeting online friends. After all, nature doesn't Photoshop. But something was left in his heart, indescribable, something that belonged to him personally. Nothing particularly special, but it was there, and he felt content. Those feelings had nothing to do with Wang Yan. He pushed his bike to a secluded spot and laid it down. Like an idiot, ignoring the heat, he lazily sat down, leaning against his large pannier and closing his eyes to bask in the sun. The sun in Sun City was intense. Thanks to the system's amazing power, although he was currently unshaven and dirty, his skin was still in good condition after the journey. Aside from being a little chapped, it wasn't dark, rough, or peeling. Before Wang Yan could enjoy his sunshine for long, his phone rang with a distinctive WhatsApp ringtone. He pulled out his phone and, unsurprisingly, it was Wei Lan. The video call connected, and Wei Lan's happy face appeared on the screen. "Hello, did I disturb you?" This was equivalent to asking, "Are you free? Are you alright? Are you not busy?" Asking with results usually yields a positive answer, unless there's a genuine emergency, as long as there are no worries or complaints and the person is trustworthy. Wang Yan laughed, "No problem at all. I just arrived in Sunshine City and am currently basking in the sun at Potala Palace Square. Haha, I figured you should be arriving soon, that's why I video chatted with you." Wei Lan was off today. She messaged Wang Yan last night to find out where she was arriving today, and based on her understanding of his schedule, she figured he'd be here around this time. So she video chatted directly instead of sending a message. She knew from experience that Wang Yan usually took a long time to reply to messages. She knew this from how she dealt with sitters or people who just wanted to chat with him. Either he genuinely didn't see the message, or he saw it but pretended not to, replying only when he felt like it. These words conveyed a lot. Wang Yan switched the camera angle and changed the subject. "You've been here before, see if it's changed?" Wei Lan leaned closer to the screen. "It's alright, I went the year before last. To be honest, I really envy you, you don't have to work, you can go wherever you want." Sensibly switching the camera angle to reveal his face, Wang Yan said, "Nothing much, but I'm quite happy every day, just entertaining myself, nothing to envy. What's next? Do you have any plans?" They'd known each other for several months and talked quite a bit. Wei Lan knew Wang Yan's situation, so she didn't continue. She knew what Wang Yan meant. She was tired of hearing the same old thing over and over. It was nothing more than being homeless and penniless. She didn't care about any of that, otherwise she wouldn't have been so eager to get close to him despite Wang Yan's subtle rejection. She was a little princess, wasn't she? I don't know yet, let's wander around here for a while first. Oh, okay. Wang Yan nodded silently, smiling at Wei Lan on the screen. She had beautiful, expressive eyes, filled with unspoken words. Seeing that he didn't intend to speak further, Wei Lan paused for a moment and then smiled. Then let's leave it at that. The sun is so strong, don't stay out in it, it's too hot, you'll get all tanned. You must be exhausted from your journey, go find a place to settle down. Okay. Thousands of miles away in Linen, in an apartment, watching the video call being abruptly ended, Wei Lan, wearing a loose short-sleeved shirt and shorts, revealing her long, white legs, angrily threw herself onto the bed, slapping it haphazardly while cursing Wang Yan. Wang Yan, you bastard. Ugh, you bastard, you're making me so angry. Everyone in China knows about the bastards from Northeast China, and because of Wang Yan, she occasionally paid attention to this and that from the Northeast. Now, when she was bored, she would browse short videos, and they were already being recommended. At this moment, these 4 words best described Wang Yan's image in her heart. This was already her greatest courage, any more words, and she was afraid of hearing a blunt rejection, afraid she couldn't bear it. She felt she was pretty good looking, not stunningly beautiful, but above average. And that was without makeup. With light or heavy makeup, wouldn't she look much better than those flashy, cheap girls? Besides, she wasn't asking for anything. You, Wang Yan, have nothing, what more do you want? Whether it's suitable or not, whether you're attracted to each other or not, we're all adults. Let's get to know each other first before making a decision. She, a woman, didn't care about these things, so what were a grown man afraid of? She really couldn't understand what this bastard, this coward, was thinking. After sulking for a while, Wei Lan angrily ruffled her hair, slammed the bed twice, and got up to make lunch. A little while later, accompanied by the clanging of pots and pans, a muffled, passable song could be heard. What else do you want from me? What do you want? After hanging up the video call, Wang Yan casually put his phone in his pocket, ignoring the stares of others who thought he was an idiot, closed his eyes for a nap, and thought about Wei Lan. After sunbathing for a while, Wang Yan got up, tidied up, and, as usual, booked a reasonably priced hotel for 2 days. After settling in, he wandered around with his camera, snapping photos randomly. He visited places like the Potala Palace and Jokhang Temple. After 2 days of sightseeing, Wang Yan set off again for Namtso Lake, 200 kilometers from Sun City, which was also his final stop. Actually, halfway through his journey, Wang Yan had considered cycling along G219 to the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, and then cycling through Inner Mongolia back to his hometown. However, lacking experience, he didn't know that some places required border permits, which he didn't have, and getting one would require returning to his registered residence. Taking a detour was not his preferred option, so he simply abandoned that idea. He leisurely cycled to Namtso Lake, spent 2 days there, and sold his bicycle and some equipment at a bargain price. He took a bus to Ganga, stayed for a day to see the Arlung Tsangpo River, and then took an early morning flight the next day directly to Linen. Yes, Linen. When he left, he told Wei Lan that he wouldn't go back to Linen unless something unexpected happened. Now he slapped himself in the face because the unexpected happened. Just like he thought before, he had to get married eventually. His parents had been waiting for him for ages, and he couldn't be unreasonable. Wei Lan was a good girl in every way. She didn't want anything from him, she was a good wife. As for love or affection, that was irrelevant, he would never have it again until he died. In fact, among millions of couples, how many are truly together because of love? And of those who marry for love, how many divorce because they no longer love each other? Most are simply compatible. For Wang Yan, apart from those who are brainless, vulgar, lack self-awareness, and can't explain themselves, he's compatible with everyone. He can pretend to like someone forever, pretend for a lifetime, and no one will ever see through him, that's enough. He knows the problem lies in the experiences of the past 100 years, almost 200 years. He's become strong, but also weak. He's lost all the vigor of youth, he can't stand up for himself anymore. At Shaoshan Airport, Wang Yan stood there for what felt like the umpteenth time, his heart devoid of joy or sorrow. He got into a taxi at the exit, gave the driver an address, and headed towards Wei Lan's home. Wei Lan had found out the address when, at a loss for words, she had made up an excuse to have Wang Yan mail her some local specialties. Having made his decision, he had no intention of leaving. After all these years, he had that much confidence. Standing downstairs at Wei Lan's rented apartment building, Wang Yan stretched and took out his phone to call Wei Lan. Hello? Hearing the surprised voice on the other end, Wang Yan reflected for a moment, then said, I'm downstairs. Huh? You, what did you say? Downstairs? You're not lying to me, are you? Of course not. Wait for me, I'll be right down. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Wang Yan shook his head. To be honest, Wei Lan's behavior wasn't much different from a male simp. How to put it, it wasn't bad. They say some women love keeping dogs. Hanging up the phone, Wei Lan was overjoyed and jumped up and down in the room with a happy shout. She hadn't contacted Wang Yan yesterday. After all, she needed time to recover from unrequited love with no clear outcome. Besides, they'd already exhausted all their conversation topics, and she could use a day off to catch up. They had talked the day before yesterday, but Wang Yan was still at Namso Lake then. Today, he appeared downstairs at her house, and she knew what that meant. It was just a bit sudden, and she wasn't prepared. But whatever. Wei Lan hurriedly found what she thought was her best outfit and changed. There wasn't time for makeup. She just quickly smoothed her hair in front of the mirror and applied a light rose-scented lipstick. After confirming she looked okay, she made a fist and bent her arm in front of the mirror, gave herself a thumbs up, put on her white sneakers, and ran out the door. Taking the elevator to the first floor, Wei Lan stepped out, her heart pounding nervously. Seeing that familiar figure idly counting cars, Wei Lan cried out Wang Yan. Ignoring the disapproving looks from the property management staff at the lobby counter, she rushed towards the person she had longed for. Wang Yan smiled and walked forward, opening his arms to embrace Wei Lan, who was straddling his waist. Looking down at his face, at those captivating eyes, the moved Wei Lan couldn't help but lower her head and kiss him. The kiss lasted until Wei Lan's face was flushed red. Without caring about anything else, Wei Lan wiped her drool, her eyes filled with seductive allure. Let's go up, she said, blushing as she leaned on Wang Yan's shoulder. Wang Yan, carrying Wei Lan, walked into the elevator amidst the disapproving yet envious gazes of the property management staff. The memory of watching Westlake in the light rain of yesteryear was still vivid, so close. Wei Lan had mustered her courage to pursue that profound figure, bravely beginning her love story. For her, there were too many coincidences, too many unbelievable things about herself, all because of her courage. But what about Wang Yan? What made Wei Lan any different? He wondered. Nothing different, she just happened to appear in his life. He couldn't deny that Wei Lan's beauty wasn't striking enough, not breathtaking enough, but that didn't matter. She just happened to appear, and he just understood this woman, so it all fell into place naturally. Thank you to Brother, Bookworm Hulk, for the 1,500 coin reward. Thank you to Brothers, Fatty Horse, Father Brother, Fang Fang Top Notch, and LV Quicksand, for their continued support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, to all the brothers who voted for recommendations, and to all the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 117 The New World. Contentedly nestled in Wang Yan's arms, Wei Lan traced circles on his full muscles with her fingers. Are you still leaving? Love had come too fast. Like a tornado, she felt a little unreal, afraid the wind would dissipate. Playing with his large member in her hand, Wang Yan said, no. Wei Lan smiled, snuggling closer to Wang Yan, feeling his real warmth. Wang Yan felt great. This was different from the feeling in the movie world. In his eyes, everything in the movie world was real. Grand villas, luxury cars, all sorts of beautiful women, the status of those at the top of the food chain, controlling others' destinies, deciding life and death. But he knew that was just a movie world, created by screenwriters, directors, and original authors. He couldn't help but have a player's mentality, not taking it too seriously. The real world was different. This was where he grew up, with parents and friends. Here, he was just one of the masses, an ordinary citizen. The various beautiful women in the movie world didn't give him the same sense of belonging as in the real world. If nothing unexpected happened, Wei Lan would be his true long-term partner, a member of the family. At this moment, Wei Lan's rented apartment, only about 40 square meters in size, seemed exceptionally cozy to him. As for whether there were any obstacles, the two tacitly agreed. Asking would be awkward, and speaking of it would be awkward too. After a long, tender moment, Wang Yan patted Wei Lan's bottom. You should rest first. It's almost evening. I'll go out and buy some groceries so you can try my cooking. He had taken a morning flight and arrived in Linen in the afternoon, immediately getting to work. He'd only had breakfast that morning, so he was a little hungry, not to mention the energy his body needed to function far exceeded that of the average person. Wei Lan struggled to get up. I'll go with you. No need, I'm not running away. There will be plenty of opportunities later, one more day won't make a difference. Wang Yan pressed her down, got dressed, gave her a small goodbye kiss, grabbed his keys, and went out to buy groceries. Hearing the bang of the door closing, Wei Lan, ignoring her weak body, happily rolled around on the bed, revealing large expanses of her cleavage. That's the good thing about modern society. With a mobile phone, you can basically find your way anywhere, unless you're in a remote mountain village. Wei Lan's place was quite convenient. Following the navigation, Wang Yan quickly bought some groceries, seasonings, and daily necessities at a nearby supermarket. He'd glanced at Wei Lan's supplies earlier and noticed they weren't very complete. This usually meant one of two things: either they were exceptionally skilled, or their cooking was just so-so. Wei Lan clearly belonged to the latter. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. That's absolutely true. Cooking shouldn't be overly elaborate, because that would ruin the original flavor of the ingredients. However, Wang Yan's skill level was limited. Although he'd sometimes gone to Huaxinglao to learn from the master chefs and chicken feathers flying to the sky when he was bored, he hadn't specialized in anything, so his progress was limited, and he wasn't quite at that level yet. Carrying his bags, Wang Yan strolled back, thinking about what kind of business to start. He'd received the money from selling the house, paid off his debts, and with stock market profits, he had about 200,000 yuan in hand. This was a considerable amount of money, but it was far from enough to buy a house and a car and live comfortably in a first-tier city like Linen. Having no immediate ideas, Wang Yan shook his head. He'd leave it at that for now. As long as he didn't buy a house, he could live quite well in his current situation. He'd spend more time with Wei Lan and see if she was as she seemed before making a decision. When he got home, Wei Lan was already dressed and sprawled on the bed, fiddling with her tablet. Seeing Wang Yan return, Wei Lan eagerly took the things from his hands. What did you buy? So much? She asked, placing the bags on the small table and rummaging through them. Some seasonings, and some daily necessities like towels, toothbrushes, and slippers. Hearing this, Wei Lan happened to find a box of men's underwear in the bag, and her face flushed slightly. Although they had already been intimate, this was still their first time being so close, and she was still quite shy. Oh right, I just remembered, you didn't even bring a suitcase when you came. Wei Lan casually put the box aside, forcing herself to remain calm. She'd been too excited to notice these details earlier. You're only wearing this, you have nothing else to wear. Let's go shopping tomorrow, I'll buy you some clothes. Wang Yan nodded, okay. He'd traveled light, so he didn't have much. He was here to settle down, so he confidently disposed of all his previous belongings, leaving only his valuable notebook in his storage space. Let me help you prepare the vegetables. No need, I can manage myself. Noticing Wei Lan's mood, Wang Yan shook his head and chuckled. Girls, after all, crave little sweet moments in life, and cooking a delicious dinner together was clearly one of them. He then smiled and said, how about you organize the toiletries and tidy up the wardrobe to find a place for my things? Wei Lan blinked her big eyes sweetly at Wang Yan. Okay. This apartment was a typical small apartment. The kitchen was right inside the entrance, the bathroom was behind it, and further in was a 1.8 meter by 2 meter double bed, leaving relatively little extra space. Wang Yan rinsed the rice, cooked it, and prepared the vegetables, wielding a large ladle with a clanging sound. Wei Lan, meanwhile, was in the bathroom, neatly arranging her cosmetics according to her usual habits and putting away the toiletries Wang Yan had bought. As for Wang Yan's toiletries, a towel, a bath towel, a set of toothbrushes, a bar of soap, and a bottle of shampoo, that was it. Looking at these simple items, Wei Lan wondered if she should get Wang Yan some skincare products. However, remembering his enviable smooth, supple skin, she abandoned the idea of wasting money. She neatly placed Wang Yan's toothbrush and toothpaste together with her own, glanced back at Wang Yan's busy back, smiled at the toothbrush, and went to tidy the wardrobe. The room wasn't large, and Wang Yan chatted with Wei Lan as she cooked and tidied the clothes. For him, there was no such thing as running out of topics. After all, Wang Yan, was incredibly learned, not just from a single book from the pre-Qin philosophers, but from a modern book spanning hundreds of thousands of words. Although mentally strong, he wasn't photographic. He couldn't remember everything, nor could he spout off countless allusions and classical references. But the books he had read were ingrained in his bones and soul, all accumulations. He had studied engineering and done research, so he could talk about natural sciences at length. Basically, he knew everything, and could hold a serious conversation for a while. Organizing clothes was a big task. Wei Lan rummaged through her closets, taking out and sorting through all her clothes. To be honest, Wei Lan was quite presentable, unlike those exaggerated girls on TV or in videos. But everyone loves beauty, especially women. She earned her own money. If she liked something, she could buy it. Buying here and there, she saved up quite a bit. By the time she finished, Wang Yan had finished cooking. Try it, how does it taste? Wang Yan handed Wei Lan a bowl of rice. She reached out and took the rice, picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, savored it slowly, and then gave a thumbs up with shining eyes. Delicious. It tastes just as good as anything in a fancy restaurant. I never expected you to be such a good cook. Does that mean I have a personal chef now? Seeing her exaggerated antics, Wang Yan laughed. Then I'll cook it every day from now on, with different dishes each time. I'll make sure to serve your majesty well. It's settled then. Wei Lan nodded seriously, then couldn't help but chuckle. From now on, you'll be in charge of cooking, and I'll be in charge of cleaning up. Wang Yan nodded earnestly. As the old saying goes, teamwork makes the dream work. There's nothing particularly funny about that, but Wei Lan couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right, you've laughed enough. You've been starving for ages, let's eat. As he spoke, Wang Yan put a piece of food on her plate. The two ate their meal, chatting and laughing. Wang Yan asked, how much is the rent for this place? A little over 3,000, he replied casually. Wei Lan realized what he meant and asked, puzzled, why are you asking this? She was afraid Wang Yan would split the rent with her, which would be a bit unpleasant. I'm thinking of moving to a different place, this one is a bit small. It wasn't that Wang Yan was being picky. If you were living alone, given his current circumstances, he would also find a small apartment to live in. But now that there were two of them, they were financially comfortable, so living a little nicer to help the landlord pay off the mortgage wasn't out of the question. They should live however they felt comfortable with. I think it's alright, we don't have any big stuff to put in. Yeah, you're right. Wang Yan nodded, then changed the subject, but listen to me on this. I'll look around the neighborhood these next couple of days and see if there's anything suitable. Wei Lan smiled and nodded without saying anything more. She liked this feeling. After dinner, Wei Lan had recovered quite a bit, and since Wang Yan hadn't been overexerting himself, she was in good spirits. The two cleaned up the dishes and went for a walk arm in arm to digest their food. It wasn't far from West Lake, otherwise Wei Lan wouldn't have met Wang Yan. The two strolled leisurely until after 9 o'clock, then returned to wash up, tidy up, and went to sleep in each other's arms. The next day, Wang Yan got up on time without disturbing Wei Lan, quietly got dressed, and went for a walk around West Lake for a while. He didn't run or do any boxing, because he was only wearing this one set of clothes, and sweating would be inconvenient. After walking around for a while, Wang Yan bought breakfast and returned to the apartment. Wei Lan was washing up when she saw Wang Yan return and visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday, she had been imagining herself getting buried, but today she woke up to find him gone. If she didn't know that Wang Yan had a habit of exercising early in the morning, Wei Lan would have cried her eyes out. Wang Yan held up the breakfast in his hand. But breakfast, we'll eat in a bit. Wei Lan smiled sweetly, a few toothpaste droplets flying from her mouth. Okay. Feeling the toothpaste droplets fly out, Wei Lan turned back shyly and quietly brushed her teeth. It was a little awkward at first when they were together, even taking a dump or pee was embarrassing, but she would get used to it. Wang Yan smiled and sat down to eat breakfast. Wei Lan finished her breakfast, and it was almost time to leave. She gave Wang Yan a goodbye kiss. I'll text you tonight, we can go shopping and grab a bite to eat. Wang Yan naturally agreed. After she left, Wang Yan washed up and took out his laptop to browse rental listings. He simply used the website he used to work for. Although there were good apartments on local websites where you could contact the landlord directly without middlemen, the process was too tedious. There were many fake listings posted by agents, and they would make up stories and try every trick to get you to see apartments. It was too much trouble. It was much easier to just contact them directly. The real estate agencies were probably open by now, so Wang Yan randomly found a nearby apartment and called the agency. As always, Wang Yan was decisive. He didn't need the agent's scripted questions. He only had 3 requirements: top floor, 2 bedrooms, rent between 4 and 6,000 yuan, and he arranged a time to view the apartment. The process went smoothly. After looking at several apartments, Wang Yan settled on one on the 12th floor. It wasn't far from the apartment complex, the renovation was quite new, and it cost 5,000 a month, with a deposit of 3 months' rent up front. After finishing all that, Wang Yan went back to his apartment to relax. As for shopping, that wasn't his concern. After all, he had a woman now, and whatever Wei Lan said went. He briefly informed his parents about his new relationship. Zhang Xiao was quite satisfied with the photos Wang Yan sent. The girl seemed nice. Knowing her son's temperament, Zhang Xiao was worried about Wang Yan and nagged him for a long time. Facing his mother's nagging, Wang Yan listened with a smile, nodding occasionally in agreement. Having witnessed so much joy and sorrow, so much life and death, he cherished what he had. When Wei Lan messaged him that evening, Wang Yan set off to meet her. The two had dinner first, and then went shopping. Wang Yan's figure was like a clothes hanger. Almost everything he wore fit him perfectly, which made Wei Lan want to buy everything she saw. Alright, we won't be able to wear all of these. Let's go look at women's clothes. They'd already bought 2 casual outfits and 2 sportswear sets, but Wei Lan still wanted to drag him shopping. This was a real pain. Wei Lan had paid for everything, not letting him pay a cent. Wei Lan said, still wanting more. Okay, we'll see next time. Wang Yan followed Wei Lan for another half day, buying 2 floral maxi dresses before declaring the trip over, and it was time to go home. How about we check out the new apartment on the way back? It's on the way. In the car, Wang Yan asked. Sure, I'll see how to decorate it. Wei Lan agreed without hesitation. At the new apartment, Wei Lan walked back and forth, planning what to add here and there. She didn't just plan, she was incredibly proactive, immediately taking out her phone and sitting down to start tinkering. Wang Yan, amused and exasperated, advised her to take some photos and then work on them back at the apartment. Back at the apartment, the two took turns washing up. Before Wang Yan could even react, Wei Lan came up on her own. The next day, Wang Yan got up early for his usual workout, bought breakfast, and woke up the exhausted Wei Lan. After she went to work, Wang Yan took out his laptop and started watching a movie. Yes, the system's living daddy mission had arrived unexpectedly. It had arrived while he was shopping yesterday, but he and Wei Lan had spent some time getting to know each other. New World, Ding Qing, Alive. This was a South Korean movie, mainly about an undercover agent becoming a gang leader. As for Ding Qing, Wang Yan glanced at it. Online, he was jokingly called the elevator god of war. In the small space of an elevator, he single-handedly took on 6 elite thugs armed with knives and even managed to kill them all. That was indeed impressive. Those skills wouldn't work against him, Wang Yan. He could send this elevator god of war packing with a single kick. According to the movie's definition of his identity, he was Chinese, from Chuzhou. Talented, he had to be used. This brings us to the previous point about the vilification of China by Western countries, primarily South Korea, their godfather. Seriously. After watching the movie, Wang Yan looked up some information about South Koreans, took a sip of water, stood up, stretched, and loosened his limbs. He pulled up the system panel, selected Go To, and with a flash of blue light, Wang Yan disappeared from the room. Chapter 118 Murder and Arson. Wang Yan snapped out of his daze and found himself standing in a closed room with a backpack. Goods were piled up around him, and several people stood nearby. His first action was to quickly survey his surroundings. Although his system father had always been reliable, he couldn't let his guard down. What if it got carried away and played a trick on him? He wasn't some superhero living under the stars, where a hit wouldn't hurt or a bullet wouldn't kill him. He looked around carefully and saw 2 burly men, each carrying a backpack, standing to his left and right. Judging from their actions and expressions, they were his henchmen. The others were also standing in small groups, some looking wary and cautiously glancing around. A large group of people, armed with large machetes, dressed in flashy clothes, and with fierce expressions, surrounded him. No one spoke. It seemed they were waiting for some important figure to appear. Confirming that everything was alright, Wang Yan began to receive the identity information assigned by the system. Wang Yan, male, 28 years old, from Liaoning province, an orphan as usual, a lazy and wicked man who had never learned anything good since childhood. After finally getting married, his wife ran away with someone else and disappeared without a trace. Devastated, Wang Yan made a snap decision. He and his two longtime buddies, Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan, who had also lost their parents at a young age, broke into the home of the local bully and robbed him. According to the system, it wasn't that they were morally upright, but rather that the three were just brutes who would rob whoever had money. After roaming around robbing several houses, the three, though reckless, were still afraid of breaking the law. Finally, the three idiots figured they had nothing to lose here anyway, so they might as well take the money and have some fun abroad, maybe even hook up with some foreign women. And so, after some maneuvering, they found a smuggler, traveled through Southeast Asia, and arrived in South Korea. It was summer of 2004, and they hadn't been there long. Their current location was in Gunsan City, Jeollabuk-do, South Korea, some distance from the port, in a warehouse. After receiving the information, Wang Yan understood. Damn, the atmosphere seemed pretty serious before, and he thought something big was going to happen, like a shootout or something. Turns out it was just a smuggler meeting? But honestly, he didn't know if it was luck or if the smuggler was just tough. He'd brought over 20 smuggled people and a bunch of armed henchmen here, and while there hadn't been any trouble along the way, they'd barely been questioned. Wang Yan thought it was all luck. It was all arranged by his living father. As for the others, they were just there because they happened to be there. After waiting quietly for a while, the warehouse door opened, and three men walked in. One was the smuggler's boat captain, and the other two were dressed in suits, looking quite respectable. One of them was carrying a machete, but it was hard to tell who they were. The smuggler clapped his hands and arrogantly rattled off a bunch of things. Wang Yan knew Korean, he'd studied it in his spare time, but his system rating was only LV1, just the beginning, not very fluent. This time, thanks to his living father system, he'd been generously gifted LV2 Korean. Of course, it didn't matter if Wang Yan didn't understand, they were professionals. And one of the two was a translator. Although most of them were from Southeast Asia, there were still several countries involved, including Wang Yan's group of three and one or two other Chinese. This guy translated for them using 3 Southeast Asian languages and Chinese. This guy was Korean, so if you include his native language, he was fluent in 5 languages, a real talent. Perhaps he had his own difficulties, otherwise, how would he have ended up in this line of work? But who knows? After all, these people were using coercion and enticement, so the amount they offered must have been substantial. The smuggler's message was simple: pay up. Not much, just $4,000 per person. In his words, the ship ticket was the ship ticket, and entry fees were separate, they couldn't be mixed up. If you didn't have the money, they even offered a loan service, interest compounding. At this point, the other guy in the suit with the machete understood what was going on, because he held the machete leveled to the neck of a Southeast Asian man in front of him, and the group around him also raised their knives. Just as they were about to start arguing and complaining about the injustice, the people immediately fell silent. Now, with a knife to their throats, they didn't have a single word to say, trembling as they looked at the snakehead. They weren't fools, they knew he had more to say. The snakehead nodded in satisfaction. I'll give you 5 minutes to consider. If you choose neither, then I'm sorry, I'll throw you into the sea. Whether you live or die is up to you. After saying that, the snakehead walked to the side with a translator and another man carrying a knife, laughing and smoking. This was a good move. People, no matter how elite or not, all have a bit of a masochistic streak. The first wave was to intimidate them, and the rest were easy to control. As for resistance, chop them down. Zhang Guangshan gritted his teeth and whispered, Brother Yan, what do we do? Should we fight them? We brothers worked so hard to get this, why should we give it to them? Yet, Brother Yan. Damn it, kill these bastards. Li Quan tried his best not to look at others, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. To be honest, Wang Yan thought the same thing. 4,000 US dollars, more than 30,000 Chinese yuan, is roughly less than 6 million South Korean won. At the current average wage in South Korea, an average person would have to work for 3 or 4 months without eating or drinking. Given the current situation, he was tempted to try and grab a piece of the action. However, he naturally couldn't be like those two idiots, so he waved his hand. Don't rush, we're not familiar with this area either. I'll go ask around and find out more. The two nodded without speaking. Thanks to the system's power, they knew Wang Yan was a high school graduate and knew some Korean. Wang Yan, carrying his bag, walked up to the smuggler. Hello, sir. I'm new here and don't know the area well either. Can I ask you a few questions? As he spoke, Wang Yan took out 4,500 US dollars from his bag and handed it over. This was money they had exchanged in Southeast Asia, as it was more convenient for traveling abroad. The smuggler recognized Wang Yan, knew his accent as a stranger, and also knew he was Chinese. The smuggler didn't take the money, he even blew a puff of smoke at Wang Yan. Wang Yan's expression remained unchanged as he pulled $5 from his pocket. Look, $5 are missing. Brother, this is my entry fee. The smuggler took the money, counted it, and nodded in satisfaction. What do you want to know? Although they no longer followed the rules, they still had their own. They only charged $4,000, those who could pay were spared. An undocumented immigrant was left to fend for themselves. Those who couldn't pay were their long-term meal tickets. Judging from your strength, brother, you must be quite powerful here. I'd like to ask which gangs are well known around here? And has anything major happened recently? Upon hearing this, the smuggler exchanged a glance with the man holding the knife, and the next second, the two burst into laughter. This kid actually wants to join a gang? Huh? Ha ha ha. They didn't mean anything by it, they simply looked down on Wang Yan. After a while, the two men finished laughing. After all, they had to do their job after being paid. The man with the knife said, let me tell you, remember this well. There are quite a few gangs here, but the biggest ones are only 3, the Tiger Gang, the Imperial Sun Gang, and the North Gate Gang. As for big news, the 3 gangs merged last month to form the Golden Gate Group. Just merged? Then they probably have several years to make their moves. Wang Yan nodded and complimented in a serious tone, then, brother, you guys are so strong, which gang are you from? The snakehead smiled smugly, of course, it's the strongest, the North Gate Gang. The North Gate Gang? The eldest brother is Ding Qing, and the second brother is the undercover agent Li Zichen. The North Gate Gang's main business is construction and logistics, which is also a perfect match for human smuggling. How come they are so professional? As for being the strongest, forget it. I guess the underlings of the other 2 gangs would say the same thing. Wang Yan believed that Ding Qing was a good person, but most of his subordinates were Koreans, so it was inevitable that they looked down on Chinese people. Otherwise, if the system knew what kind of person he was, it wouldn't have let him save Ding Qing. Let him live or die as he pleased. Brother, one last question. What's the safest way to get to Busan from here? I have a few friends there, and I'd like to go and join them. The merger of the 3 largest gangs would create the strongest violent group, and the strongest violent group would undoubtedly be based in Shower. After all, South Korea only has a few major cities. Shower is first, Busan second, and Incheon third. Shower is the capital, the political and economic center, while the other 2 are coastal port cities, Busan being the largest port and Incheon the second largest. If Wang Yan wants to develop his power, he can't afford to be under their noses. That would be like handing them a free ride. Shower is out of the question. Secondly, Incheon is right next to Shower, practically the same, both areas where their influence is concentrated. Only Busan, the second largest city, is far away. Although South Korea is relatively small, distance makes the heart grow fonder, offering some room for maneuver. As for the 3 major gangs in Busan and other factions, he'll deal with them once he's established himself. Actually, Wang Yan knew how to get there, he had checked everything before coming. But since it was a 21-year investigation of 2004, it was inevitably incomplete. If he got caught and deported halfway, he'd be devastated. The smuggler glanced at Wang Yan as if he were an idiot. Just take the bus. You don't need ID to buy a ticket, and no one will check you, as long as you don't act suspiciously. Thank you for telling me all this, brother. As he spoke, Wang Yan took out another 8,000 US dollars from his bag and pointed to Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan. I was in such a hurry to ask earlier that I forgot about them. The three of us are brothers together. The smuggler liked this kind of arrangement. It saved him trouble. He took the money, counted it, and confirmed it was correct. All right, you can go now. Okay, thank you, brothers. Wang Yan cupped his hands in thanks, went back to call his two underlings, and walked out amidst the envious gazes of the others. After confirming that no one was around, Li Quan asked, Brother Yan, you're not really going to just give them the money like that, are you? Wang Yan calmly surveyed the area outside the warehouse, saying, once they leave, kill them and get our money back. Zhang Guangshan laughed, how, I knew it. We can't let them get away with this. Keep it quiet, let's hide over there. Wang Yan pointed to a pile of old shipping containers not far from the warehouse. People were constantly emerging from the warehouse. The three men, focused intently on the containers, watched the activity on the other side. Their stomachs were rumbling, they hadn't eaten for most of the day. Finally, just as the two impatient henchmen were considering a direct assault, there was movement. A line of thugs carrying knives emerged from the warehouse, followed by more than a dozen stowaways. These people had risked everything to come here and make a fortune. They were lucky to even have a boat ticket. Next came another line of thugs with knives, followed by the smuggler, a man in a suit carrying a knife, and the three translators. Watching the people orderly get into the row of vans parked at the entrance, the man in the suit carrying the knife greeted the smuggler, got into the first van, and drove off. It seemed they were looking for work for those looking to make money, offering a complete service. The smuggler lit a cigarette, exhaled a long puff, and gestured for the others to turn and return to the warehouse. Once the door closed, Zhang Guangshan confidently rubbed his head. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the smuggler's hideout. Wang Yan and Li Quan ignored the idiot and jumped down from the edge of the container. Seeing this, Zhang Guangshan, no longer thinking he was so clever, quickly followed suit. They don't have many people, less than 10 left. You two, check if there's a back door. I'll keep watch here. Okay, Brother Yan, Zhang Guangshan replied. Keep your voice down, what if they get away? Do you think you're rich? Li Quan slapped him on the back of the head. Damn. Hurry up, stop with the nonsense. The older brother spoke. Zhang Guangshan rubbed his head and muttered as he walked away, while Li Quan sneaked off from another direction. Wang Yan quietly stood guard at the door. The warehouse wasn't very big, and the two returned shortly afterward, shaking their heads at Wang Yan to indicate there was only one door. Wang Yan nodded and whispered, when you start fighting, don't hold back, just kill them. Otherwise, when their so-called Northern Great Sect finds out, we'll be the ones who die. Also, try not to hurt their faces. Understand? Don't worry, Brother Yan. No problem. Seeing the two trembling with excitement, Wang Yan wasn't entirely at ease. These two had never killed anyone before, the system had given instructions. After all, he was the one who led them into doing bad things, who told him to be the older brother? He couldn't just not lead them, he had no one else under him besides these two. He needed people to do things, and how could he go out into the world without ever having seen blood? Wang Yan glanced at the two men, then stepped forward and began banging on the door. He was confident in himself, since there was no other way out, these men were doomed. After a while, one of the men opened the door with a knife. Without a word, Wang Yan grabbed the man's neck with one hand and simultaneously slapped his jaw. With a snap, the man's neck broke, and he died instantly. Shouting, "Get the knife!" Wang Yan rushed inside. The smuggler and his henchmen were drinking and watching the doorway, in high spirits after their successful transaction. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, they didn't react until Wang Yan was almost upon them, then they yelled Shibboleth, and charged. The dark night was perfect for killing. He left 2 men for his men to practice on, the rest, except for the smuggler, were all dead, including the translator who might have had his reasons. Seeing the terrified smuggler, Wang Yan stared at him. Where's the money? This, here, it's all here, big brother, please let me go, I don't want to die. The smuggler trembled as he grabbed a bag from the side and placed it on the table, immediately kneeling and begging for mercy. Wang Yan ignored him, picked up the bag and rummaged through it. There was probably over $10,000, including the previous ship tickets. After putting the bag away, Wang Yan didn't waste any words and snapped the smuggler's neck. Looking back at Li Quan, who was frantically stabbing people, and Zhang Guangshan, who was punching someone in the head, Wang Yan said, "All right, They're all dead, hurry up and clean up. Wang Yan searched each corpse. To be honest, it was rare to see such a generous older brother. These people lying on the ground were practically penniless even in death. Looking at the two men covered in blood, Wang Yan frowned. See whose clothes fit, wear these for now, we'll buy more tomorrow. The two novice criminals, trembling, stripped off their clothes. Wang Yan opened the warehouse door wide and drove in a sedan in a van. He told the two men, now dressed, to pile the bodies on the cargo. Then, he found a pipe, filled a basin with gasoline, and poured it all out. After carefully cleaning up the traces, he set a fire to cover up the bodies, and the three of them fled. It was still quite a distance from the dock, and it was only 2 or 3 in the morning. The night patrols there probably weren't paying much attention, and by the time they found them, the bodies would be mostly burned. Although he had cleaned up the mess thoroughly, mistakes happen, and Wang Yan, the master of crime, hadn't done this kind of thing himself for many years, so his skills were inevitably rusty. So, Wang Yan and his two trembling henchmen drove around in circles for quite a while before finally reaching the city center of Guachen. They killed gang members, and once the police figured out their identities, it would most likely be a gang feud that was quickly closed, a kind of insurance policy, I suppose. Wang Yan bought 3 sets of clothes and changed. He stored the clothes he'd changed out of in his special storage before taking his 2 underlings to eat. Although they were starving, to be on the safe side, Wang Yan and his underlings ate a little more than normal people would, finishing at a normal pace, just enough to tide them over. After all, wolfing down so much food would make anyone suspicious and easily lead them to subconsciously remember certain characteristics. Even eating at different shops far apart would leave traces. Better safe than sorry, it never hurts to be extra careful. After eating, the 3 of them didn't linger and went straight to the station to buy 3 tickets to Fushan. They traveled quietly and peacefully, arriving safely at Fushan Station. They got off the train and, without any major incidents, simply ate. After another simple meal, Wang Yan led the 2 to Jijin County, north of Busan, where they finally found a place to enjoy a proper feast. The reason for choosing Jijin County was that the further south they went, the more difficult it became. Jijin County had South Korea's largest farm and was also a major port for fish exports. It was a large area with a more diverse population, making it easier to develop. Although the south was even more chaotic, that was under someone else's nose, where one could easily be eliminated. After a grueling day and night, the 3 of them found a clandestine inn that didn't require identification and booked 3 small rooms to rest. The partitions were probably made of wood, because shortly after lying down, Wang Yan heard a concerto playing on both sides. He felt none of the anxiety he had felt at morning and slept exceptionally soundly. Wang Yan was in good physical condition and full of energy. Lying on the bed with his hands behind his head, he planned for the future. The most important thing was his identity. Without it, many things would be inconvenient. However, given his current level, that was basically wishful thinking. To be honest, once you've reached a certain level, it's only effective to use coercion and enticement to get acquainted with prosecutors or police leaders. Secondly, development is essential. He still dreams of becoming the underground kingpin of South Korea. Wang Bao spoke. After midnight, I'm in charge here. He wanted to see if he could finish at 11 o'clock, he'd decide then. Closing his eyes and thinking about his plans, Wang Yan slowly drifted off to sleep. Thank you too, for the 1,500 coin reward. Thank you too, for the 500 coin reward. Thank you too, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you too, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to the 13 brothers, XX, and 0723, for their continued support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, to the brothers who voted for recommendations, and to the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 119A Street. The next day, Wang Yan woke up early, took out the map he had bought the day before, and began to study it carefully. He studied it for over 2 hours before hearing a commotion beside him. It was Li Quan on his right who had woken up, run to Zhang Guangshan on his left to wake him, and the two started fighting, but at least he had a good heart and knew to respect his elder brother. Wang Yan understood these two. Zhang Guangshan was a brute, and Li Quan was also a brute, but he considered himself stronger than Zhang Guangshan. Neither of them would submit to the other, and they would fight for no reason. A little while later, the two had finished their fight and came to knock on his door. Come in. Brother Yan. The two greeted him in unison as they entered. They were a bit reckless, but they still had their brains. Back in the village, Wang Yan was known for being the most ruthless, but yesterday this elder brother had killed 5 or 6 people like chickens. "Come on, let's eat first." Saying this, Wang Yan put on his shoes and led the two out. They randomly found a restaurant, and the 3 of them ordered a table full of food and ate heartily. They had eaten quite a lot the night before, and a good night's sleep had already digested it. All 3 of them were big eaters, especially Wang Yan. Don't let their burly appearance fool you, they were all just gluttons. However, South Korean food is a matter of personal taste, and Wang Yan couldn't stomach it. It was either too sour or too sweet, and the spiciness wasn't real. He preferred Chinese food. There were Chinese restaurants here, but in Wang Yan's opinion, anything labeled authentic wasn't authentic. There was nothing he could do about it. To make money in a foreign country, you had to cater to the locals' tastes. Fortunately, none of the 3 were fussy. They didn't complain and were content with just being full. After the meal, each of them picked their teeth with a toothpick and strolled around. "Brother Yan, what's next?" Li Quan asked. "Yeah, Brother Yan. The bed in that shabby hotel was too small. I didn't sleep well last night. I thought I could relax after going abroad, but it wasn't as comfortable as the heated floor at home," Zhang Guangshan said innocently. Li Quan couldn't stand it anymore. "Come on, you've woken me up with your snoring, even through Yanji's ears. It's like a sow snoring away. I haven't even had a proper night's sleep. You're talking nonsense. I never snore." Wang Yan couldn't stand the 2 idiots buzzing anymore. "Can you two shut up for a bit?" Zhang Guangshan muttered. "Even when I shut up, I don't snore." Rolling his eyes, Li Quan didn't want to talk to idiots and turned to Wang Yan, saying, "Yan Jet, do you have a plan? Let's look around for a couple of days and see how it goes." Wang Yan glanced at the two. "Let's make do for a couple of days. We can enjoy ourselves once we find a place to stay." The two nodded without saying a word. For the next few days, the 3 slept in that shabby hotel at night and wandered around looking for a suitable place during the day. 2 nights later, in the commercial district of Jizang County, the 3 stood in front of a KTV. After 2 days of observation and visits, Wang Yan finally chose this place. It was a high-end establishment combining dining, leisure, and entertainment, run by a Korean thug with fewer than 20 men under his command. Based on observation alone, there's been no contact with other major powers. As for what hasn't been observed, we'll deal with that later. If things get tough, we'll just run away. As for now, let's rob them. Go easy on them when things get heated. They'll all be your underlings from now on, so don't kill them, understand? Of course, if they're being unreasonable, go all out. Your own safety comes first." Fearing these 2 idiots might act recklessly and kill one of them, Wang Yan gave them a warning. "Don't worry, Brother Yan. I guarantee there won't be any problems." The 2, knives in hand and rubbing their fists, replied in perfect unison. Nodding, Wang Yan went inside first. "Follow me." The 2 behind him exchanged a glance, chuckled, and followed. They knew this place was an entertainment venue. Why were they out? Wasn't it to sleep with foreign women? This would all be their business from now on, and they wouldn't have to spend any money. They could do whatever they wanted, as many as they wanted. Wang Yan was never one to talk too much. He walked to the front bar and said to the thugs there, "Call your boss out." The thug looked at Wang Yan and the 2 who had followed him. They were looking for their boss right away, and with those 2 burly men who looked like troublemakers, they were clearly up to no good. He politely replied, "Please wait a moment, I'll go find our boss." He then pretended to be calm and walked inside. Wang Yan nodded to the 2 behind him and followed the thug inside at a leisurely pace. The thug glanced back, saw the 3 of them following, and quickly turned and ran. He had to get to his boss to avoid being caught off guard. If his boss won, he'd be the one in trouble. Of course, he didn't think those 3 idiots could win. After all, there were nearly 20 of them, and dealing with 3 idiots would be a piece of cake. Seeing the thug run upstairs, Wang Yan didn't care and continued walking slowly. A short while later, Xiaoda shouted loudly, "Come out, everyone. Someone's attacked. Come out, everyone." Then came a chaotic commotion. When Wang Yan leisurely reached the 3rd floor, more than 10 men were already waiting at the stairwell, knives in hand. After seeing only 3 men, the leader in the floral shirt cursed Shibaba without thinking, then shoved Xiaoda's head. "Just 3 people, Why are you shouting so loudly? Ignoring them, Wang Yan kicked the first man, sending him flying and crashing into the men behind him, then charged forward. Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan were not to be outdone. Seeing their leader attack, they quickly raised their knives to meet him. 5 minutes later, Wang Yan sat on the sofa, washing his hands with a bottle of beer, watching his two bloodied underlings, grimacing and cursing, as he punched and kicked them one by one. Their fighting experience was too limited, and they relied on their size and strength to slash at each other. It was only because Wang Yan acted quickly that they were stopped, otherwise, they would probably have been killed. That's enough, any more and you'll kill them. Bring the guy in the floral shirt over here. Seeing that things had gone too far, Wang Yan stopped the two venting their anger. If you didn't know they weren't born of the same mother, you'd think they were brothers. The two of them simultaneously kicked the man lying on the ground hard, spat, and then turned and flanked the man in the floral shirt, who was sprawled on the ground. The man in the floral shirt was bruised and swollen, his face covered in blood, and was carried by the two men to Wang Yan. Wang Yan looked down at him. From now on, I'm the boss. This place is mine. Any problems? The man in the floral shirt struggled to lift his head, coughing up blood as he said with difficulty, "Be big brother, hello big brother. My name is Park Zhengai." Of course, he was unwilling to submit, but judging from Wang Yan's demeanor, he was sure that if Wang Yan said no, or made any threats or brought up his connections, he would be dead on the spot. Wang Yan turned his head and shouted loudly at the people lying on the ground, "Any problems with you?" Since their boss had given in, there was no point in them struggling anymore. They groaned in pain and said, "Hello big brother. Fist is the best weapon." Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. "Get up, everyone. Get your ID cards ready and come over one by one to report. If you don't have your ID, find someone to vouch for you. I'm warning you up front, so try not to betray me. Anyone who betrays me," he paused, then glanced around and slowly said, "I'll kill their entire family. If the person I vouch for betrays me and gives a fake address, I'll kill the whole family of whoever vouched for them. That's all I'm saying, come on." Hearing Wang Yan's murderous words, the group struggled to their feet. Two of them were too badly beaten to get up, so others helped them. "Two of you help him up, and get me a pen and paper," Wang Yan ordered, looking at Park Yung-yi, who lay at his feet like a dead dog. Not everyone is selfish, but most are. Now that they had a new boss, they didn't want their new boss to misunderstand, so no one paid any attention to Park Yung-yi. Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan didn't understand Wang Yan's rambling, but they understood that it was done, and they were now in charge here. The two grinned, thinking about the wonderful life that was about to begin. After a while, a henchman limped over with a notebook and pen, which Wang Yan took and began to record. He wasn't joking. Regardless of innocence, he would kill the entire family if he said so. There were many people who didn't deserve to die, but they were all dead. This wasn't a question of humanity, it was the rule, and rules must be upheld. Anyone who dared to challenge it would have their entire family killed. Loyalty only exists because the price of betrayal isn't high enough. This statement might not be entirely true. After all, there are heroic figures who bravely resist high-ranking officials and generous salaries. But they are ultimately a minority. Most people don't have such a firm will. Besides, what kind of loyalty can you expect from a bunch of scumbags? Moreover, he was Chinese, controlling a large number of Koreans, if not through killing, but through money. What kind of reformation? After recording the family situations of these people, Wang Yan told them to disperse and treat their injuries. After all, they were all thugs. Perhaps they had never been beaten so badly in their lives, but they definitely had experience in treating injuries. There were also some gauze and wound medicine there. As for the man who was beaten half to death by Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan, he was taken to a nearby clinic, and Wang Yan paid for his medical expenses. The whole process didn't take long, so the customers weren't disturbed, and the KTV changed hands. How perfect. Otherwise, it would have been Wang Yan's money that was lost. As for Park Zhengai, Wang Yan also sent him to treat his wounds, not in a hurry to deal with him. After all, he was still there, and his 4 or 5 underlings had vouched for him. He must have a brain to control more than 10 people. In fact, Park Zhengai had already given up. He really had no one backing him. Originally, he only thought of dealing with a person he paid someone else to do to Wang Yan today. But after what Wang Yan did today, he was a little scared. His parents, sister, wife, and children were all written in Wang Yan's little notebook. And Wang Yan was so strong. If he didn't kill him in one go and Wang Yan got away, his whole family would be the one to die. It was better to be obedient. Brother Yan, look. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Zhang Guangshan rubbed his hands and came over with a grin. Wang Yan gave him a disapproving look, and seeing Li Quan's eyes light up, he sighed. You two got slashed like that, doesn't it hurt? Li Quan said nonchalantly, it wasn't a stab wound, just superficial injuries. It looks scary, but some medicine will do, it's nothing. Zhang Guangshan nodded vigorously beside him. Wang Yan rolled his eyes at the two of them and waved over a man with minor injuries, help them treat their wounds, and find them 2 women to keep them company. Yes, brother. Bowing, the underling led the 2 men aside to apply medicine. He had some food prepared, and Wang Yan drank and ate meat alone. The next day, in a KTV. Brother, we have 3 floors here, and there are. After resting overnight, Park Yung-yi, whose face was even more swollen, explained the situation. After hearing him, Wang Yan understood. In short, it was gambling and prostitution, but no drugs. The house was in Park Yung-yi's name, and there was also more than 35 million Korean won in cash, which was about $25,000. There are quite a few surrounding forces, a chaotic mix of all sorts. That's understandable, considering Jijin County has a population of over 1 million. As for the strongest, the Golden Gate Group, they also have considerable influence here, but mainly concentrated around Yuzan City. Wang Yan asked, what's the situation on the street? The other shops are similar to mine, all doing this kind of thing. Aren't there any big gangs? Park Yung-yi explained, there's not much profit here, the big gangs don't care. Tonight we'll wipe out this street. Yes, boss. Park Yung-yi said subconsciously, then realized his mistake and cautiously asked, Be big brother, you mean we'll subdue them all tonight? Wang Yan nodded, just like you. But there are over 20 shops on this street, about 400 people, and some of them have guns. We only have 20 people, and they're all injured. Don't you want to reconsider? Park Yung-yi boldly tried to dissuade him. He had to persuade him, if it were that easy, this street would have been unified long ago. Was this guy an idiot? He just wanted to wipe out an entire street? Even if he was good at fighting, could he beat a gun? You'll find out tonight. First, find me a Korean teacher. Wang Yan didn't bother explaining, because people's perceptions differ. If you say something beyond someone's understanding, they'll think you're an idiot. If they haven't seen your actions, they'll think you're an idiot. Of course, this is all based on the speaker's own ability. If someone is just spouting nonsense, then they're an idiot. Clearly, Wang Yan was the former. After Park Yung-yi left, Wang Yan turned to Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan, who were laughing and joking. How was your enjoyment last night? Oh, don't even mention it, brother, it was so comfortable. Mainly because the girl was young and pretty enough, unlike the old women we find at home. Zhang Guangshan said with a look of ecstasy. Li Quan agreed, Zhang Guangshan saying it hit the nail on the head. Actually, it wasn't as exaggerated as they described, it was just that they had been given the best available. After all, this wasn't exactly a legitimate profession, and while young girls weren't rare, there was still a difference compared to others. Look at you two, so happy about finding a prostitute? What will it take you to find celebrities then? You're hopeless. Li Quan didn't even hesitate, I think it's unlikely. She's a celebrity, you think you can just find her like that? Things are fine now, I was quite satisfied with that girl yesterday. Hey, damn it, why did you hit me? Zhang Guangshan, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him, saying, if Brother Yan says he'll find her, he definitely can. I think Brother Yan is talking about you, you hopeless bastard. Celebrities are just that, celebrity, especially in a place like South Korea. Forget about small-time stars who come at your beck and call, even A-list and super A-list stars are possible, the only difference being a little more respectable. Can chaebols and tycoons get their hands on A-list and super A-list stars? Absolutely. In their eyes, this Unni and that Appa are nothing. But those who reach that level don't swoon over every woman they see, so there's no need to force them and invite trouble. Ultimately, big stars still have influence, what gets out isn't worth it. Wang Yan waved his hand, half laughing and half crying, alright, stop fooling around, let's get serious. You can't survive here if you can't speak properly. I've asked that Korean guy to find you 2 Korean teachers. You'd better study hard, Understand? I'll check later, and if you don't pass, see how I punish you too. Huh? Study. Zhang Guangshan, seeing Wang Yan's dangerous look, quickly changed his tone. Don't worry, Brother Yan, I'll definitely study hard. Seeing Wang Yan looking over, Li Quan quickly held up 3 fingers. Brother Yan, I promise you, I'll definitely learn better than him. Wang Yan didn't want to deal with these 2 idiots and waved his hand impatiently. Go do whatever you want. That evening, Wang Yan led Zhang Guangshan, Li Quan, and a trembling Park Zhangyi to the entrance of a nearby shop. You 3, block the entrance, don't let them escape. After saying that, he ignored the 3 and stepped inside. Park Zhangyi was desperate. As a rival on the same street, he knew what kind of people these people were. That idiot went up and started a one-on-one fight? Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan didn't seem to care. They were completely obedient to Wang Yan and believed in his abilities. If it weren't for this pig brain, they wouldn't have followed Wang Yan on this robbery and burglary. There were 5, 6, 7, or 8 people with Wang Yan back then, and now only these 2 idiots showed up. A short while later, Wang Yan emerged, looking perfectly normal. Aside from blood on his hands and bloodstains on his clothes, nothing seemed amiss. Wang Yan looked at Park Zhangyi and said, go back and find 2 men. Tell them exactly what I said. With over 20 shops in the row, it was impossible for no one to notice them, but no one made a sound. After all, it was common for people to be on good terms today and bad terms tomorrow. Nobody wanted to be wiped out. After giving his instructions, Wang Yan left Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan guarding the door and went inside. He wanted a quick victory. Bringing others would be too much trouble. Fighting without shouting and yelling would be a hassle. Thus, Wang Yan proceeded to raid each establishment one by one. Although he was being very careful, it was nighttime, and the crowd consisted of people who came to have fun. Inevitably, a few troublemakers would appear. Seeing Wang Yan's ferocious appearance, they turned and ran in terror. Then, the 2 underlings who were blocked at the door politely returned the favor, giving him a good slap. In fact, Wang Yan had deliberately chosen nighttime. After all, it was all entertainment, and the noise was relatively loud, which would distract attention. During the day, the clattering would be too conspicuous, and he might end up taking on over 400 people. It wasn't that he was afraid. If he really wanted to kill, he could probably kill 40 or 50 of these guys. 40 or 50 corpses, blood everywhere, the impact was no joke. Except for those with mental problems, most people would be terrified. In the underworld, people are in it for the prestige and the money. Nobody wants to lose their life. He might even chase after over 300 people with a knife. But that would basically be suicide. After all, killing so many people, even if they were all scum, would still be sensational news. The South Korean authorities will definitely not tolerate his behavior and will definitely destroy him. The subordinates of the other families watched as Wang Yan led the 2 of them into each family's premises, and they came out shortly afterward. Following closely behind, Park Yung-yi, his face ashen, led his men inside, only emerging after a long while. He was probably plotting something big, and seeing that they'd end up here anyway, I couldn't help but curiously inquire. Then they dragged me inside, gave me a good beating, and left with bruised and swollen faces, handing out my ID and asking about my family members. As for Park Yung-yi's warning about how many of his men had guns, they did, but Wang Yan, who hadn't acted in years, had clearly arranged everything. He first beat the leader into submission before dealing with the remaining henchmen. With his strength, he could take them down one by one. At the last shop at the street corner, Wang Yan emerged, a cigarette tucked under his arm and a large bag in his hand. Overall, things went quite smoothly, everyone was subdued, and none dared to fight to the death. After all, if they truly had that kind of ability, they wouldn't have only controlled a small shop. They would have either grown into a large enterprise or been eliminated. Wang Yan casually tossed the bag to Zhang Guangshan, opened the pack of cigarettes, and took out a box. The words Zonghua, meaning Chinese cigarettes, were blatantly displayed on it. He hadn't asked Park Yung-yi beforehand, and he hadn't expected that this last family would also be Chinese. Of course, Wang Yan didn't tolerate Chinese people being treated badly. He gave them a beating anyway. When you're traveling, the ones who cheat you the most and harm you the most are always your fellow countrymen. Zhang Guangshan took the blood-stained bag, curiously opened it, and his eyes lit up. Wow, so many guns. The bag contained 9 handguns and several boxes of ammunition. This wasn't a low gun ownership rate, He could only conclude that Park Yung-yi was truly finished. Let me see, let me see. Upon hearing about the guns, Li Quan sauntered over, then pulled one out and brandished it. Zhang Guangshan was more reliable. Without Wang Yan saying a word, he kicked him. You fucking idiot. These are people, what are you gesturing for? Let them in, you moron. Li Quan, knowing he was in the wrong, didn't dare utter a sound. Looking around nervously, and seeing no one was paying attention, he quickly put the gun back in his bag. Wang Yan opened a pack of cigarettes and handed the rest to Li Quan. Li Quan took the cigarettes, lit one for Wang Yan first, then took out two more and gave one to the smug Zhang Guangshan, lighting it for him. It has to be Chinese cigarettes, what kind of crap are these here? Zhang Guangshan, who had finally won a round, exhaled a comfortable puff of smoke and said excitedly, Brother Yan, when are we going to fire a couple of shots? I've never seen a real gun before. Wang Yan thought for a moment, it'll be about time once we control Fushan, don't be too impatient. How long will that take? Zhang Guangshan, like a child, deflated like a punctured balloon after not getting what he wanted. Taking a puff of his cigarette, Wang Yan estimated, if all goes well, about half a year. Thanks to brother, who is a lazy bum, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to the 5 brothers, Cheng, and, for their continued support. I also want to thank the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, the brothers who recommended the book, and the brothers who silently read it. Chapter 120, Week 1. Wang Yan's words carried a power of belief. Brother Yan, 6 months, right? Noticing the looks Wang Yan and Zhang Guangshan gave him, Li Quan rolled his eyes and wisely swallowed his sarcastic remark. Yeah, 6 months is fine. After we take Fushan, we'll expand north, storm shower, and have some fun with the big star. Hey, that's right, that's the most pleasant thing you've said in all these years. Zhang Guangshan laughed heartily. While the three were chatting and laughing, Park Yung-yi and his men came out of a shop. Seeing the three laughing and talking, he quickly ran over, asking incredulously, Big brother, you're done? Wang Yan nodded. How many do you have left? Park Yung-yi stared blankly, speechless. Seeing Wang Yan's question, and the little Korean not answering for a long time, Zhang Guangshan impatiently stepped forward and slapped him on the back of the head. West. Park Yung-yi, having been hit, opened his mouth to curse, but seeing the three men's malicious gazes, he quickly bowed and said, I'm sorry, big brother. You're too amazing, I really didn't expect that. Wang Yan waved his hand and asked again, how many more stores are there? Big brother, you're too fast, there are still 14 stores left. Although this was misleading, it wasn't wrong. Wang Yan was indeed too fast. Counting how he incapacitated those people and the lecture about killing their entire families, he finished each store in less than 10 minutes. But even if he was fast, there were still too many to handle. It took him nearly 3 hours to finish. If they registered each store one by one, it would be even more tedious, and it would definitely be late at night. Nodding, Wang Yan said, it'll be late at night when we finish. Go arrange some food and drinks for the men to eat before you get back to work. Also, set up a table of food and drinks on the street, so the three of us can eat and drink while we keep an eye on things. Yes, big brother. Bowing, Park Yung-yi turned to make the arrangements. Watching him walk away, Li Quan clicked his tongue and stroked his chin, saying, you know, that little stick really does look pretty good. He then playfully imitated Wang Yan. After all that activity, Wang Yan felt a bit thirsty. He went back into the shop, found the refrigerator, took out 3 bottles of beer, looked around but couldn't find a bottle opener, so Wang Yan simply used his hands to open them. The 3 of them drank, sniffled, and chatted jokingly. Mainly, Wang Yan listened to their banter. Li Quan had been kicked twice earlier and was now trying to get revenge. After a while, Park Yung-yi arrived with a few henchmen, set up a table, and laid out a full table of food and drinks. The 3 of them sat there eating and drinking heartily, wary of someone running away and causing trouble. Of course, the possibility of that happening was extremely slim. Wang Yan, a LV5 fighting master and a LV3 professional traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, also has knowledge of Western medicine, particularly sports medicine, human anatomy, and anatomy. The next day, nearing evening, on the same street, in the same KTV, Wang Yan leaned back on the sofa with his legs crossed. A group of bruised and battered young men stood ramrod straight in front of him, while Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan sat a little further away watching the spectacle. There was no way around it, these two couldn't understand Korean, so they just dozed off. In the afternoon, these men had already reported the details, clearly explaining the ownership of the shops, cash deposits, and so on. Of course, they dared not leave anything out. The cash amounted to approximately 800 million Korean won, or about 500,000 US dollars. This was all they had saved up. After all, they had a lot of subordinates, and even with exploitation, they had to pay them in real money. This wasn't a particularly prosperous area, so having this much was quite impressive. But to be honest, these men were damn poor. This amount of money is barely enough to pay his underlings' monthly salaries, considering he currently has over 400 men under his command. As for the ownership of the shops, most of them are in his own hands. Even those not currently owned will soon be. After all, these are all cowardly scum who bully the weak and fear the strong. If they can't even manage to take over a shop, they're just too useless. Besides, there isn't a single decent person on this street, and they were not running legitimate businesses. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to do business here. Without a powerful figure taking over, the original shop owners will lose money. If a powerful figure does take over, then they'll lose money on the powerful figure. Either way, it's a loss. I understand the situation, and I'll just say one thing. Wang Yan glanced at the people standing around and said calmly, I've already compiled the list of your underlings. Starting today, your underlings will rotate. From now on, we'll all be brothers who eat together. It's not good to be too distant. Everything else will remain the same, just do things as before. Take a good rest recently, there's more work to do in a while. Wang Yan's goal was simple, to break up and reorganize the 400-plus people, weakening their control over their underlings. Although he could easily handle those troubles, avoiding trouble altogether was best. That's all for now, get back to work. Yes, boss. The group bowed in unison and quietly left. Only Park Young-yi remained, along with the Chinese man from the last house yesterday. Having witnessed Wang Yan's strength, Park Young-yi fawned even more. He considered himself Wang Yan's third most trusted confidant, unlike the others, and was incredibly obsequious. The Chinese man, however, stood there motionless. His purpose was clear, being Chinese, he wanted to curry favor with the boss, hoping for more attention and, ideally, more people to manage. Frankly, he hadn't been beaten enough. Wang Yan didn't want to waste time with him and waved his hand, go. The man's expression shifted, but he said nothing, glanced at Wang Yan, and turned to leave. Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan, who had been watching the commotion, approached. Brother Yan, he seems unconvinced, Li Quan murmured, watching the man's retreating figure with a dangerous glint in his eyes. There's a type of person who's extremely self-centered, feeling that everyone owes them something. He'd hold a grudge no matter the reason, as long as things didn't go his way. That kid from earlier, he'd just been beaten up yesterday, and today he dared to give them attitude. What an idiot. Can't he even manage basic self-deception? He's probably built his reputation on ruthlessness, but that ruthlessness only extends to one shop on this street. And one of the 9 guns Wang Yan had acquired was his. Wang Yan nodded, looking at Park Young-yi. Does he have anyone in his family? Just him, but he has 3 men with him, all Chinese. Park Young-yi straightened up and said, he was 2 years ago. You don't need to say so much. Wang Yan interrupted, knowing he was alone was enough, he wasn't interested in hearing about his past. Kill him tonight. Have his 3 men watch. Kill whoever gets agitated. Be clean, okay? Wang Yan disliked the way that kid had looked at him earlier. Keeping him alive would only cause trouble, it was better to kill him sooner rather than later. Seriously, if it were during the crackdown in the 80s and 90s, all those Chinese people in South Korean society, including him, would have been wiped out, not a single one of them would have survived. No problem, don't worry, brother, I guarantee it'll be clean, no trouble at all. Park Young-yi knew this was Wang Yan testing him. Even though he'd never killed a single person in all these years, he couldn't back down now. He had to succeed, or he'd be finished. Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction, get a lawyer over tomorrow, I need him. That's all, go get on with it. Park Young-yi politely excused himself and went to kill. Is this little Korean any good? Don't sell us out. Zhang Guangshan was a little skeptical of Park Young-yi. Have you 2 mastered Korean? Wang Yan looked at the 2 of them calmly. Zhang Guangshan chuckled awkwardly, Isn't this a big meeting? We came to listen. Li Quan covered his face at this, thinking, what a pig brain. Sure enough, Wang Yan chuckled and said, so, you two, tell me what I just said? Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan exchanged a glance, said nothing, and just grinned foolishly at Wang Yan. Wang Yan rolled his eyes at them and waved his hand, get lost. Okay, sure. The two idiots readily agreed and quickly ran away to avoid getting kicked. Watching them run off, Wang Yan leaned back on the sofa and planned his future. Now he had over 400 men under his command, enough to do a lot. And with so many people eating, drinking, and using the facilities, that cost a fortune. The meager profits on this street weren't enough to sustain him. His $600,000 or $700,000 wouldn't last long. The next day, Wang Yan went about his usual early morning exercise, boxing. When he returned, his underlings had already prepared breakfast. The three of them had the KTV all to themselves. Wang Yan slept on the third floor, while the other two, if they had the energy, would find prostitutes to keep them company, otherwise, they'd find their own rooms to sleep in. Overall, it was alright. After Wang Yan finished breakfast and was leisurely smoking, Park Zhangai stood before him at the opportune moment. Big brother, that guy and his men from yesterday have been dealt with. After cremation, their remains were scattered into the sea this morning on a fishing boat. Park Zhangai's eyes were bloodshot. It was his first time killing someone, and with Wang Yan watching him, he hadn't slept all night, fearing something might go wrong. Arrange for someone else to manage that shop. Wang Yan didn't care about such a small matter. Find a reliable lawyer, I need him. Yes, big brother. Park Zhangai laughed excitedly. This put him ahead of the others. As long as he maintained this position, and with his brother's two brothers well managed and comfortable, his status as the third most trusted confidant was secure. Although the higher the position, the greater the risks. But fortune favors the bold. And based on his observations over the past 2 days, this older brother was ruthless. He might actually succeed. Putting everything else aside, his disregard for human life, his casual ruthlessness in killing people, he'd never seen anything like it in his life. His ambitions weren't high, he just wanted to dominate Zhejiang County. At that point, he'd have thousands of men under his command, no longer a small gang, and the profits would be substantial. Time flew by. When Wang Yan finished lunch with Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan, who had spent the morning learning Korean, Park Zhangai returned with a well-dressed, gold-rimmed man, clearly an elite. Brother, this is lawyer Kim Tae-suk, whom I found in Busan City. He has a great reputation in the industry, Park Zhangai introduced to Wang Yan, who was sitting on the sofa. Attorney Kim, this is my older brother, Wang Yan. Kim Tae-suk bowed slightly to show respect. Hello, Mr. Wang. In South Korea, prosecutors and lawyers hold considerable power, and with the added privilege of former officials, one person can bring along a long list of judges and department heads. Colluding with chaebols, gangs, and manipulating the rules, that's incredibly impressive. Of course, in any industry, the truly powerful are always a minority, most just barely survive. This young man clearly belonged to the powerful category. Looking at the composed man before him, Wang Yan nodded, please sit down. The two thanked him and sat down. Kim Tae-suk said, I wonder what Mr. Wang needs my help with? He didn't think much of Wang Yan's influence, it was too small. However, Park Yun-yee's offer was very generous. After all, no one turns down money. Seeing his disdain, Wang Yan didn't mind and said with a smile, I want to register a conglomerate, including logistics, security, internet. Wang Yan explained his idea to the lawyer. His goal was simple, to cultivate a large following and commensurate influence. The people he controlled were the votes. To say he manipulated the presidential election was a bit of an exaggeration, but by currying favor with various parties, securing a few seats in Congress was entirely possible. With a little more effort, he could effectively control a metropolitan area. Mr. Wang, what you said is absolutely correct. Furthermore, I suggest you. As a lawyer with sufficient professional skills, Kim Tae-suk listened attentively to Wang Yan's words. In fact, he knew what Wang Yan was going to do as soon as he began, and he mocked Wang Yan's overestimation of his abilities. But what surprised him was how comprehensive Wang Yan's organizational structure was. He truly couldn't fathom how this Chinese boss could be so professional. Kim Tae-suk very considerately rattled off a bunch of tax avoidance procedures, These are all normal business operations, there won't be any trouble later, what do you think? Wang Yan nodded. Okay, let's do it your way. How long will it take? It should be all done in about a week. Okay, that's settled then. I'll wait for your news. Thank you very much for your trust, Mr. Wang. Then I'll take my leave now. Wang Yan nodded and had Park Yung-yi see him out. When Park Yung-yi returned, Wang Yan instructed, take a good rest today, and tomorrow find a few struggling lawyers who are having a hard time even eating. Thank you for your concern, brother, but I'm not tired, you'll see them tonight. Park Yung-yi bowed, then turned and left. He wasn't stupid. If he didn't show his worth now, when would he? Besides, he had rested on the way to and from Busan. Wang Yan knew Park Yung-yi's intentions, he just wanted to be obedient. As for finding lawyers, he was still thinking of collecting security fees after the security company was up and running. After all, South Korea's social scum is quite rampant, and collecting protection money is perfectly normal. He was acting out of humanitarian spirit, rescuing suffering South Korean merchants, fighting crime, and upholding justice. It was his duty and obligation, something he couldn't shirk. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, Wang Yan spent his time quietly dozing off. His two idiots had Korean lessons during the day and practiced conversations at night. The underlings on the street who had been recruited were idly recovering from their injuries. Since becoming family, the street had become much quieter, with no more of the usual shouting and cursing. Having people they disliked around was annoying, but they had to endure it. Mr. Wang, all the documents are here. Kim Tae-suk placed a thick file folder on the table in front of Wang Yan. Wang Yan opened the file bag, looked through it one by one, nodded in satisfaction, and shook hands with him. Attorney Kim did a good job, thank you. Not at all, you flatter me, it's all what I should do. Good, since the matter is settled, I won't keep you any longer. Wang Yan smiled slightly and turned to Park Zhengai, take Attorney Kim to get the money, and then send someone to take him back. Yes, brother. Attorney Kim, please come with me. Mr. Wang, I hope we can cooperate again in the future. I'll take my leave now. Kim Tae-suk said politely, got up and followed Park Zhengai to get the money. Thank you to Resting Lohi, Marite Night Sky, and Reading User, QQQ, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to Father Brother, and Xiaofeng, for their continued support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted for monthly tickets. Thank you to the brothers who voted for recommendations, and thank you to the brothers who silently read the book. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 121 The Four Cs. This time, Wang Yan registered a group not called Longteng, but Sihei. There's nothing wrong with Longteng in itself, but his Chinese identity is undeniable. Even if he tries to separate himself from the group through various means, anyone with a keen eye can find out who the real boss is. Coupled with that name, it's likely to attract unnecessary trouble. After all, in the East, there's only one dragon. Sihei is a pretty good name, so he decided on it. A short while later, Park Yung-yi, who had seen off Attorney Kim, returned. Brother, Attorney Kim has been sent back. Wang Yan lay back on the sofa, smoking. You've found out more about the situation in Jizhang County these past few days. Besides the 3 major gangs, all the other territories are ours. Take the money and visit the local police chief later. There was no other way. When they acted, it wouldn't be like Wang Yan acting alone, but several hundred people swarming around, hacking and slashing. This kind of thing was common in the past, but now it's the new century, and doing it like this is a bit excessive. The police station's emergency lines are probably overwhelmed with calls. This Park Yung-yi is too low level, he acts like a grandson when he sees the police, and he hasn't put in any effort in these matters. He had to explain to Park Yung-yi how to bribe them, how to offer credit, and how to talk to them. After instructing him on these things, seeing that Park Yung-yi understood, Wang Yan continued, start the operation today, and try to take it down within a month. Also, when you go out, announce the name Xiang Shui, World Alliance, you are the leader. Park Yung-yi was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly to show his loyalty. Don't worry, big brother, I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely take it down within half a month. Wang Yan waved his hand. Go do your work. Yes, big brother. Park Yung-yi bowed and walked out excitedly. Actually, this was also Wang Yan's wicked sense of humor. Anyway, a name is just a code name. He could think carefully about the name of a group, but he could forget about the name of a gang. Although it's a bit cheesy and silly, the meaning is still good. Xiang Shui, dominating the world. Sihei Group is a legitimate corporation. How could it possibly be associated with gangs? The bad deeds are all done by Xiang Shui, while the good deeds are all Sihei Group's credit. Once they completely take over Zhejiang County, the elites will be trained in the security company. The scum will be left as they are. He won't overly restrict them. If anything goes wrong, it's Park Yung-yi's fault. After all, he wasn't the chairman for nothing, and he trusts Park Yung-yi knows what he's doing. For the next 2 weeks, every night, except for a few people left to watch the shops, everyone was basically out fighting with razor blades. Wang Yan, along with 2 guys who were a bit weak from recent verbal practice, supervised the operations. They started from this street and spread outwards. Under Park Yung-yi's arrangement, 50 people were divided into groups and attacked separately. Once they arrived at a location, they didn't care about anything else. They just went up and beat anyone who was smug, and if they resisted, they slashed them with razor blades until they were incapacitated. Finally, a few people were left behind to register their identities and family information, as instructed by Wang Yan. The police station is responsible. They are the guardians of city order. Once the fighting was nearly over, police cars leisurely drove up. A brief interrogation, a few men were taken away and locked up for a couple of days. That was it. The process was bumpy, but the result was good. During this time, apart from the Jinmen Group, all the other big and small gangsters had been recruited, totaling about 2,000 people, and even that was a mixed bag. The reason for so many people was that the commercially developed areas of Zhejiang County were limited. Apart from those leading groups of 10 or 20 individuals operating independently, the others were large gangs of hundreds occupying vast territories. Add to that the aggressive actions of the Xiangxia Society, which clearly aimed to recruit everyone except the Jinmen Group, leaving no one else a single meal. Not only that, the Xiangxia Society also confiscated the assets of the gang leaders. Was that something a human would do? Because of this, many of the smaller gang leaders fled with their assets. They didn't want their hard-earned wealth to be taken away. There was resistance, but none of them had a leader to control the situation. Everyone was unwilling to submit to anyone else, just a motley crew. Furthermore, with the increase in followers and the addition of various powerful leaders, Wang Yan's deterrent power was no longer as strong as it had been with the initial 400 or so men. Many of them didn't even know Wang Yan existed. Although they had all registered their information, they scoffed at Park Yung-yi's earnest yet utterly intimidating claim of killing entire families. They had also inquired with the original members and learned that since the group's formation, they had only dealt with a few Chinese people. Inevitably, their motives differed, leading to some underhanded tactics. One particularly audacious individual even incited others to rebel, aiming to kill Park Yung-yi and Wang Yan. Without Wang Yan even giving the order, Park Yung-yi acted on his own. Overnight, all the leaders involved, along with their entire families, disappeared. Now everything was quiet, no one was shouting about rebellion anymore. With those troublemakers dead, Park Yung-yi, following Wang Yan's instructions, promoted some people. These were the remaining, passable individuals after Wang Yan had screened the security companies. Another group was the Jinmen Group. Gangs like theirs, aiming to transform and launder their image, don't officially have territories. They operate businesses like loan sharking, construction, logistics, and gambling prostitution, and nobody dares mess with them. Since they're also trying to go legal, their control over the surrounding area is much weaker. They don't care about territory. After all, the main purpose of territory is collecting protection money, which they don't care about. Leaving those territories vacant and letting smaller gangs cause trouble to attract attention is more advantageous for them. Because Wang Yan forbade the Xiangxia Society from targeting the Jinmen Group, the 3 major gang leaders here assumed they were afraid of them and sent men to try and take advantage. Among them, the Tiger Gang was shameless. Their leader made a phone call to his boss. Besides the entertainment venues they controlled, the Xiangxia Society had taken over all the other shady brothels and gambling dens. If they could get their hands on all of these, it would be a considerable fortune. The boss didn't care. Before, it wasn't worth the trouble, but now that there was an opportunity, he might as well rob them. And so it was. the leader of the Tiger faction in Zhejiang County, had sent a group of men to follow the world society and try to seize their spoils. Wang Yan knew they were just trying to get something for nothing, so he simply drove them away. He didn't kill anyone, that was Erbigan's business. Now that he had just taken over territory outside of the Golden Gate Group, and internal stability was still fragile, to start a fight with such forces was probably a stupid move. He could settle these scores after he controlled Axe Mountain. In the following period, Wang Yan slowed his expansion and began to consolidate his forces and restructure. He revived his old 13-level system and applied it to the World Society and the Four Seas Group. Based on their performance during this period and their status before being incorporated, he assigned levels to the scum of the World Society and those contracted with Four Seas Security, clearly outlining the benefits of each level and giving them a visible path. Furthermore, to better control the World Society, Wang Yan promoted 2 vice presidents. As for the Sihe Group, Wang Yan invested the money he robbed, except for a portion left for their continued operation, into the group as startup capital. Lacking available manpower, Wang Yan handled everything personally. By the time these matters were resolved, half a month had passed, and Zhejiang County had returned to its former state. With a framework in place, things became much simpler. Thus, the Xiangxia Society, after a half-month break, sprang into action again. One group began collecting protection money door-to-door in Zhejiang County, charging significantly higher prices than before. With no competition, only the Xiangxia Society, there wouldn't be the usual frequent protection money collection incidents, making a higher price reasonable. The merchants knew these people's methods well, and calling the police was useless. Despite their burning hatred, they had no choice but to silently pay. Meanwhile, another group infiltrated southwards into Hyundai and Zhejiang district, gradually snowballing their influence and advancing step by step. This time, it was Park Yang again who went to collect the money and inquire about directions, having learned from past experience. Wang Yan's meaning was simple: it was best to get paid for a service, if not, then a slower pace was fine. The South Korean government couldn't be said to be devoid of good people, but it was practically non-existent. At worst, they could send a few people in jail and deal with them later. If someone was truly clueless, Li Zichen had already clearly demonstrated what to do. In fact, thanks to the cooperation of the Zhejiang County Police Department, and the good relations between Park Yang and the local police chief, Wang Yan had managed to obtain Zhejiang County residency for himself, Zhang Guangshan, and Li Quan, making them legitimate South Korean citizens. He left the expansion of the Xiangxiahu to Park Yang. Wang Yan only needed to ensure he maintained control of the Xiangxiahu. Now that they had South Korean citizenship, they didn't need to live as secluded as before, so Wang Yan, along with a group of people including 2 henchmen, went directly to Busan City. Mr. Wang, this is currently the best office building in Busan. What do you think? In Busan CBD, a real estate agent accompanied Wang Yan as they strolled through a 48-story office building. Wang Yan nodded calmly. Good, this is it. Let's sign the contract. His underlings were useless, he had to handle even such a small matter himself. After his underlings left with the agent, Zhang Guangshan stood by the window, looking at the distant, faintly visible sea and sighing. Brother Yan, we should have come out sooner. Compared to this, what kind of life were we living before? Absolutely. I've never seen such a magnificent building before. Yet, Brother Yan, don't always look so sullen. The girls here are much better than your wife, sobs. Zhang Guangshan was getting into his rant when Li Quan suddenly covered his mouth, patting him repeatedly. But after a couple of pats and seeing Wang Yan's dangerous gaze, he realized what was happening and quieted down. Seeing that he understood, Li Quan released his hand and stood obediently. Wang Yan shook his head helplessly. It's nothing to talk about my wife, but you two need to be careful lately. You can't learn Korean properly, and you'll only weaken from all the fighting. You two are in danger. Zhang Guangshan weakly raised his hand, and seeing Wang Yan nod, tentatively said, Brother Yan, I have an idea. It's just, could we get them to learn Mandarin? Li Quan looked at him in surprise. No problem, we're the boss. This idiot actually has this brain? You're right, I do have that idea. Not only Chinese, but English too. We're going to break out of Asia and go global. Language is the first hurdle to overcome if we want to connect with the world. Wang Yan nodded in agreement, then changed the subject. But what does this have to do with whether you learn Korean or not? Not only that, you'll also have to learn English later. Seeing the two men's utterly hopeless expressions, Wang Yan held up one finger. "I'll give you another month. If you can't even have a simple conversation by then, if you can't understand a single word, then I won't be so polite." These two are undoubtedly loyal. After all, they were just there for the show. It's just their brains. After renting an office building, the SYNOPSIS group was officially established. Wang Yan began a large-scale recruitment drive: lawyers, accountants, managers, programmers, and so on. Of course, as the boss, he only interviewed a few senior managers. The rest was not his concern. As for whether the recruits were Chinese or South Korean, Wang Yan didn't care and had no strict requirements. He wanted people who could do the work, not people abroad who were unsure if their loyalty remained intact. Unlike the Xiangxia way, he intentionally controlled the number of Chinese members, keeping them in the minority. Because once the Xiangxia way was labeled South Korea's largest violent organization, and also the largest Chinese violent organization, his efforts would essentially be wasted. Of course, the Xiangxia way would never become the largest violent organization. After all, everyone understands the principle of the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. What is New World about? Isn't it the story of the largest violent organization, the Jingmen Group, being targeted? Wang Yan wouldn't be that stupid. If the Xiangxia way ever came to that point, he would simply create another gang, creating a power struggle, or even another, forming a three-way power struggle, where everyone could occasionally pull out their forces to fight, kill a few people, and have some fun. The most important thing was still the SYNOPSIS group. That was the foundation. This time, he didn't plan to engage in any real industry, only internet, food delivery, logistics, and other businesses that employ many people, which would also help the South Korean authorities solve the employment problem. Although South Korea has a small population and a limited market, he didn't care about that. His goal was simple: votes. Those who work for the SYNOPSIS group and the families of gang scum will become an indispensable force in South Korean political maneuvering. The internet environment may be different now, but the development of the internet is definitely not a problem. He'll adopt the domestic system, instant messaging, self-media, short videos, social platforms, and so on. He'll control the online discourse, stirring up trouble and setting the tone. This will inevitably attract the attention of the chaebols, and you can then cultivate relationships with them, creating a win-win situation. Furthermore, industries like food delivery and logistics, which don't require high standards of personal conduct, can be linked to the Xiangxia Society's business. After all, the Xiangxia Society is a gang. They have casinos and loan sharking operations. There are plenty of people who can't repay their debts. A seamless transition will allow them to work in food delivery and logistics for free, saving them from selling their children, families torn apart, and deaths. A good deed indeed. Thank you to reader 202103011019240 for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to for the 100 coins and monthly pass. Thank you to for your continued support. A daily thank you to all the kind brothers who voted with monthly passes, to all the brothers who recommended the book, and to all the brothers who quietly read the book. Chapter 122: Taking Control of Axe Mountain. While Wang Yan was busy building the SYNOPSIS group, the Xiangxia way, world society, wasn't doing well. Forget Busan, in the whole of South Korea, news couldn't be kept secret. Moreover, the first batch of defeated gang leaders had come forward with testimonies, and now almost every scumbag and police officer in South Korea knew about the Xiangxia way, which was frantically expanding its manpower and territory. Wang Yan looked down on the 2,000 men, whose quality varied greatly. That was because he had once been a Southeast Asian godfather with thousands of carefully selected and well-trained direct subordinates and tens of thousands of collateral subordinates, including big shots like Troublemaker and Big Baby, a world-class gang leader capable of taking on multiple opponents. But South Korea was different. Although there were many gangs and factions, they were all small-time operations. There were only a handful of truly reputable organizations with thousands of members. Now, a new one had suddenly appeared, and with such large-scale operations, so punishment was justified. Of course, all of this was Park Young-yee's fault. He was just too damn reckless. Is the current situation the same as when Jizang County was expanding? Back then, there were only about 400 people in total, and only about 300 were actually sent out, and even then, they were deployed in groups. Now, apart from the three major gangs, the territory of Jizang County belongs to the Xiangxia Society. And they've already fought against those three, so they're not afraid of being attacked. At worst, they can just turn around and fight them. So this time, Park Zhangai only kept the normal business staff, and sent the rest out to sweep the streets. Even though Park Zhangai didn't report it, Wang Yan knew about this situation. After all, he hadn't been the big brother for so many years for nothing. For example, vice presidents who wanted to rise to a higher position, or squad leaders who wanted to curry favor, all had channels to contact him. Wang Yan could understand Park Zhangai's crazy actions. He used to have only about 20 people under his command, running a small, rundown shop with a mediocre business. Now he has about 2,000 people under his command and controls most of Jizang County. With his big brother not around and no one to restrain him, and as the president of the SYNOPSIS Society, it's normal for him to forget who he is. So, this scene unfolded on the streets of Hyundai district. Several hundred members of the Xiangshui gang faced off against several hundred members of a more powerful gang. Both sides had knives tucked into their waistbands, but no one actually laid a hand on them. They were just exchanging insults. A group of armed police officers stood by, dumbfounded, listening to the nearly 1,000 people arguing, their heads buzzing. As long as they didn't start fighting, they didn't care. There were only so many people, they couldn't possibly arrest them all, and the police station couldn't hold them all. Besides, even if they did start fighting, they'd just arrest a few scapegoats afterward. What's the point of being a cop? They were just trying to make a living. It was their lives at stake, but their superiors would get promoted. It wasn't worth it. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, the leader of the Xiangshui gang felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took it out, glanced at it, then abruptly raised his hand, waved it twice, and clenched his fist in a shutdown gesture. They were all scum. While social rules are paramount, to say it all stopped instantly is a bit of an exaggeration. It's more accurate to say this group quieted down quickly. The unsuspecting resistance alliance on the other side, seeing the sudden silence, naturally shut up as well. The leader glanced at the tense police officers beside him and answered the phone. "Boss, it was a bit noisy earlier, but it's quiet now. Sorry for keeping you waiting." Yes, sir." "Okay, boss." Under the watchful eyes of the group, the leader bowed and scraped before hanging up. He glanced disdainfully at the other side, then turned and pointed to 10 insignificant underlings. "Come with me." Those whose names were called were confused, but since their boss had spoken, they had no choice but to follow, exchanging glances as they walked towards the police on the perimeter. As they walked, the leader said without turning back, "You'll have to endure this for a few days, but the boss and I won't treat you unfairly." The leader's words and his direction towards the police spoke volumes. Sure enough, upon reaching the police, the leader, disregarding who was in charge, declared, "These 10 are causing trouble. You handle them." Without waiting for their reaction, he patted the nearest man on the shoulder as encouragement, then turned and called for the hundreds of members of the SYNOPSIS Society to leave in droves. The remaining members of the Resistance Alliance, seeing everyone gone, smiled victoriously, glanced disdainfully at the 10 men standing before the police, and, chatting and laughing, dispersed. The remaining police officers looked at each other, then at the 10 men before them, shaking their heads helplessly. They holstered their guns, put their men in the car, and left. Today, they had apprehended a group of troublemakers and disruptive elements, contributing to the stability of South Korea. Park Yong-yi hung up the phone, mimicking Wang Yan's posture of crossing his legs and reclining on the sofa, a pose he'd only ever seen before. This was a mess. He was in a very passive position. Although the world society would be targeted sooner or later, the difference between sooner and later was obvious. He wasn't stupid. Putting himself in Wang Yan's shoes, he knew Wang Yan would know. Through their brief contact, he had gained some understanding of the boss's style, results-oriented. So, whether he spoke or not was useless. He only had one choice, to do things well. If he did well, he could not only make up for lost points but also gain some. If he didn't do well, it was like the first time he killed that person, stabbing him 8 times, each stab avoiding vital organs. He remembered the screams of agony. He remembered the final slit to the neck, the gushing blood splattering on his face, the warmth. He also remembered the complex look in that person's eyes, the madness, the regret, the relief. He remembered. Park Zhangai shook his head violently, stopping his wild thoughts. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, relaxed, and exhaled the smoke, planning his next move. Late that night, The three most vocal leaders who had been most vocal in their opposition to the world society disappeared with their entire families. The following evening, the SYNOPSIS society didn't send anyone out to fight with knives. Instead, they politely visited in small groups to discuss matters. This time, things went much better, nothing bad happened, and they smoothly recruited a group of underlings. As for the missing people, no one cared. Everyone knew the SYNOPSIS society was responsible, but no one had any proof. With a start, the expansion of their territory accelerated considerably. Apart from the three major gangs not wanting the SYNOPSIS society to grow too large and compete with them for market share, they occasionally clashed with them. There was basically no significant resistance. And the three major gangs in Fushun were no longer enough. If they failed to take down Zhangjin the first time, they wouldn't have another chance. According to the Fushun City Police Department's assessment of the SYNOPSIS society, this was the fourth largest gang after the Tiger faction, the Imperial Sun faction, and the North Gate faction. They had already characterized the SYNOPSIS society as a very dangerous organization and had to find a way to eliminate it before it grew too powerful. However, as they gathered more information, they found it increasingly difficult to take action. Fushun Town Police Station, Conference Room. The police chief was holding a meeting with his subordinates, mainly discussing the SYNOPSIS world society. The SYNOPSIS has a complete organizational structure and clear upward mobility channels. One of them read aloud from documents about the SYNOPSIS. After listening, the chief glanced around. The higher-ups said the SYNOPSIS will be the fourth largest gang in South Korea. We will not tolerate such a cancer. Everyone, please share your opinions. A section chief sitting next to the chief spoke up. I think the main focus should be on Park Young-yi and that mastermind behind it all, Wang Yan. The chief nodded. Although it was mostly empty talk, his attitude was good. The police department desperately needed this kind of talent. Where there are sycophants, there are also those who can get things done. The chief turned to a section chief beside him. Section Chief Kim, what are your thoughts? Section Chief Kim nodded and said, I think Section Chief Choi makes sense, and as Captain Han mentioned earlier, Park Young-yi is just the nominal chairman, the real boss is Wang Yan. However, our information is limited. Do you have any more detailed intelligence, Captain Han? The captain, surnamed Han, respectfully stood up. This is all we have at the moment, gathered through one of my former informants. He's a Chinese man who appeared in Jijin County a little over a month ago. He then used his superior martial arts skills to control the entertainment district, recruiting its members. The SYNOPSIS society started out based on this. He once declared that anyone who dared to betray him would have their entire family killed. Based on the current information, Wang Yan is likely a smuggler. As for more detailed information, we need to wait for news from China and our own in-depth investigation. The chief frowned and asked, who handled his household registration? The chief of the Jijin County Police Station handled it personally. I understand, you can continue, Chief Jin. Everyone here is a chief, maybe he's a rank higher, but they all know each other well. Isn't this normal practice? It's a love-hate relationship, a battle of wits. He himself doesn't believe he's clean, given his position. Chief Jin thought for a moment and said, currently, we don't have any good solutions. Cracking down on the businesses the SYNOPSIS society is involved in is useless, it might even alert them. The SYNOPSIS society is a gang. Prostitution, gambling, protection money, loan sharking, entertainment venues, etc., are all trivial matters to them, and there's no clear, documented hierarchy. They know their business, they just call in a gang to do it. Arresting them is pointless, plenty of people are happy to take the blame. A few minor crackdowns are fine, but if they're clueless and keep ruining their business, they're hopeless. There are already over 2,000 people, and there will only be more in the future. How many lives do these police officers have to pay for it all? So, unless they can convict Park Young-yi and the man behind him named Wang Yan, everything they do will be in vain. It's the new century now, the police can't act without evidence. They must find evidence and convict them outright, especially Wang Yan. The others nodded in agreement. They had colleagues who had been ruined by gangs for their reckless behavior. It was best to plan carefully before acting. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chief Kim continued, so, I think we should prepare for both possibilities. Tell me about it, the chief interjected, offering his timely support. First, we need to investigate the gang leaders whose entire families have recently disappeared, as well as the several disappearances in Jizhang County. Second, We need to investigate undercover agents, Chief Jin said. Investigating the previous disappearances seems unlikely, since everyone knows they were responsible, yet they remain so brazen, they must have already taken care of everything. Chief Kui seized the opportunity, taking advantage of Jin's pause for breath, and said with a look of agreement, Chief Jin's analysis is correct, basically the same as what I thought. While undercover agents need to climb up from the bottom, which is slower, they are the best way to deal with a rapidly expanding organization like the Xiangshui that can't be dealt with in the short term. He left it at that. The key information was already in his hands, and the rest was not his to ask for, but rather information given by his superiors. The chief nodded with satisfaction and smiled. I trust your professional abilities. This analysis is clear and concise. It just so happens that the Xiangshui society is expanding rapidly and is so difficult to deal with. I think that working together this time will allow us to find breakthroughs from multiple angles. Report to me anytime you have news. What do you think? With their boss speaking, what could they say? They both sat up straight and respectfully agreed. The chief chuckled and said, all right, that's settled then. I'll wait for your good news. Meeting adjourned. Watching the chief leave, the two section chiefs exchanged disdainful glances. They said they'd work together, but they were still doing their own thing. Besides, they both heard rumors that the chief was about to be promoted. They were both section chiefs. What did the chief care about? In fact, sometimes the chief might indeed be careless. Park Yung-yi didn't know about this, but on the third day, he learned that the police were investigating the few bosses who had disappeared. He understood what a clandestine investigation was all about. Although he was confident he had handled it cleanly, now that the police were watching, he still had to tell his boss. After hesitating for a while, Park Yung-yi let out a long breath. He was going to die sooner or later anyway, so he gritted his teeth and dialed Wang Yan's number. Get to the point. Hearing the calm, emotionless voice on the other end, Park Yung-yi instinctively stood up straight and bowed. Hello, brother. We're being watched by the police. Today I received news that the police are investigating the disappearances of those who were dealt with. He was a little scared, not of the police arresting him, that was nothing, but of his brother on the other end killing him. Is everything taken care of? Don't worry, brother, absolutely no problem. Just continue with the original plan. Also, they might send in an undercover agent, so keep an eye out. That's all. Yes, brother. Hanging up, Park Yung-yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, having escaped a close call. This little thing wasn't worth Wang Yan's fuss about. Finding someone obedient wasn't easy, and this little Korean was alright. After all, his skills weren't great before, he'd be given more time to grow, and they could talk about it later. Given the rapid growth of the Xiangshui, it was only a matter of time before they were targeted. Wang Yan wasn't concerned, he'd just keep an eye on them. Now was a good time for the Xiangshui to expand. After all, the three strongest gangs had merged, but they were still fighting for survival, their relationship superficial. Moreover, the three major gangs had just merged, and getting them to operate legitimately wouldn't be a simple process. They didn't have much energy to deal with the situation here. Their limited influence in Busan was only good for causing minor trouble, otherwise, they were useless. If Wang Yan hadn't been thinking about whether he could acquire the Jinmen group and create a power struggle, he would have already wiped out those little Koreans here. The Xiangshui could continue its development step by step, absorbing personnel, territory, and industries while continuing to encroach on the south. In a while, he estimated that Busan would be under the Xiangshui's control. The personnel recruited by the Sihei group weren't fully staffed yet, it would take some time. Wang Yan was currently writing development documents, and once the personnel were in place, they would get to work. He planned to first develop the chat software, aiming to dominate the Asian market outside of China, before expanding into Europe and America. Once smartphones became widespread, launching other products would be much easier, allowing him to take off immediately. The reason he excluded the domestic market was because Tencent had already gone public in Hong Kong, boasting over 300 million registered users in China. Why would he bother burning money? He could use that money to buy shares in several game companies, or at the very least, acquire the Chinese distribution rights, repackage them, and then partner with Tencent in China. Any profits he made would be far better than burning money fighting Tencent. He was also setting up logistics and recruiting. For entry-level staff, He would first recruit family members within the Xiang Shui to secure loyalty, and then recruit from outside the community. Nearly 4 months passed. Throughout Fushan, except for a few areas where the 3 major gangs were holed up, the Xiang Shui completely controlled the remaining territory. After this period of development, the Xiang Shui had nearly 5,000 followers. After taking control of Axe Mountain, the uneven quality of these individuals became somewhat of a hindrance, thus initiating a grand selection process. Of the 5,000 applicants, only 1,000 would remain, these individuals joining the security company under the Xiang Shui group. The rest would go on to run traditional businesses in various entertainment venues. Originally, Wang Yan wanted to recruit all of them into Sihei security, but later reconsidered. The main reason was to keep Sihei Group somewhat transparent. Even if those with ulterior motives knew that Sihei Group and Xiang Shui Group were one entity, at least they wouldn't appear to be colluding. The requirements weren't high, just enough to deceive the public. This was also for the sake of politicians who would cooperate with him in the future. Therefore, Xiang Shui established a new group company, and the original Sihei security employees transferred there, at the very least becoming level 3 squad leaders. This not only separated the two but also strengthened his control over Xiang Shui, a good thing indeed. Thank you to the, over 10 years of reading experience, brother for the 1,000 coin reward. Thank you to brother, for your continued support. A daily thank you to all the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, to all the brothers who recommended the book, and to all the brothers who quietly read it. Chapter 123 Those who steal business will be killed. Sihei Group is now thriving. Chat software and social networking sites have been developed and are currently undergoing testing, expected to launch in a few days. Logistics have also started operating. Due to funding constraints, they can't operate a network of outlets across the city for small parcel delivery as they later did. Instead, they rely on purchasing vehicles and the underhanded methods of the Xiang Shui to handle large volume transactions. Furthermore, the South Korean market isn't large. Once it develops, they might need to deliver within 24 hours, so they'll eventually need to develop shipping for international business. The emergence of Sihei Logistics has also caused some trouble. Previously, the Xiang Shui didn't have much business. They mainly dealt with small entertainment venues and gambling dens they seized, lending money at high interest rates and collecting protection fees. Their large workforce was largely a motley crew, incapable of achieving anything significant. They weren't unaware that the Jingmen Group hadn't made any major moves. The main reason was the recent merger, which prevented them from focusing their efforts, and the aforementioned factors also played a role. Moreover, the Xiang Shui was quite sensible. Aside from one confrontation, they didn't touch the Jingmen Group and had virtually no vested interests in them. So back then, the chairman and directors of the Jingmen Group thought it wouldn't be too late to eliminate them after things stabilized. But now it's different. It's alright within the Tiger faction, although they both deal in entertainment lending, they target different groups. But one of the main businesses of the Beta sect is logistics. And Busan, as the second largest city and the largest port in South Korea, has a very good business here. Even though they mainly deal in smuggling, like drugs and other valuable goods, which isn't their main business, the business they originally obtained through coercion and enticement not only made them a lot of money, but they could also smuggle their own goods for convenience. Now, Sihei Logistics has appeared and is stealing their business. This is truly outrageous. They are a gang. How dare they steal the business of a gang? How many heads do they have? In a luxuriously decorated club, Ding Qing and Li Zichen, tired from soaking in the bath, sat on chairs wrapped in towels, smoking and resting. Hey, do you think I should change my tattoo? The current one doesn't seem very imposing. Ding Qing looked down at his colorful tattoo with dissatisfaction. Normal people rarely get tattoos like this, especially in places like Japan and South Korea, where tattoos are a symbol of gang membership. As the eldest and second eldest brothers, they naturally have dragon and tiger tattoos. Lost in his self-admiration, Ding Qing didn't receive a response. He looked up, took a deep drag of his cigarette, tried to exhale a smoke ring but failed, and cursed Shibala before turning to Li Zichen sitting beside him. Hey, a few high-end guys have arrived. Shall we go relax a bit later? Li Zichen took a sip of his drink. Shouldn't we be thinking about how to deal with the Xiangxia society and the Sihei Group right now? We Chinese have a saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. We don't even have concrete intelligence yet. What's the rush? Right now, relaxing is more important. Ding Qing, cigarette dangling from his lips, grinned lewdly, raising an eyebrow, making a fist with one hand and slapping it against his other hand. Rolling his eyes, Li Zichen was about to speak when his subordinate, Shi Wu, dressed in a suit and tie, walked over with a file folder. Shi Wu stepped forward and bowed. "Boss, big brother, we've figured it out." Ding Qing toyed with his wine glass. "Speak." "The world society is run by a Chinese man named Wang Yan, and that Park Yung-yi is just a puppet he put on. As for the Sihe Group, although we couldn't find anything in the business registration information, our people saw Wang Yan and two of his subordinates at the Sihe Group. Judging from the timeline, it should be his company." Before the two could ask, Shi Wu continued knowingly, "Wang Yan is very good at fighting. It's said that he can take on more than 20 people by himself. He took over that street in 3 hours. Moreover, we found out that he suddenly appeared there, possibly smuggled in. After analysis, it's likely that he was the one who did what happened in Quichin City. Big brother's got too much going on and can't remember," Shi Wu added. "It's just that one of our smugglers got wiped out, and our warehouse was burned down too. We suffered a significant loss." "That's old grudges and new ones," Ding Qing laughed. "Can you fight? What era are we living in? Even if you can fight, what good are bullets? What do you think?" Li Zichen shook his head. "Let's talk first and see if there's any possibility of cooperation. We're all in this business to make money, there's no need to fight to the death." "Then let's talk first." Ding Qing looked at Shi Wu non-committally. "Do you have a phone number for someone named Wang Yan?" Shi Wu opened the file folder, rummaged through it, and pulled out a document. "This is it." Ding Qing casually stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, took a sip of his drink, picked up his phone, dialed the number on the document, and put it on speakerphone. "Who is this?" Ding Qing asked in Mandarin. "Wang Yan?" "Yes." Haha. "I'm Ding Qing, a director of the Jingman Group, as you should know. I'd like to discuss something with you." Ding Qing didn't take this compatriot seriously. In his eyes, he was just a clown. Making a phone call was already a favor, there was no need to waste time with nonsense. He'd get straight to the point. "Regarding logistics, let's all rely on our own abilities. I'll compromise, let's not use underhanded tactics, just normal business competition. What do you think?" Wang Yan had already anticipated this, and he was only being lenient because Ding Qing was the target of his mission. Otherwise, given his temperament, especially given his involvement in organized crime, he wouldn't have uttered a word and would have already wiped them out. "Haha, easy, easy. We're both Chinese, we're compatriots. How about this, let's set a time to talk things over, not just logistics, but other business collaborations too." Ding Qing grinned, raising an eyebrow at Li Zichen, but couldn't quite bring himself to speak. "How about this, it's Tuesday today, I've been quite busy lately, let's meet this Sunday, I'm going to Fushan, how about that?" "Of course, come over and I'll treat you." "That's settled then, goodbye." "Goodbye." Ding Qing hung up the phone and casually tossed it on the table. "Did you hear that? It's useless. It's obvious they're not afraid of us." Saying that, he stood up and stretched. "I'm going to relax first, you handle this, I'll wait for you." Li Zichen waved impatiently, signaling him to get lost. The two of them had a very good relationship, a very good one, and the elder brother's word was law. Now that the gang wanted to go legal, Ding Qing no longer got involved in that kind of thing. After all, he was a legitimate businessman. So these gang matters were all handed over to Li Zichen, who was responsible for handling various disputes. After watching Ding Qing kick Shi Wu and leave, cursing, Li Zichen began instructing Shi Wu on his tasks. The two undercover agents were figuring out how to eliminate their clueless rivals. Ding Qing was right, what era are we living in? It's not about who has more people or who's stronger. It's about money and guns. Small gangs can be dealt with 100 or so men, but for a group the size of the Xiangxia Society, that method won't work. There are only two methods, one is to kill the leader, and the rest will naturally fall apart, the other is to use intrigue and divisive tactics to break them down from within. Other methods are useless. The Xiangxia Society has only recently pacified Fushan, and its rapid development means it must have many internal weaknesses. Once the leader is dead, everything will be over. In a large martial arts school in the suburbs of Fushan, Wang Yan put down the phone, thought for a moment, then picked it up again and called Park Zhengai, telling him to take more people with him and be careful. It's been working quite well so far, it's a pity he's dead. He didn't know if Ding Twing was telling the truth, nor would he place his hopes on others. After all, he himself wasn't a good person. He'd often used sweet words to appease people before stabbing them in the back. It was just a matter of a few words, why not? If he ran into a fool, that would save him trouble. If not, it didn't matter, there was no loss. He was prepared for Ding Twing to come after him, knowing his own actions. But as he said, Ding Twing was after the votes and wouldn't back down. Conflict it was fine, fighting it was fine, it would benefit him anyway. Since he was doing so well, the SYNOPSIS Society wouldn't be the biggest violent organization, nor the only malignant tumor that needed to be eradicated. Shaking his head, Wang Yan stopped thinking about it and continued beating the two idiots who had encouraged him to open an entertainment company to pick up girls. After so much time, Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan could now have simple conversations, given the environment. During this process, Wang Yan had made them take up knives and charge into the front lines to train them, and they had taken quite a few hits. Now that things are fine, he's become lazy again, spending all his time thinking about the sex-obsessed celebrities he mentioned. He even has the nerve to ask them to open an entertainment company for the two of them. After a while, a refreshed Wang Yan looked at the two lying on the ground like dead dogs. Alright, learn your lesson this time. We're in the underworld, don't die without even knowing how. So, brother, about the entertainment company? Zhang Guangquan asked weakly. Wang Yan laughed in anger. Had he hired him too lightly? He went up and kicked him again. Get off. Before the two could rejoice, Wang Yan said quietly, but I advise you two to be more restrained. If you don't improve next time, and instead regress, I'll hang you up so the underlings can practice their punches. Li Quan scrambled to his feet, grimacing, and said, Don't worry, Brother Yan, I guarantee improvement. Otherwise, we'll lose face. Zhang Guangquan, rubbing the places he'd been hit, said, Of course, absolutely no problem. Shall we start a company? You're hopeless, get out of here. Okay, sure. The two walked away arm in arm, their injuries no longer hurting, and they walked with renewed energy. He heard broken but incredibly confident Korean coming from afar. Hey, Secretary Zhang. Get the legal team to come see me, quickly. Wang Yan shook his head helplessly, went to the unequipped bathroom for a quick shower, and then took two of his men out for a walk. Now, he no longer needed to keep a close eye on the SYNOPSIS Society and the Sihe Group, he only needed to keep a firm grasp on the direction. It was back to his usual leisurely routine, the same old thing he'd been doing for over 100 years, just wandering around aimlessly. The scenery in Busan was passable, it was a popular tourist destination. But he'd already explored all the tourist spots, so now he just spent his time enjoying the sea breeze. To be honest, he was also waiting for those two idiots to get the entertainment company up and running. He had confidence in them, they were both good kids who knew how to be loyal to their boss, and the outstanding ones would definitely be reserved for him. Park Yun-yi was currently very powerful, even though he was just a puppet. His master mostly didn't interfere, and thousands of people obeyed his orders. As long as he wasn't facing his boss, he was the absolute protagonist wherever he went, surrounded by a large entourage, everyone having to obey his every whim. He could kill someone with a single word. If he wanted to sleep with women, they were all exceptionally beautiful, natural girls who hadn't had plastic surgery. His daily expenses were covered by the gang's accounts, and Wang Yan also gave him a large sum of money. So now, all he had to do was give orders, and besides indulging in pleasure and debauchery, he had absolutely nothing else to do. This was the life he had always dreamed of. And now, how long had it been? Half a year. He'd achieved all of this in just half a year. It all came too quickly, too easily. If being in the underworld were really that easy, then anyone you called on the street would be a gang member. Surviving in the jungle-like competition of gangs was difficult enough, let alone rising to the top. So much so that his daily indulgence in sensual pleasures felt somewhat unreal. It was evening, and Park Yun-yi, beaming, addressed his bowing underlings. Alright, I'll head back now. I've already arranged some entertainment for you all, enjoy yourselves. Although he was a puppet, obeying Wang Yan's orders, even puppets have dreams, wanting to control their own destiny, not to be manipulated. This was the confidence his 5,000 men gave him. These men were all underlings he had promoted, his own men. With careful management, he might one day rival Wang Yan. Thank you, Chairman, everyone said in unison. Park Yun-yi waved his hand with satisfaction, gave a few more instructions, and then, swaying slightly, got into his car and drove off with 8 well-dressed, elite bodyguards. He had heeded Wang Yan's advice during the day. After all, even someone as powerful as Wang Yan had warned him, so the danger must be considerable. He wasn't stupid when they went to intimidate the factory owners and steal their business. He knew they would inevitably clash with the Kimon Group. After all, their original partner was the Kimon Group, even a fool could see that. Now that Wang Yan had given him instructions, it was clear that the Kimon Group was making moves. People, when they have money, usually buy houses and cars. Park Young-yi was no exception. After becoming wealthy, he bought a new house near Busan City. It wasn't a high-rise apartment building, but a 2-story Korean-style villa. This house used to belong to a professor at Busan University. It was decorated with a cultured atmosphere, and the surrounding environment was quite nice, befitting his status. People, the more they lack something, the more they want it. Coupled with the aura of wisdom and erudition emanating from Wang Yan, influenced by this, he bought a place here, hoping to absorb some of that knowledge in his spare time. A tipsy Park Young-yi, being helped out of the car by his men, was suddenly struck by a series of thud sounds without warning. His men collapsed, followed by a cry of "Big Brother, watch out," and he was tackled by another man. Park Young-yi instantly sobered up, breaking out in a cold sweat, the fear of death. He realized the sounds were from silenced gunshots. He was so close, so very close. He was pinned down by his men and crouched beside the car, cautiously looking up. Caught off guard, 3 of his bodyguards had already been shot and fallen, the others mostly hiding behind the car. There was no other way. Not all of his protectors were armed, and they couldn't fight barehanded. Now only 2 men were exchanging fire with the other side, but there were many visible guns on the other side, and the 2 men pinning him down dared not show their faces, only firing wildly. At this moment, the men on his body reacted, rolling over to use the fallen man as cover, drawing their guns and joining the exchange of fire. As a close combat protector, this kid's aim was decent. After 2 days of shooting, he heard movement from the other side and clearly hit his target. But before they could get excited, the firepower from the other side intensified. In daily life, one couldn't carry too many bullets, just 1 spare magazine at most. Soon, the guns in the hands of several of his men clanged together. Park Young-yi was terrified, his mind blank. In all his years in the business, when had he ever seen anything like this? He just stared blankly at everything in front of him, making no move. In fact, before he could react, 5 men rushed out from around the corner, working in perfect coordination, taking turns firing to suppress the enemy. These men didn't waste any words, killing one by one. Park Young-yi's men didn't even have time to run. They quickly eliminated the rest, and one of them came up to Park Young-yi and examined him closely. Brother, I. Park Young-yi, pale-faced, tried to say something. Unfortunately, before he could utter a word, a gun was pressed against his forehead with a thud. Red and white blood gushed from his forehead, and the terror remained in Park Young-yi's eyes. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. Park Young-yi didn't even have time to look back on his wonderful life. He died in fear at his doorstep, leaving nothing behind. At the same time, in another villa, Wang Yan was leaning against the headboard, quietly reading a book by the bedside lamp. This was a habit Wang Yan had maintained for nearly 200 years. As long as nothing else happened, he would always read before bed. As the eldest brother, Wang Yan's villa wasn't much better than Park Young-yi's. It wasn't that Wang Yan was being modest, it was that he didn't have the money. Early development was important, and all his money was invested in the Sihei Group. So he just bought a house that looked passable to make do for now, and when he had spare money later, he would buy a sea view villa on a hilltop. Just as Wang Yan was engrossed in his reading and was about to turn the page, he suddenly heard a strange noise downstairs. He didn't doubt that he was hallucinating, because his mental attribute, after being upgraded again in this world, reached 39 points. This high mental attribute granted him not only logic, memory, and resilience, but also superhuman perception, absolutely heightened senses. Wang Yan instantly rolled out of bed. He didn't turn off the bedside lamp, as it would easily expose him if someone outside was observing. Instead, he quietly opened the bedroom door and went out. He was certain that the strange noise was from the door being carefully opened. He lived alone here, with no one to boss him around. His underlings would call in advance or knock respectfully if they needed him. The 2 men who came over were banging on the door and shouting. Wang Yan had already figured it out. Although he didn't know how many people were downstairs, it was definitely someone trying to kill him. It wasn't just petty theft. He had just spoken to Ding Qing today, and this situation was clearly abnormal. He had thought of this during the day, but he hadn't expected Ding Qing to act so quickly. Thank you to 3687 for the 500 coin reward and continued support. Thank you to brother Bookfriend 20170724100454876 for the 200 coin reward. Thank you to brother 7 Realms Wei Wei for the 100 coin reward for continued support. Daily thanks to all the kind brothers who voted with monthly tickets, all the brothers who voted for recommendations, and all the brothers who quietly read the book. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.